Chapter 9-10. Brando slowly sheathed his sword. It didn't feel like he was fighting on the battlefield, but more like a swordsman who had returned home and carefully sealed his beloved sword. He walked past Rovak slowly, and with every step he took, there was a shadow overlapping with him. Every shadow seemed to be using a different sword technique. Erewhon's military sword technique had the cruelty and ruthlessness of Madara's sword technique. Sometimes it was like Fanzin's sword technique, the sword of the White Knight of Grecius's knight, and sometimes it was the sword technique of the Cruz's people, the simple and pure sword technique of the knight. But Rovak couldn't see any of them clearly. What hit him was the simplest sword strike, the one that he thought he had dodged. However, the sword landed heavily on his breastplate, causing blood to gush out. His water element did not even have the time to play any role before it was shattered. At the last moment, he saw countless silver lines of the law of nature as his opponent slowly retracted his sword, bringing along countless fragments of his armor. Like countless sparkling spots of light, they returned to dust bit by bit. Rovak opened his mouth, as if he wanted to shout this sentence from his chest, the highest level of element, the sword of space. But in the end, he didn't make any sound. He knelt on the ground and then fell heavily. Brando gently wiped the blood on his sword, and it turned into countless rose-red beads that flew into the air like a crescent moon. The dust above the rubble was dissipating. He seemed to be walking on clouds, and the hem of his count's coat fluttered in the cold wind between the mountains. He looked up, and the distance between him and the Imperial Drake Knight Regiment was just the distance of the city gate. The Imperial Knights were regrouping, and the horn was blown. They seemed to be shouting a strange command. The Drake Knight in the front row began to move forward slowly. The ground trembled slightly, and their spears were like trees in a forest. The flags floated like the fiery Red Sea, and their shining silver armor moved up and down. Brando heard their command, and then the spears were lined up in rows, forming a bunch of intersecting lines that pointed at him. The knights began to gallop. The undulating spears were like a black wave. But at that moment, Brando thought of Scarlet. He silently looked at the knight, and a voice in his heart answered, "Did you hear that, Scarlet? No matter what Her Majesty told you, this will be the answer of the Lord of Abes." Brendel gradually quickened his pace, and the knights also began to charge forward. Both sides crossed each other in an instant, but it was as if there was an invisible force that automatically separated the Imperial Knights. Brendel passed through them, and with every step he took, he left behind an afterimage. Each afterimage raised a sword to block a knight's spear, and then threw the knight and the earth dragon into the air. He took 10 steps forward, and the knight's attack. The knight fell to the ground, and it was a mess. So this is the Sword Saint. The Duke's daughter looked at all of this with her mouth agape. She only felt that the usual worldview in her mind had been completely overturned at this moment. Her mind was full of chatter and buzzing, but she could not say a word when it reached her mouth. The development of the situation seemed to be completely out of her expectations from the beginning. She did not know what Brando wanted to do. It did not seem like he was just acting out of anger, or that he was young and impetuous. Everything he did was obviously premeditated, but she could not guess why he did it. Was it because of a subordinate who was kidnapped by the Empire? No, she did not consider this possibility at all, unless he was really crazy. But unfortunately, she thought that the most inconceivable idea might be the closest to the truth. Beside him, the ball-shaped man was already scared out of his wits, and he directly collapsed to the ground. The little princess of the Grand Duke of Grenoires held her wet nurse's hand tightly, and asked in fear, "Mother Elsa, is the Count starting a war?" The young wet nurse's face was pale, and she trembled, unable to say a word. In her opinion, this was clearly a war. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles once fought against 1,000 people in Oler, and with his sword, he made the Empire's people completely terrified. Even His Majesty the Emperor had to send out 2 knight regiments and 3 sword saints to encircle and annihilate him, but even so, he still left safely. But now, what Brando was doing was the same thing. The attack power of an elemental activation powerhouse on the battlefield was unparalleled. Although he still could not fight against a real army by himself, a mere 100 Earth Dragon Knights were not too big of a problem for him. After the first wave of attack was thwarted, the Imperial Knights immediately began to adjust their tactics, trying to surround him and suppress him as much as possible with the advantage of numbers. Generally speaking, this was the most effective way to fight against an elemental-level powerhouse. But that was only generally speaking. Brando took the last step forward. This step seemed to have crossed a distance of 100 meters in the ordinary sense. It was as if his back foot had just left the ground, and his front foot had already reached the farthest corner of the Knight Regiment's encirclement. The Earth Dragon Knight did not even have time to react. He saw the space in front of him flash slightly, and a dazzling silver splendor had spilled out from it. Then, he flew out from the Earth Dragon's back together with his saddle. Brando's sword struck out, and before the afterimage disappeared, he had already appeared in another direction. Then, there was another silver splendor, and a knight flew out diagonally. It seemed that in an instant, a dozen Brandos appeared in the gradually shrinking encirclement of the knight. The afterimages appeared one after another, and then disappeared one after another. In the end, there was only one left. Brando stood alone in the middle of the encirclement of the Imperial Knights. With him as the center, there was not a single knight on any of the Earth Dragons. Further away, the Imperial Knights on the periphery were already stunned. It was not that they had never seen a sword saint before. There were many sword saints in the Empire. There were 2 sword saints in the 4 legions, and 7 in the Holy Cathedral. This did not include the sword saints who were scattered in rumors. A century ago, the Empire had 2 sword saints who had now become legends. However, among the sword saints they knew, none of them had such strange swordsmanship. Brando flicked the dust on his black woolen sleeves, and looked up at the knight who surrounded him. He thought that his performance was not bad, but it was far from enough. He had to become famous in one battle, so that no one would dare to ignore his existence. He had to let the people of Cruz understand that he was the grandson of Darius, the successor of the Marshal of the Allied Forces, and Erewhon's people were indispensable forces in the Holy War. He believed that the Silver Queen would take this into consideration. He raised his left hand, and the blessing of Bahamut shone silver under the sunlight. However, countless silver threads of the law had already risen from Brando's side. They intertwined like a silver net and instantly spread across the entire barbican. Wherever it passed, it was as if an invisible shockwave swept across the entire Knight Regiment. Brando gently clenched his hand, and the entire regiment of ground dragon knights, including hundreds of silver knights, immediately rose from the ground. As if they were affected by an anti-gravity spell, they screamed in horror and struggled, but it was useless. Brando gently pushed them, and all the knights and ground dragons were separated. It was as if a magical hand had disrupted the order and then rearranged it. The entire square was instantly empty, and the knights and ground dragons were fixed in the air in all directions. There was only one person left in front of Brando. It was a woman with a face full of wrinkles, wearing the Empire's red battle robe, holding a long sword, and a layer of fiery red threads of the law floating around her. She quietly looked at him. "Madame Savannah." Brando politely greeted her as if he had expected her to be here. "I know you." The swordswoman replied with a voice full of vicissitudes, "You are the grandson of Sword Saint Darius. If you want to protect your grandfather, why do you have to do this? If you insist on doing things your own way, you will drag many innocent people into the flames of war. Do you understand? The Empire will not tolerate such provocation." Brando looked at the elderly woman. During the Holy War, she had once served as his grandfather's adjutant. Among the 3 sword saints of the Black Sword Fortress, she was the oldest and the most powerful. Her name was White Shadow, but she was the strongest of the Golden Flame sword saints. But he still shook his head. "The grudge between my grandfather and the Empire can be resolved if necessary," he replied slowly, "but today's lesson is only to teach the arrogant people of the Empire a lesson. The teachings of the Holy Cathedral of Fire have never written that anyone is superior to anyone else. There may have been such an empire in history. But I want to ask you a question, Madame Savannah. Where are the people of Myrna today? Why did Guilt the Great and the 3 sages fight?" Savannah looked at him as if she was not moved by his words at all. She only shook her head, for this reason, you want to start a war so that people can face the people of Erewhon? Count guilt, this kind of honor is meaningless to the soldiers who died in battle. I think you should understand this point. The ancient saying of the 9 phoenixes, for the sake of the superiors, one must not be angry and fight. There is no war here, Madam Savannah. Brando replied. Are you deceiving yourself? There is only one dispute here, Madam Savannah. Since you people of Cruz think that Erewhon is not qualified to be respected by you, then I will use my strength to correct your point of view. There was someone in history who treated my grandfather the same way. Guess who that person was? Brando replied. Savannah's face changed slightly. The Black Raven Duchy, you mean, Brando interrupted her. I'm glad that you remember this, Madam Savannah. I will answer your question again. I am the leader of Erewhon's diplomatic corps. I fight for my kingdom and the glory of my guards. This rule is written in the ancient books of the Holy Cathedral. It is sacred and cannot be violated. Since you people of Cruz have challenged the glory of my guards, just like how the guards of the Black Raven Duchy challenged my grandfather, then you should be prepared, right? Wait, this is the logic of a bandit. We are. Savannah's face darkened. She hurriedly tried to explain, but she was interrupted by Brando for the second time. No one said that the people of Cruz can be detached from worldly affairs, right? This seems like it. But, Savannah's eyes flashed with anger. She couldn't help but say word by word, do you think that you can defeat the Border Legion of Rogeria with your little guards? I'm telling you, it's impossible, Mr. Earl. If you let the people of Cruz and Erewhon kill each other because of your selfishness, the Empire will not tolerate your sophistry, and your kingdom will not accept such an excuse. Yes, Brendel replied, at least compared to what you did in the Alcash Mountains, I'm not so cold-blooded that I can look at life and death. That's why I only want some people to lower their heads and not take their lives. Naive, wishful thinking. Savannah raised her sword and said, the people of the Empire would rather die than lower their heads. Raise your head and look at the sky, Count. Your ability is not so great that you can force us to submit. Have you seen the scene of 2 ferocious beasts of equal strength fighting each other? Grandson of Darius, if I were you, I would order your men to stop attacking immediately before the consequences are out of control. Brando shook his head and said, that's exactly what I wanted to say to you. Throw down your sword and surrender, Miss Savannah. You are not a prisoner of the enemy. You are just apologizing to your allies. Besides, your resistance is meaningless. If I were you, I would look up and see what is happening in the sky. Savannah was slightly startled. She raised her head in confusion. But not far from her, Avram and the Duke's daughter were already looking at the sky. The Empire's wizards were like specks of dust floating above the walls of the Black Sword Fortress. In the sky above the fortress, the Black Rune Gargoyles' attacks and the Empire's counterattacks were fiercely intertwined. They were gradually turning the situation around. The remaining 200 gargoyles were unable to get close to the walls under the intense firepower, and gradually, they began to suffer casualties. The Empire's soldiers almost couldn't help but cheer. Although they didn't know how the battle inside the fortress was going, at least on the walls, they were about to win. As long as the enemy couldn't climb the walls, it was only a matter of time before the scales of victory tilted. But all of this only lasted until the appearance of the young wizard. Avram looked at the sudden battle with fear. Beside him, Eek and the officer from Yanalasu had already mounted their horses and were preparing to follow Medishet to save the refugees. As for Avram, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to end the battle. No, it should be said that there was no way to end the battle. This damned Earl had actually launched a surprise attack on the Empire's fortress. This was something that couldn't be justified. He could almost imagine how furious the Emperor would be after hearing this news. What's more, he subconsciously thought that this sneak attack was most likely going to be a loss. He saw that with the help of the Empire's wizards, the Empire's guards were gaining the upper hand, while the Earl was still fighting with the Earth Dragon Knight. He actually sent a young wizard to deal with the battle on the walls. But what could a young wizard do? The knowledge and wisdom of a wizard were accumulated over the course of time. In Avram's imagination, those real wizards should be like those old pedants he saw in Karsuk. However, the name, Charles, did sound a little familiar. He couldn't help but glance at that person from the corner of his eyes. But after that glance, he couldn't look away anymore. The Shire slowly rose into the sky, his wizard robe fluttering in the cold wind. With his arrival, all the wizards on the battlefield subconsciously felt a sense of fear rising from the bottom of their hearts. An era ago, the flame of magic was ignited for the first time. A wise being taught this law that had never existed before to all the people of Silver and Black Iron. It was as if before that, no one understood the origin of law magic and elemental magic. It was different from divine spells and runic spells of the witches. But from that moment on, it was born in this world and shaped a great civilization. Where did magic come from? Perhaps only one person could answer this question. That person was Tumen. However, at this moment, all of the sorcerers felt a power that came from the same source. It was as if an ancient voice was calling out to its people, and the trembling that came from the depths of their souls was enough to shock everyone. The Shire was responding to the unknown being. Silver Staff Wizard, requesting permission as a planeswalker. Permission granted. The young wizard gently flicked his robe, his eyes flashing with silver flames. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and he couldn't help but reply with a strange tone. So, this is the power of a planeswalker. So, this is the source of the law. He raised a finger. In the name of the Scroll of Wisdom, the law, the flowing wind, and the shallow sea, I present the third law, the Dragon of Ether. At every moment, the energy is always changing forms. It sweeps and rushes, flowing endlessly. Thousands of years ago, the people of Fanner who worshipped the sun in the south of the Minor Plains had seen the miraculous scene of dragons migrating. They were as blue as the sea, sweeping across the sky. Thousands of years later, the people of Cruz witnessed this magnificent scene once again. P.S. You guys were complaining that my writing was all kinds of weak and not impressive. Now it's time to put in some effort. Alright, at the end of this chapter, I'm asking for more votes next month. Do you want to read more? There's more. Also, ignorance. Don't think of waiting for my forces. I'm not that good at PvP. This reminder is for your own good, got it? Chapter 9-11. A dreamy blue color filled the sky. Behind Charles, flashing summoning circles were emerging one after another. What swam out of them were dreamlike creatures that should only exist in legends. It was a life made up of pure energy. It was between substance and non-substance. It existed in the physical world, yet it did not exist in the physical world. Every moment, every minute, every second, they were constantly changing their attributes and forms. They were visitors from beyond their borders, the ether dragons. They had the shape of a dragon, but they also had a pair of wings like a manta ray. They were transparent, like soft glass or jellyfish that floated in the air. However, their form was not stable. They were constantly changing, like a rainbow with a blue background. One by one, the Cruz wizards stopped their spells. They realized that their spells had no effect on these strange creatures. These creatures themselves were a part of energy. They did not seem to exist in the physical world. Sharp lines of law and violent elemental magic tore through these dreamlike creatures, but they could not hurt them at all. It was as if they had hit an illusion, passing through their transparent bodies. Everyone realized this fact one by one. Their attacks were unable to harm these dragons at all. The entire battlefield gradually fell into a strange state of silence. The wizards and the soldiers of the Empire all stopped their attacks in bewilderment. Some of them looked at all this in silence, admiring the magnificent scenery. But finally, someone realized what this was. These are ether dragons. I didn't expect them to exist. The records of the Fanner people were not absurd legends. The wizards whispered to each other, passing on the secret knowledge that only they knew. On the other hand, the Imperial commander on the Black Sword Fortress was infuriated. He had no interest in the so-called knowledge and legends, but the wizards had left their posts without permission, which greatly reduced the intensity of the firepower on the battlefield. It was not easy to gain the upper hand, but now the gargoyles had taken it back. He went to the leader of the wizards and pointed at the strange creatures. "I don't care what they are, but your mission now is to chase them all out. I don't want to see any of these messy things on my wall," he shouted. He threw a tantrum, but found that the wizards were looking at him strangely. "What? Did I say something wrong?" "Those are spirits from the ether, Sir Commander. They are the symbol of pure energy. Our spells can't hurt them at all. Have you ever seen a drop of water drowning in the ocean? Besides, to us, they are the real ocean," the wizard leader replied politely. The knight commander scratched his head. "I don't care who is the water droplet and who is the ocean, but you have to tell me how to deal with these things, right? I don't want my soldiers to die without knowing why." "Commander, you don't have to worry at all. If the Fanner people are not lying, the ether dragon's biggest characteristic is that they exist in two worlds at the same time. Their constantly changing energy forms maintain the connection between the ether and the physical world. If you can't fight them in two worlds at the same time, then your attacks won't hurt them at all." The wizard leader looked at the beautiful creatures outside the city wall with a look of admiration, but the knight commander was obviously dissatisfied with the way he looked at them. At least, he didn't think that it was the look of an enemy. Of course, he didn't understand that the ether dragons were the symbol of magic. Their blue color was the color of the Bugha's flag. Although the Bughas were known as the Silver Alliance, their emblem was an eye on the blue ocean. It symbolized the two extremes of the wizard world, knowledge and magic. "Doesn't that mean that I can't do anything to them? Why don't we just surrender?" The knight commander replied impatiently. "Why do you say that, Sir Commander?" The wizard leader pretended to be surprised and looked at the knight commander, but in his heart, he was full of contempt for this poor man who knew nothing about the nature of the world. "They can attack me, but we can't attack them. Can we still fight this war?" "Sir Commander, I don't think you need to worry about this at all." The wizard leader smiled. "The ether dragon is a fragile and beautiful creature. It's not as powerful as you think. Although they look huge, it's only because their energy will naturally disperse in our world. And these creatures are actually very weak. Although they represent energy itself, they can't master the laws. It's like saying that humans represent a kind of life, but they can't control the laws of life. You and your soldiers can't attack them because they can't attack you." The commander didn't understand at all, but at least he understood the last sentence. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "You're saying that these things have no attacking ability at all? Then why did our opponents summon them? Are they trying to trick us?" "I'm afraid that's not the case. What I mean is, it's not that they can't attack you, but the realm of ether and the physical world are parallel worlds. The two worlds don't affect each other. If they want to affect our world, they have to switch to our world." "Wait, I get it." The commander interrupted this self-righteous guy and said loudly, "You mean when they switch to our world, I can attack them, right?" The wizard leader looked at this guy with some surprise. The knight commander couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. He thought to himself, these self-righteous guys. If he could, he wouldn't bother to deal with these weird guys. But he still had one last question. Before he left, he asked, "Sir Wizard, since these things are so fragile, then the person who summoned them can't be that powerful. I think you should be able to deal with him. Don't let him do anything else." But this time, he didn't get the answer he wanted. All the magi present looked at Charles in the sky with fear lingering in their hearts. "Sir Commander, you're wrong. The ether dragon itself represents something beyond your imagination. The ether dragon can't master the laws, but he can. We still don't know who this master is, but we can be sure that he has mastered a deeper level of the laws. All of us here can testify to this. Just a moment ago, we all felt the vibration from the sea of magic." The wizard leader shook his head with a solemn expression. "You may not understand what I'm telling you, Sir Commander, but I have a suggestion for you. You'd better use your soldiers to create some trouble for him. Otherwise, we may not be his match. What? The commander was shocked. But he looks much younger than you. In the world of wizards, knowledge and power are the strongest, not age, the wizard leader replied. Are you sure? I'm not sure. The wizard leader shook his head. It's just a guess. But you can bet that I'm wrong, Sir Commander. The commander glanced at these wizards in long robes and hoped that he was wrong. But he didn't know that everyone present had the same idea. Savannah raised her head and saw this scene. She saw the Empire's soldiers launch a desperate counterattack. The azure sea looked so dazzling, but it was incredibly fragile. The ether dragon's attack was far less dazzling than their appearance. She could clearly analyze that the strength of these strange creatures was no higher than the peak of the silver level. They were on par with most of the Empire's knight on the city wall. And what was gratifying was that after the ether dragons launched their attack, they quickly suffered casualties. The attacks that could not hurt them before, when they switched to the material world, shot them down from the sky for the first time. But the ether creatures that fell from the sky often ended their lives in a strange way. It was like a dazzling self-explosion. Their transparent bodies crashed into the city wall and then exploded into a light blue ripple. Under the shock of the ripple, the Empire's soldiers were unharmed, and the city wall was not damaged at all. The only change was that the spells of the Empire's wizards began to become sparse. The lady vaguely understood what was going on, but what she found strange was that the number of ether dragons was decreasing very fast, far faster than the speed of their deaths. They seemed to have occupied the whole sky before, but in an instant, there were only a few left. Where did the ether dragons go? She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what the problem was. But what really puzzled Ms. Venna was that this was what Brando wanted her to see. So that she could admire how he failed. But she obviously did not see such frustration on the face of this descendant of Darius. Brando was still smiling as he looked at the sky. That confident look had never faded. The ether dragons in the sky finally disappeared one by one. But this was not good news for the Empire's wizards. They were speechless. They had never seen these legendary creatures, and did not expect them to burn their magic after death. This only led to one result, and that was that all the wizards who were caught off guard had their magic depleted in the first moment. A few of the more senior wizards were still fine, but the apprentices around them were all pale and swaying. The ether dragons were upgraded from the young wind spirit dragons and spiders, and this characteristic was also in the same vein. But immediately, someone discovered a new problem. They're disappearing at the wrong speed. No, they're not disappearing. They're moving to the ether realm, Captain. The wizards were much more knowledgeable than a mere swordsman like Venna, and immediately realized the problem. But at this moment, the Shire was turning the face of the card. The Planeswalker's law was like a flame, burning fiercely in his body. This flame seemed to ignite his eyes, making them shine with the same silver light. He looked down at the crew's stronghold from above, and there seemed to be two different consciousnesses in his mind. One was thinking about the battle situation, and the other was counting carefully. After the Empire's wizards were defeated, the gargoyles began to regain the upper hand. Although they still had to face the difficult Empire's longbowmen, at least they did not have to face the risk of being torn apart by terrible spells at any time and place. Moreover, the magic defense of the Black Sword Rampart was gradually weakening, and the wizards who injected magic into it were now depleted of their magic. And in the Shire's body, the magic that had been completely exhausted in order to summon the ether dragons was slowly recovering, and the speed of recovery seemed to be gradually increasing as the ether dragons disappeared. And this rising magic was once again injected into the face of the ether dragons. Then, a new batch of ether dragons appeared in the sky. The crew's people were looking up at the sky, and a considerable number of them even opened their mouths wide. Look over there, there's more over there. There's more here too. Kill them. They're disappearing again. New monsters have appeared again. It was chaos on the city wall. The Empire's soldiers and wizards were dumbfounded as they watched the ether dragons appear and disappear, disappear and reappear. But every time they disappeared, they would bring new companions with them, as if they were increasing geometrically. No one understood what was going on, but the ether dragon seemed to have really converged into an ocean, and when they launched their last attack, the terrifying tsunami-like scene finally arrived. In the face of thousands of uncountable enemies, even the proudest Kurlutzians could not help but throw away the weapons in their hands weakly. That was a battle that no longer had any meaning. The Shire seemed to be controlling this sea of magic that was full of power, and the ocean blue magic energy gathered under his feet. It was not that the Empire's commanders did not think of attacking him, but it was meaningless. Every time they were about to achieve their goal, a pure silver holy shield would appear in front of the Shire. That was the holy song of protection. Hippamra held the will of the mountains in her hand, and had the support of endless magic from the ether dragons. She had chosen the target of this spell countless times. The last scene that Savannah saw was that the blue ocean had completely covered the city wall of the Black Sword Fortress. It was not that she had never seen such a spectacular scene, but that was during the Holy War, when she was facing the most powerful wizards of Saint Tassel. She seemed to have finally recognized the young wizard. "It's him," the lady muttered to herself in disbelief. "He's not dead. The genius of the Black Tower wizards, I should have known. He has always been so unexpected." Brando was slightly startled. It seemed that this was the second time he had heard such words. He could not help but raise his head and look at the Shire in the sky. Savannah had already retracted her gaze. Cruz's men had been completely defeated, and the reinforcements in the fortress had yet to arrive. She could already imagine what had happened. "You won," she replied calmly. "I just didn't expect that after 40 years, he would actually become a great wizard. The Black Tower wizards finally have a wizard leader after 1,000 years. Those who made the decision back then must have never thought that this day would come. But grandson of Darius, what have you gained? Other than the hatred of the Empire, you have gained nothing." Brando knew that this lady, who was known as the White Swordsman, must have misunderstood something. She actually thought that the Shire had crossed the extreme plane and become a great wizard. However, he did not expose this misunderstanding. In fact, this misunderstanding was exactly what he needed at the moment. As for what he had gained, he looked at the blue reflection in the sky and gently shook his head. The people of the Empire would never understand what he had gained. Count Tonagel had gone mad. Whether it was in Yenbao or Grey Harbor, whether it was from the north of the kingdom to the south of Ampere Seal, or from Randner to the dense forests of Grenoires, as long as there were people living there, whether it was the nobles, the commoners, or even those with unknown identities and ulterior motives, all of them were discussing the news that came back from Balta after the weather in the north had turned cold and there were a couple of snowflakes. The royal faction had also gone mad. Other than Makarov, Oberway, and the Wolf Baron, everyone else was like a shark that smelled blood. They were already dissatisfied with the count who ordered them around, and now they were venting their dissatisfaction through various channels. Secret letters were passed to Makarov and the other leaders of the royal faction, and every word written on them was enough to make even the boldest of radicals tremble in fear. It was full of words of advice, abuse, criticism, questioning, and even slander. Makarov could only smile bitterly at Oberway. These things were too obvious, and he could not help but doubt the intelligence of his colleagues. But what made him doubt his own intelligence was the other letters piled up on his desk. These letters were not slander, but letters from the north that conveyed some kind of message. The words written in bright red on the letters were enough to make anyone who read them think that they were reading a ridiculous story. On the 25th of the month of Frost, Count Tonagel conquered the Black Sword Fortress. In this battle, other than the Count himself losing his gargoyles, there were few casualties. After that, Count Tonagel forced, or rather, escorted, the entire imperial army to hold a grand welcoming ceremony for Erewin's diplomatic group. After that, he released all the captives and compensated the Knight's Gate out of courtesy. On the 27th of the month of Frost, Count Tonagel and his diplomatic group passed through the Tory Canyon and defeated several Cruz nobles who came to challenge them. On the 30th of the month of Frost, Count Tonagel and his diplomatic group conquered the Tory territory and extorted a large sum of ransom called compensation for the damage to their reputation and compensation for mental anguish before releasing all the nobles. On the 7th of the month of Winter Harp, Count Tonagel defeated the Cruz's Solstice Knights Legion. On the 15th of the month of Winter Harp, Count Tonagel and his diplomatic group defeated Anzaruda's army. On the 19th of the month of Winter Harp, Count Tonagel, Makarov and Oberway silently read the last sentence of the letter and gently placed it in front of Princess Griffin. They couldn't help but ask tiredly, "All right, Your Highness, can you please tell me what Count Tonagel wants to do?" Princess Griffin glanced at the letter with a guilty conscience. Then, she forced a smile at her two courtiers. "I think His Lordship, he should know what to do." "Really?" Makarov looked at the princess silently. Chapter 9:12. Bettina, you're back. As soon as the maidservant with a lovely round face entered the room, she was surrounded by several other maidservants who chattered and greeted her. Bettina patted her apron and raised her eyebrows to look at the mistress of the house. She then made a gesture to the other maidservants to keep quiet and asked in a low voice, "Let me ask you, after I left, did the Countess have a good rest?" Hearing this question, the sisters immediately became gloomy. Since Scarlet had been placed under house arrest by Her Majesty the Queen, she had been very depressed all day, and sometimes she would talk to her spear, which they did not know where it came from. This made them very suspicious, and they wondered if there was something wrong with the Countess's head. Every day, they had to report Scarlet's daily routine to Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty obviously still cared about Scarlet very much. At least, she never let outsiders handle this matter. Every time, she would personally take time out of her busy schedule to listen to Bettina's report. However, regarding the Countess's strange behavior, Her Majesty did not say anything, so naturally, they did not dare to speculate. Scarlet was always depressed. She did not eat much and slept very little. It was a headache for them. Seeing the expression on the maidservants' faces, Bettina understood something. She sighed and said, "Sigh, let the Countess have a good rest. Don't make a fuss anymore. She must be homesick, but Her Majesty the Queen does not allow her to go back." "Yes, yes," the maidservants replied in unison, "we children from the mountains are always nostalgic for our homeland. I often remember the maple trees in my hometown." Another maidservant looked at Bettina's face and asked in a low voice, "Bettina, you don't look very good. Is Her Majesty the Queen in a bad mood again?" "Shoo," Bettina glared at the maidservant, "don't talk nonsense, but Her Majesty's mood is quite bad today." "What's wrong?" This question seemed to have aroused the maidservants' curiosity. They hurriedly lowered their voices and asked, "Isn't it because of the Countess?" Bettina sighed. She did not know how many times she had sighed. It was as if Her Majesty's bad mood had affected her. "Is it that Count from the countryside again?" "Lower your voice, idiot," Betessa replied, "that Countess came from Erewhon." "Do you know Erewhon?" "It's a small kingdom in the south of the empire." "That's right, our Countess also came from there." "Don't let her hear you talk about her hometown like that." "What Countess from the countryside? How unpleasant it sounds." The maids were startled, and their faces showed lingering fear. Some of them even looked into the room with a guilty conscience. But when they realized that Scarlet didn't seem to be listening to them, they heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned back to ask, "Bettina, quickly tell us, what happened to the Count?" Since Scarlet was under house arrest in the courtyard of the castle, the maidservants naturally couldn't leave, except for Bettina, who had to go to the rose garden to see Her Majesty every once in a while. Girls of their age were full of vitality and curiosity, so they were even more attracted to the outside world, even if it was a small thing. Bettina was a little older, so when she saw the pitiful eyes of her companions, she could only reply, "The Count arrested the local nobles in Suruf. When I went there, I saw Duke Pallet complaining to Her Majesty in the rose garden." She suddenly showed a clever smile and said disrespectfully to the Duke, "You didn't see the Duke's flustered and exasperated look. I've never seen him like this before." "Bettina, did you say that the Count went to Suruf?" The maidservants seemed to be used to such news, and they didn't seem surprised at all. It seemed that since half a month ago, the southern nobles were beaten to a pulp, and it had become a common occurrence in the whole king's city. But they noticed something else and asked curiously, "So, in less than a month, we will be able to see the Count? Before he completely infuriates Her Majesty, Bethesda pouted. When Duke Pallet and Her Majesty were talking, she only dared to stand aside and listen with her head lowered. However, this did not prevent her from hearing how bad Her Majesty's mood was. Besides, she had secretly seen Her Majesty's expression later on. Her face was always cold, but today it was even colder than usual. It was enough to make people's teeth chatter. Bettina thought for a moment and added with a lingering fear, if Her Majesty doesn't hang the Count, maybe we will have a chance to see him. What are you talking about, Bettina? At this time, a slightly low voice sounded. All the maidservants were startled. They were talking so intensely that they didn't even notice when Scarlet came in. The mountain maiden stood by the door of her room and looked at them, and the maidservants were like a flock of startled sparrows. They all shut their mouths, and the room suddenly quieted down. Bettina glared at her disloyal companions and whispered to Scarlet, "My lady. You are talking about Erewhon?" Scarlet didn't care about the matter, but stared at Bettina and asked in a somewhat anxious tone. Oh no, the Count must have heard us, Bettina thought. But she didn't dare to lie, so she answered honestly, "Yes, my lady." "Tell me the truth," Scarlet said with a pale face. In fact, she often couldn't sleep these days. Every time she closed her eyes, she would think of the Count, and it would disturb her. "We are talking about a Count from Erewhon." "A Count from Erewhon?" As soon as Scarlet heard this, she immediately rushed to Bettina's side and grabbed the round-faced maidservant's arm like a ghost and asked loudly. "Ah!" Bettina had never seen Scarlet like this and couldn't help but jump in fright. "Where did that Count come from?" "My lady, I don't know. Her Majesty and the nobles didn't mention it, so I didn't dare to ask," Bettina quickly replied. Scarlet pursed her lips and didn't say anything. The young girl's sharp premonition made her realize something, but she couldn't think of a good way to ask at the moment. Bethesda trembled as she looked at the Count. When she saw the look of confidence and desire in the Count's eyes, she seemed to have understood what was going on. She trembled as she asked, "Count, do you want to hear about his deeds?" Scarlet nodded seriously. "All right, it's like this." Bettina took a deep breath and slowly opened her mouth. After Duke Peruth left, Constance's expression became slightly better. At this time, the Imperial Chancellor, Vjadna Nydivan, who was known as Junior Nydivan, hurried into the Queen's private study in the Rose Garden. The supreme ruler of the Empire looked at him and asked, "What's wrong, Chancellor? Did the Count cause some trouble again?" Junior Nydivan looked at the Queen in surprise. Before he came, he heard from the Chamberlain that the Queen was furious, but now it seemed that was far from the truth. Not only was the Queen not angry, but she also seemed to be in a good mood. Even so, Junior Nydivan didn't dare to relax. He quickly bowed respectfully and answered with a little embarrassment, "Your Majesty, you are very accurate." Indeed, after the Count detained the nobles of Thuruf, a group of young people wanted to take revenge on him, but unfortunately, they were all taken hostage. I heard that the nobles of the south were no longer angry with the Count and were discussing ransom for the hostages, but the old Duke didn't seem to be willing to do so. The old Duke he mentioned was naturally the previous head of the House of Peruth. The House of Peruth was the representative of the new nobles of the Cruz Empire. It was no secret that they had a close relationship with the nobles of the south. In fact, it was because of this that the Queen supported them to become an important force in the imperial court. "Which family's children were taken from?" Constance asked casually. "It was mainly the House of Alcorn and the House of Jean." "Your Majesty, the Duchess is from the House of Jean," Vjadna Nydivan reminded. "I don't need you to remind me." "Of course I know," Her Majesty replied. "These self-righteous fellows dare to look down on the guests I invited. It's good to let them suffer a little." Junior Nydivan seemed to have understood the ins and outs of the matter. He quickly replied, "Your Majesty is right, but the Count is really too much. He doesn't give the Empire any face. The nobles of the Empire can't stand him fighting his way here." "Humph," the Silver Queen snorted softly. "It's normal for young people to be impetuous, but it's true that his grandfather was much calmer than him back then. It doesn't matter. A capable person can be forgiven for being arrogant and unruly. The Empire isn't so intolerant. But don't let him make a big deal out of it. He just wants to get our attention, but if every envoy group comes, the Empire won't be able to stand it. Let the local legions at the border be more vigilant. Even a mere Erewhon can step on their faces. Count Alcorn and Count Jean don't mind losing face. The Prime Minister of the Empire couldn't help but smile bitterly. This Count is really... I don't know how to describe him. He actually did such a thing. Even I almost thought that he was crazy. He's not crazy, Constance replied. This Count knows the Empire very well. He knows that we won't do anything to him. Moreover, this little guy knows his limits. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but I don't believe that you can't, Prime Minister. A thin layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on Junior Nydeven's forehead. He knew in his heart that although the Empire's supreme ruler was conversing with him casually, the Nydeven family's position in the Queen's heart was deteriorating day by day. On the contrary, because of the series of things that Brando had caused, he had met the Queen more often, and the relationship between them had eased up a little. However, the Queen's words immediately put him on edge. He hurriedly replied carefully, "Your Majesty's eyes are like torches. That Count is, after all, that person's grandson." Indeed. The Queen nodded as if she agreed. "Your Majesty, before I came, I heard that you were angry again." Junior Nydeven suddenly asked carefully. "What?" "Your Majesty, your health." "My health is very good. You don't have to worry about me, Prime Minister." Constance knew that this must be a message from Prime Minister Nydeven. Junior Nydeven's intelligence was not inferior to his father's, but he was much less courageous. "I'm angry because of those useless nobles of the Empire. Their faces have been trampled on. Instead of thinking about how to reclaim their glory, they want to tie their gains and losses to the Empire. Cruz's people have not fallen to that extent. It's natural for them to want to take revenge on that Count. I don't think Duke Pallet will let this go, Your Majesty." Junior Nydeven shook his head and replied. "I hope he doesn't cause too much trouble for me." Constance shook her head. Count Alcons and Count Jean know their limits. Junior Nydeven's answer did not match his heart. Constance looked at him and corrected him, "I'm talking about him." The Prime Minister of the Empire was slightly startled and then smiled bitterly. Junior Nydeven stayed in the Rose Garden for half an hour and took time to report the situation in the west and east to the Supreme of the Empire. The Lion Beast men were still attacking the White Hart and Orcus fortresses. Compared to their decisiveness in assembling the army, the progress was slow. On the other hand, the Wind Elves persisted in their attacks in the wilderness of the Four Realms. The Red Army was one of the four main armies of the Empire, and their reputation was not undeserved. The mobilization within the Empire was nearing its end, and the atmosphere of war could be felt even in remote areas. After he said goodbye, Constance watched the Prime Minister of the Empire leave. When the study was empty, she gently tapped on the armrest of the chair and muttered to herself thoughtfully. Does he really know how to use the Heaven's armor? Did Jocelyn secretly go to Erewhon? No, he's not that shallow, Lady Gwendolen. I have a feeling that he's sending us a signal. What is he trying to say? Or is this the attitude of the people of Erewhon? Her cold voice echoed faintly in the empty study, but no one answered her question. Not only that. The story in the room had obviously been going on for some time, but it did not look like it was going to end anytime soon. Bettina continued, "Everyone thinks that the Count is crazy. He actually attacked one of the Empire's fortresses because he didn't receive the proper treatment. God, before this, I always thought that we, the mountain people, were the most rebellious people of the Empire. I didn't expect that compared to the Count, we are nothing. I've long heard that the people of Erewhon have a great king. When he founded the country, he swore that the people of Erewhon would independently protect their own people. I didn't expect it to be true." As she said that, the round-faced handmaiden could not help but sneak a glance at her liege. But she was disappointed to find that Scarlet was unmoved. She only asked blankly, "And then?" She sighed disappointedly and continued, and then, of course, the nobles of the empire would not let it go. They gathered an army and wanted to teach this ignorant outsider a lesson. Of course, the result was not what they wanted. As for what happened after that, I've already told you, Count. That count naturally captured all of them. Not only that, he also took them as hostages and demanded a large sum of ransom from their families. He even named it compensation for damage to reputation or compensation for mental damage or something like that. Scarlet shuddered as if she had been electrocuted. She looked up at her handmaiden and asked in disbelief, "You said compensation for mental damage? You didn't mention this to me before, Bettina." "But that's not the point, Count." Bettina was baffled. But she did not notice that the Count in front of her was gritting his teeth. Once upon a time, she was the one who had been with the Count for the longest time. She had long gotten used to those strange terms. She used to think that it was the Count's only bad habit. But at this moment, those words that he once couldn't understand sounded so familiar to him. Bettina was still rambling on. "In my opinion, the Count did not have to offend the nobles of the empire. After all, he is an outsider. If he flaunts his power now, he will have to suffer in the future. Her Majesty the Queen has been angry a few times because of this, and a few dukes hate him so much that they want to grind their teeth. The only praiseworthy thing is that the Count is in the limelight. Now, in the vicinity of Rusta, I'm afraid that there are very few people who do not know him. I really don't understand what he is trying to do." Halfway through her words, she suddenly froze. She suddenly saw the Count in front of her crying. She hurriedly called out, "Count, what happened to you?" Scarlet shook her head hard. Because she understood. Everything he had done was just to tell her one thing. "I am already here, Scarlet." Like a promise. P.S. I wrote so late today. The sword spirit did not play much. Sob sob sob. I brought Scarlet along to beg for monthly votes. Also, regarding the ether dragon that someone asked about yesterday, the cost of mana is actually a card's Esper ability. The cost of the ether dragon itself is 25 water. However, I also looked at the card's description, and there is actually a problem. I think it should be written as a barrier. Chapter 9:13. The autumn sunset in Anzaruta was very beautiful. The forest between the mountains blended with the mottled rusty red, like flowing colors on an oil canvas. It depicted the long and narrow foggy valleys of the Anzaruta region and the basin plains scattered among the hills. But in the late winter, the scenery changed again. The forest took off its branches and leaves, and the bare woodland revealed the steep cliffs and precipitous cliffs. The snow was white, steep, and majestic, like a giant guarding the canyon basin. The delicacy and warmth of autumn suddenly turned into the firmness and majesty of winter. The change of the 4 seasons was the most fascinating natural scenery in this place. In the season away from war, adventurers from all over the world came to explore this place every year. But at this moment, the lion army was approaching day by day, and the wind elves of Saint Tossol were also fighting with the imperial army in the wilderness of the 4 territories in the north. This charming mountain wilderness was unusually quiet. Brando, wrapped in a thick fur coat, stomped his feet in the snow under the pine trees. His eyes looked at the strip of plains under the foot of the mountain, or it should be called the basin, scattered among the rolling hills. But the further west he went, the lower the hills were, and the flatter it was, gradually, an endless plain. Then to the west, the mountains surged again, forming the shadow of the mountain far away in the horizon. That was the Broken Sword Mountain Range. Let them shut themselves in their own castles and reflect on their actions, Brendel replied as he looked at the valley below his feet. He was answering Miss Eugenie's question about what to do with the nobles of Cruz that he had captured. The Duke's daughter stood in the woods, keeping a certain distance from him, as if she would be involved in any trouble in the future if she got a little closer. He didn't care about this, and continued, "Earl Alcance and Earl Jean don't seem to be willing to pay us the ransom, so they are preparing to continue their revenge." The Duke's daughter stood there unwillingly. She had thought that this was just a normal group of envoys, but later it became a rebel army, and now it had become something similar to bandits. Ransom for hostages in the nobles' war. She was surprised that the Count could come up with such a name. But she couldn't say no. What could she do? She had already boarded the pirate ship and was tied to this damn diplomatic group. Even if she wanted to deny that all this was caused by Brando, well, she would have to wait until she met the Queen of Cruz or returned to Erewhon. As for now, she couldn't leave the group and run back to Erewhon alone, or simply surrender to the nobles of Cruz. Although she really wanted to do that a few times, after thinking about the consequences of doing so, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Count. The Duke's daughter took a deep breath and finally asked, I would like to ask what you want to do. You broke through a fortress of the Empire, humiliated the local nobles of Anzaruta, and defeated the Knight Regiment of Cruz. Well, let's forget about that. The former can be said to be a lesson to the arrogance of the Rogelia Legion. As the diplomatic group representing Erewhon, we do have the right to do so. The latter is because they attacked us first, and we just fought back, which is reasonable. But now, why are you doing this? You are actually asking for a ransom from Cruz. That's right, so what? Brando asked back. Eugenie almost fainted. Normally, the nobles of Erewhon would be more respectful to the nobles of Cruz, but this Count was different. It was as if he didn't want to embarrass the Cruz Empire enough. However, the nobles of Erewhon could be shameless, but the Empire couldn't. The Empire had many vassal states, and many pairs of eyes were watching every move of this behemoth. How could it let a small country like Erewhon ride on its head? At least the rulers of the Empire had a little bit of intelligence, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to realize this. And this was also what she didn't understand the most. What benefits did the Count have by doing this? To build up his reputation? Well, he was famous enough now. He was so famous that almost everyone from the south of Erewhon to the capital of Cruz knew about him. In half of the empire, and in the entire kingdom, all the nobles had reduced their outdoor activities since winter, so they should be talking about this Count's glorious deeds every day. But this kind of reputation probably didn't bring any benefits, because according to what she knew, even the ambassadors were betting on when this Count would be unlucky. Of course, whether Brando was unlucky or not had nothing to do with her, and she didn't need to worry about it. But what made this Duke's daughter worried was that they were in the same boat. If this Count's boat capsized, she would inevitably fall into the water. Thinking of this, she glared angrily at Brando, and the latter's nonchalant expression almost made her grit her teeth. Does this idiot know what he's doing? Eugenie became angrier the more she thought about it. She thought that this young and arrogant man had completely ruined this diplomatic mission. She originally wanted to join this diplomatic mission as a tourist, but she didn't expect it to turn into a war. Count Brendel, I know that you have great power in Aween today, and I'm just an insignificant daughter of a duke. But I still want to remind you that there are many people in this envoy group. There are your students, the future king of the kingdom, your subordinates, and many innocent people. We don't want to be destroyed because of your stubbornness. Do you understand what I'm saying? Brendel's eyes were filled with anger. His eyes were filled with anger, and he looked at Brendel with disdain. Count Brendel, I know that you have great power in Aween today, and I'm just an insignificant daughter of a duke. But I still want to remind you that there are many people in this envoy group. Brando looked back at the Duke's daughter, and thought that it must have been hard for her to endure for so long. Someone like Avram would have been so scared that he would hide in his carriage and not care about the outside world. It was funny how he followed the ostrich policy. Only then did he reply, You're exaggerating, Miss Eugenie. I've never wanted to harm anyone. I don't want to listen to these pompous words, Count. I've had enough. You said that you know what you're doing, but please tell me, why didn't you let those nobles, the Alcons, and the Jean families go? Why did you ask for ransom from their families instead? Asked the Duke's daughter impatiently. Hearing this question, Brando's face became stern. Miss Eugenie, although I accept your opinion, I still want to tell you one thing. These people are now my captives. As for why they became my captives, it's because they provoked us. We didn't invade their territory for no reason. They want to take revenge for the failure of the Black Sword Rampart. Logically speaking, the Empire is the one who is in the wrong, not us. So, since they plan to bully the weak from the start, they should have been mentally prepared for this. He patted the snowflakes on his fur collar. In fact, with his strength, he didn't need to wear such thick winter clothes. He just didn't want to appear too special. Besides, people were lazy and hated work. If he could be warmer, he didn't need to make himself look like an ascetic. Then Brando continued, as for what you said about me asking them to pay the ransom for the hostages, isn't it natural? Are you saying that the historical war between the Erewhon and Cruz nobles is so noble that they don't have to pay the ransom? You're twisting words. Since she had completely let it go, the Duke's daughter no longer tried to use any euphemism. She had read as many books as Brando, so she directly replied, Count, you and I both know that they are from Cruz. The disputes between Cruz and Cruz, the disputes between Erewhon and Erewhon, and the disputes between Erewhon and Cruz are different. In name, the people of the kingdom and the empire are born equal under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. But in reality, this is just an empty statement. Everyone knows that the empire doesn't have to give face to the kingdom, but the kingdom can't not give face to the empire. Today you're happy, but tomorrow the empire will wait for an opportunity to take revenge. What will we do then? I don't believe that you don't know this, Count. You don't have to pretend to be crazy. Outsiders call you crazy and give you the nickname, Crazy Count. They call you the Sword Saint of the Gates, but the people in the envoy group can see it clearly. You know better than anyone that you have a lot of capable people. Even if you can't see this, I think they will remind you. But your subordinate, the wizard named the Shire, and the Elven Knight Lady, they are very smart, but they let you do whatever you want. This shows that you already know that everything you do has a clear purpose. Eugenie replied coldly, but this purpose, other than you and your people, you have kept all of us in the dark. You said that you are fighting for the reputation of the kingdom, but you are treating all of us as fools. At this point, Brando understood that the Duke's daughter was really here to lay her cards on the table. He nodded and said, All right, you're right. Everything I've done is indeed for another purpose. Eugenie looked at him coldly as if to say, You better tell me everything clearly, or I won't play with you. If you don't want to lose, there is a third way other than a draw or a win, and that is to flip the table. But Miss Eugenie, you are still mistaken about one thing. Brando shook his head again. Eugenie looked at him suspiciously, as if she was wondering what the Count was up to. Brando looked back at the valley and then replied, Erewhon's strength is not important to you, but it is very important to me. You may find it unbelievable, but I wanted to teach the Rogerians a lesson at the Black Sword Fortress for a legitimate reason. As for why I did this, it was precisely to make the Empire unable to retaliate against us. He paused for a moment, as if waiting for the Duke's daughter to digest his words, and then continued, Do you think that if we stop now, the nobles of the Empire will let us go? If we return the hostages in our hands, they will let us leave Rosef smoothly? Then I can only say that you are thinking too much. Miss Eugenie, you are very smart, but your understanding of the Empire is often influenced by others. I have already told you that the Empire is only a so-so. But if we return the hostages in our hands today unharmed, won't we be telling them that they can provoke us without any cost? Brando shook his head, This is impossible. I want them to understand that every time they provoke me, they will feel the pain until they can't bear the loss. Hearing this, the Duke's daughter felt that the Count was being stubborn. She couldn't help but ask coldly, All right, my lord. Perhaps what you said makes sense, but have you ever thought that this matter will only get bigger and bigger? Do you know who is behind the Alcos family and the Jean family? It is Duke Pallet, and the Pallet family can be said to be the most powerful noble family in the Empire. If they come to the stage to deal with you, Count, can you still make such a bold statement to make them feel the pain? There was indeed such a possibility. Although Brando was confident, he was not arrogant enough to claim that he could challenge a colossus like the Pallet family. But things would not develop to that point. He shook his head again, Don't worry, Miss Eugenie, things will not develop to that point. What makes you say that? The Duke's daughter asked in annoyance, based on your so-called intuition? You don't believe me? Brando raised his eyebrows. Then how about we make a bet? What bet? Eugenie said in a huff. You help me convince the nobles of Cruz that I will do what I say. If they can't pay the ransom, I will tie them up and take them to Rushta. I will take them to see Her Majesty and reason with Her Majesty. Brando replied. The Duke's daughter looked at him in surprise. You still want to make things worse? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Didn't you say that I understand? Brando looked back at the Duke's daughter and asked in a provocative tone, What, you don't dare to make this bet with me? Why not? Eugenie gritted her teeth and replied in annoyance, But you only said half of it. If I do it, what about you? Brando replied, If you can do it, I promise you that after this matter, it will not affect me, you, the whole delegation, and the kingdom at all. Not only that, this mission will be an unprecedented success, and you will also gain the reputation you want. At least your father will not marry you to some unknown nobleman so early. Maybe some famous scholar will take a fancy to your talent and accept you as his disciple. Then you will be able to fulfill your wish. The Duke's daughter was obviously shocked by this sentence. She could not help but look at Brando with great shock. You, how do you know? Did you use some evil magic on me? I didn't. Brando smiled mockingly. I bribed your maid. Shameless. The Duke's daughter finally could not help but curse. Brando laughed in his heart. He did not have the time to bribe a maid. He only occasionally learned about this young lady's deeds. In his previous life, she was just an ordinary NPC. His understanding of this young lady was actually limited to this. He just used it casually, but he did not expect that it would really scare her. He smiled and continued, How about it? Now it is good for both of us. If you turn back now, whether you go to Cruz or return to Erewhon, you will not be able to escape the blame. The crime of offending the Empire and the Holy Cathedral of Fire will eventually fall on your head. But if in the future I have some merit, you will not be able to get a share because of your hesitation today. Eugenie looked at him and replied with gritted teeth, What kind of merit can a person like you have? It is really the misfortune of the kingdom. But since I promised to make a bet with you, I will naturally do it. She paused for a moment and suddenly became a little suspicious. You're not telling me this because you found your conscience. But then again, you seem to have better people around you to complete this task. Why do you want me to do it? That wizard called the Shire, and that elf lady, they are loyal to you. Aren't they better people? Brando could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He thought to himself, Do I look so untrustworthy? She even doubted this. He thought for a moment and replied, It is because the Shire is loyal to me that they are even more unsuitable for this task. Why? The Duke's daughter was puzzled. What do you want me to do? I forgot to explain to you that I want you to convince the Curlutzian nobles, and at the same time, you have to pretend to let one or two of them go, and at least make them believe that you and I are not in cahoots. Yes, just like what you're thinking now, you just have to explain to them that I'm the only one who's going crazy, and the rest of the envoy group is being held hostage by me. Just tell them exactly what I'm saying, and then let them go to deliver the message. Brando looked at Eugenie, who was staring at him with her mouth agape, and could not help but shake his head. Don't look at me like that. I know that this is what you are thinking now. You do have some self-awareness, the Duke's daughter replied, gritting her teeth. But I don't understand why you're doing this. Isn't your purpose to stop those Curlutzians from coming to trouble us? But it looks like you're afraid that your trouble isn't big enough. Brando raised a finger and shook it at her. Because to beat a snake, you have to beat it to death. It is that simple. Chapter 9:14. In Wonde, the Sabbath day marked the end of the year. Both commoners and nobles would gradually reduce their activities after this day. It was as if the hustle and bustle of the year had died down during this month. People began to hold all kinds of celebrations and banquets to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new year. From the northernmost city of 10 Arms to the southern border of Erewhon, Silman and Abbey's castle, every household began to prepare and pray for the coming year. They prayed that the gods would bless them with peace and prosperity in the coming year. However, it seemed that ever since the end of the Year of Swords, an insignificant conflict between the border of the Kingdom of Erewhon and the Cruz Empire, a farce began to unfold from the southern border of Cruz to the northern border, breaking the peace that should have been there in the past. Since the month of frost, people seemed to have gotten used to the breaking news coming from the southern border one after another. First, it was that the Kingdom of Erewhon had captured the fortress of the Empire, and a count from Erewhon had tried to challenge the Empire's authority. However, in the subsequent rumors, the Count became the side with justice. What he did in the Black Sword Fortress was just to teach some arrogant nobles a lesson. In this era, the pride of the people of Cruz did not degenerate to the point that they needed to show their superiority over a small country. On the contrary, the magnanimity of a large country made the citizens of the Empire value moral righteousness and legitimacy more. Therefore, they were more willing to stand on Brando's side to fight against the arrogant, stubborn, and arrogant nobles of the Empire. Therefore, every time Brando won a victory, the commoners and even the lower nobles of the Empire would applaud him. We should teach those nobles a lesson and make them understand. This was the common view of the lower class of the Empire. However, it did not mean that the upper class of the Empire had lost the support of the people and that the pyramid structure was on the verge of collapse. As long as Brando raised his arm, the Empire would fall apart. Most of the people had the mentality of being indifferent and gloating over the misfortune of others. This kind of rebellious counterattack was always something that the commoners liked to see. Of course, there was a small number of conspirators who were eager to take action and even planned a few small rebellions. However, these unlucky fellows who misjudged the situation were caught by the Silver Queen and organized several operations to eliminate dissidents. In this respect, the Supreme of the Empire indeed had to thank Brando. Therefore, the southern part of the Empire was unprecedentedly lively, and the center of the Empire was unprecedentedly stable. In any case, regardless of whether he was willing or not, Brando and his diplomatic group continued to advance to the north. Rumors of the Count, big and small, were still converging toward the center of the Empire from all directions. On the last day of the month of the Winter Harp, Saint Tossol's Samian Festival, which was known as the Revival Celebration in other regions. After Brando defeated the private army of the Empire's nobles, a famous knight order composed of the local gentry's children, the Solstice Knight Order, and the Anzarida local defense legion led by Count Jean and Count Alcorn, the size of the diplomatic group had expanded from the original medium-sized size of 100 people to a large convoy of hundreds of people. In addition to the carriages of the diplomatic group, there were also more than a dozen large caravans behind the convoy. Inside were the detained nobles of the Empire, old and young, and most of them were famous in history. At the beginning, this hostage convoy only had 1 or 2 carriages. However, after every battle, 1 or 2 more carriages would be added to the convoy, and finally, it formed the current long line of carriages. As for these nobles of the Empire, Brando did not make things difficult for them. At least, he allowed them to maintain a basic level of dignity, and even allowed them to keep their attendants and personal attendants. Of course, these attendants' abilities were limited to running errands, preparing food for their masters, and solving the problems of cold and living. In this way, Brando did not even need to worry about the food of these captives. They could solve the problem by themselves. Of course, he did not exclude the fact that there were some hardliners who wanted to create trouble for him. They would rather starve to death than consume the rations of Brando's diplomatic group. His method of dealing with them was very simple. He just provided these people with basic rations. In the end, after 2 meals of hard bread, these people went to contact their attendants with tears streaming down their faces. Brando was not worried that these people would escape. There were magic alarms provided by the wizards around the convoy 24 hours a day. There were also gargoyles patrolling the sky. In this snow-covered wilderness, how far could ordinary people run? At first, there were a few people who tried to escape. Brando did not even stop them. In the end, a few days later, these unlucky people returned to the convoy, cold and hungry. They felt that they wanted to continue being captives. Brando deliberately relaxed the surveillance of these unlucky people in the convoy. As a result, through the mouths of these unlucky people. Soon everyone knew what happened to them. For a moment, it was a good deterrent effect. The second wave of escape came when the diplomatic group passed by a relatively prosperous area near Wuxia. The successful escape of a few nobles was like a shot in the arm to the hundreds of captives in the convoy. After that, they began to escape on a large scale. Every evening, there would be an endless stream of people escaping the convoy, but almost all of them were caught without exception. After that, the imperial nobles, who did not give up, began to contact people outside the convoy through their attendants and launched a battle of wits and courage to rescue the hostages again and again. The whole process was full of the wisdom and whimsy of the nobles. For example, a passing circus invited Brando, the count, to visit, or a distressed noble daughter asked for help from a foreigner. It was full of the romanticism of the night. Some of them even made Brando laugh and cry. As for the result, after Brando severely taught a few nobles who pretended to be bandits, merchants, prostitutes, mercenaries, noble family members, and even circus members, the caravans behind the diplomatic group increased. After a month of back and forth, the imperial nobles finally realized that their futile escape plan would not work in the eyes of Brando. Although the count looked no more than 20 years old, he was as shrewd as a veteran mercenary group leader who had walked the continent for a lifetime. The disguises and tricks that adventurers, mercenaries, and nightingales were used to were almost non-existent in front of him. Of course, what they did not expect was that while teaching these whimsical fellows a lesson, Brando was also secretly laughing at these people for playing these tricks with him. These were things that he had played too many times in his previous life. In the later half of the world, the player adventurers played much more interesting games than these childish nobles. Some of the things they did not even think of. In the second era, there was a famous case where a player, in order to ambush the Mountain King Sherifang, used an illusion to create an identical stone mountain fortress less than 5 miles away from Alice. Then, he used a barrier spell to hide the entire Alice from the map and make it disappear. No one would have thought that someone would play such a big trick under the eyes of so many people. Even a famous NPC like the Mountain King Sherifang was the same. If not for the Players Guild making a mistake at that time, perhaps the great cause of killing Sherifang would have been completed by them. It was obvious that the tricks of these nobles were really boring in Brando's eyes. He, Sophie, had been a leader for almost 30 years in the game in his previous life. This was not a particularly outstanding experience among the players, but it was very impressive among the NPCs. Even old mercenaries like Rabin and Yuta might not be able to achieve this kind of experience. Not to mention that he had an even older leader, Maynard, by his side. Although the female knight was not willing to admit her identity, this did not prevent her from using her experience. The two often stayed in the carriage all night to study the tricks of these nobles, and the result was naturally that some unlucky bastards would be completely taken advantage of. After leaving Wuxia, the diplomatic party began to gradually leave Anzaruta's territory. At this time, some of the small noble families in the long convoy finally could not take it anymore. They began to ask for ransom one after another. Brando was not particularly difficult for these people. After receiving the money, he generously released them. This kind of generosity won him a reputation among some of the small nobles. The rumors about the Sword Saint and the Mad Earl were not as bad as they were at the beginning. Of course, this was only one part of the reason. On the other hand, the nobles that Miss Eugenie released under his instructions finally began to play their role. Under their exaggerated propaganda, Brando's identity successfully evolved into the image of a foreigner who had different rules and regulations, evolving into the image of a great demon king. In fact, there was nothing wrong with their propaganda. After all, if they did not describe Brando as sinister and cunning, and how good at playing with people's hearts, wouldn't it seem that the people who were caught by him were very incompetent? After all, losing to a powerful opponent may mean that you are weak and incompetent. Losing to an intelligent opponent may mean that you are a complete fool. Losing to an experienced opponent may mean that you are naive and childish. But if your opponent is despicable and shameless, at least you can win the sympathy of the audience. After all, kindness is not sinful, isn't it? So in their description, the treatment and dignity that Brando gave to the nobles disappeared. The nobles who were caught by Brando lived a life worse than hell every day. They were poorly dressed and had no food to eat. Although people probably wondered why a dignified Count Erwin would rob them of their clothes and rations, such a description was in line with the speculation of the people of the empire about foreign barbarians. So these noble statements successfully aroused the indignation of almost all the nobles of the empire in Anzaruta. Of course, this indignation had existed from the beginning, but Count Jean and Count Alcorn had not figured out how to stand on moral and justice so that they could continue to attack Erwin's envoys. Now, under the hands-on guidance of the Duchess of Viro, they finally found a reason to start a war. Although this reason sounded ridiculous and unbelievable, it should be enough to convince Her Majesty the Queen. So, under the watchful eyes of the entire empire, the two counts began to regain their dignity. As described at the beginning, this farce that started from the border of the empire all the way to the hinterland of the empire was once again staged. This was obviously the second season of this farce. As for whether there would be a third and fourth season, it was hard to say. Erwin's envoys finally passed through the last barrier of the Anzaruta Mountains. They were now at a location called Floating Cloud Hills on the Empire's map. For the Empire, it was quite a famous place. In the War of the Holy Saints, this was the starting point of the Great Plains. Looking east from here, there was an endless wilderness, which was the most southwest of the wilderness of 4 territories. And north of here, through a long and narrow corridor called the Evergreen Corridor, it was connected to the famous Flower Ridge in the north. And east of here, close to the Broken Sword Mountains, was the Rokizi Highland, which was the closest place to the Great Plains of Tokunin. At the intersection of the mountains, there were countless fortresses and ramparts that blocked the attacks from the Lion Beast men. In other words, this place was probably the closest place to the war for the Empire at this moment, except for the wilderness of 4 territories and the eastern foot of the Broken Sword Mountains. Since July, this place had entered a state of alert. Today, there were no signs of festivities in other places. Between towns and cities, and between commercial stations, there were few pedestrians. Instead, patrols began to appear more frequently. This place was currently a military depot for the 2 battlefields, and also one of the weakest links of the empire. If it was a normal day, Brando was really worried that the 2 counts of Anzaruta would find a way to persuade some of the great imperialists from the 2 legions in the north and south to pursue and intercept him. But now, the Empire's soldiers were fighting a bloody battle, and obviously, it was impossible for them to participate in the petty games of these nobles. At this time, Brando had finally contacted some of the imperial nobles who were biased towards him through Lenneret's forces in the Empire. But these nobles he first contacted were not the hardcore supporters of the eldest son of the emperor. After all, the military nobles' sphere of influence was mostly in the north and south, which was the traditional sphere of influence of the local nobles and the Holy Cathedral. And these nobles that Brando contacted happened to be some of the local forces who were emotionally biased towards the eldest son of the emperor. They had a common characteristic, which was that their stance was wavering, and their strength was far from enough to affect the situation of the empire. To be more precise, they were just there for show. But these nobles were very important to Brando at this moment. Through them, Brando finally learned some of the internal situation of the empire at this time, especially what happened after Veronica and Mangrove returned to the empire. After the changes in the history of the empire, although Brando still had a forward-looking judgment of the customs of the empire and the habits of the nobles in handling affairs, he was rarely in the dark about the specific direction of the empire after the big explosion and before the Holy War. In fact, since he returned to this era, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. And after contacting these small families, he finally understood what happened after that. Just as Veronica expected, she was stripped of her military power as soon as she returned to the empire. However, the Silver Queen did not punish the Iris family because of this. Instead, she let Veronica's brother succeed as the head of the Legion and take over the position of the head of the Iris family. On the surface, she did this to appease the military forces and not offend the people she would need. But Brando knew that there was a deeper reason. He knew very well that Lady Veronica was actually just a scapegoat in the whole incident. In the eyes of those who did not know the truth, this incident was a punishment for Veronica's carelessness. But in fact, this was just a cover. The Silver Queen was well aware of her role in this incident, and it was inevitable that she would feel guilty for appeasing the Iris family. But what puzzled Brando was that Veronica was not released back to her own territory. Instead, she was placed under house arrest in the imperial capital. Could it be that the Silver Queen was so heartless that she wanted to punish the head of the Legion? No matter how he thought about it, he did not think it was necessary. The Silver Queen knew Veronica's ability, and it seemed like there was no need for her to offend Veronica. But when Brando heard the news, he did not think too much about it. It was not until Maynard reminded him that there might be a conspiracy behind this that he realized that something was wrong. After Maynard learned the truth, she told him, "Her Majesty the Emperor of the Cruz people will make a big move." What's going on? Brando knew that his political experience was not much better than the righteous Knight Ike, so he did not feel that anything was wrong and asked directly. Maynard glanced at him with a rare look of disappointment in her eyes. This gaze was very similar to the one Maynard used to look at him. Think about it. What kind of person is Veronica? How can her brother be so successful? Since you and I both know this, how can the Silver Queen not know? Her actions are equivalent to leaving the Azure Army empty. What kind of forces are in the central region of the Empire? Without the Azure Army, the balance of power will be easily broken. A mature politician will not make such a risky move. But since she has done so, it means that she has ulterior motives. Based on the logic of risk and reward, her actions will not be small. The female knight paused for a moment before replying indifferently, "It's just that we have too little information to deduce what she wants." Brando's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He looked at the knight who was usually quiet and only spoke a few words when they were discussing tactics to deal with the nobles. For a moment, he felt a sense of familiarity with her. When she said those words, it was just like the scene when Maynard analyzed the mission for them. It was just that at that time, Maynard Allium Japonicum was much gentler. He pursed his lips and seriously considered Maynard's words in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. However, whether the Supreme One's actions were good or bad for them was just like what Maynard said. Due to the lack of information, it was impossible to deduce in a short period of time. This matter is getting more and more complicated, Brando couldn't help but mutter to himself, but His Majesty's actions probably won't have anything to do with what we're going to do next. What we need to do now is to deal with the 2 counts. Only by doing this will we be able to take the initiative in the upcoming trip to the Empire. The female knight did not comment, but Medisha answered, "Sir Overlord, I think it's a good thing to focus on one thing, but it's best that we find out more information in this area." Brando nodded this time. In fact, he already had a suitable candidate in mind. Speaking of which, she was the only person he knew in the Empire. Coincidentally, they were very close to each other in terms of geographical distance. Chapter 9:15. Brando naturally thought of the Duke's daughter, Miss Faina. She was Veronica's student, and at the same time, was at the top of the Imperial Noble Circle. She was the most suitable person to get information from. What was even more valuable was that there was no real conflict of interest between him and the Duke's daughter, and he did not have to worry that she would deceive him for no reason. Although the Duke's daughter was arrogant and rude in the loop of trade winds, she did not look like a cunning person. Besides, he really needed someone to prove from the side whether the Crown Prince's supporters in the south were reliable or not. When he dealt with the local nobles of the Empire, he had always cleverly avoided the topic of the Crown Prince. He described himself as a friend of Veronica and Mangrove's overseas military forces in the north of the Empire. This identity naturally made him feel close to the nobles who had a good impression of the Crown Prince. In addition, Lenoret had exposed some of his loyal informants to Brando. Through these people, Brando and his envoy group easily established a relationship with the Crown Prince's faction in the Empire. But these people were not reliable after all, and Brando was very clear about this. He immediately wrote a letter to Faina. There was still a long journey from Floating Cloud Hill to Flower Leaf Ridge, and he did not expect to receive a reply for a while. But at this time, the nobles in the south brought him a new message. This message was also something Brando had asked them to help find out. It was mainly about the current Holy War. Almost at the same time when the Holy War began, Erewhon's envoy group set off for the Empire. When they passed through the bustling areas of Ampere Seal, they could more or less inquire about the war. But after entering the Balta Plateau and then the Anzaruta Mountains, these uninhabited areas were really isolated from the rest of the world. For the past 2 months, except for the conflict with Earl Jean and Earl Alcorn, almost all the information about the outside world was completely blank. According to the nobles and crews, since the big explosion in July and August, the revenge of the Lion people and the Wind Elves at the border opened the curtain of the Holy War. This war was carried out from October to November, and both sides were in a stalemate. It was completely silent in the last month of the Year of Swords. The farce between Brando and the southern nobles of the Empire seemed to have attracted everyone's attention for a while, and it made the ongoing war seem insignificant. After the first round of attack in the Wilderness of Four Realms, the Wind Elves began to withdraw. After all, this was a revenge action based on the tragedy of Perkins. Although it was seen by all parties as the curtain of the Holy War, the curtain had not been lifted yet. Compared to the private actions of the local legions, the two huge empires still needed time to react to this war. This was a unique phenomenon in the Third Holy War. It was as if the limbs of the body were already moving, but the brain was still operating slowly. On the other hand, the Lion people's side was even more strange. When the people of the land began to attack the Rokisi Highlands and the Broken Sword Mountains, they seemed to have fallen into silence. It was unknown whether it was because of the fear of failure or because of the logistical difficulties in the winter, but they did not move an inch. This news, except for the part about Tokunin, was not fundamentally different from what Brando and the rest heard 2 months ago in Ampere Seal. However, the offensive actions of the Wind Elves were predictable. In this era, except for Madara, the central authority of the empires was in fact very limited. Among them, the Cruz Empire was slightly stronger, and the Wind Elves of Saint Tassol were slightly weaker. This was because the Saint Tassol still faced the problem of conflict between the two main races, humans and elves. This problem had not been resolved in Brando's era until the Slate War. Fanzan was even worse. Fanzan was a loose alliance, with the Emir as the main body. Internally, there were also countries like the Grecius Knight Regiment. The north was a fertile land with a city-state system. If it were not for the power of the Templar Church, it would be almost impossible to call it a country. Of course, it was very rare for the domestic situation to be as bad as that of the Kingdom of Erewhon. The three empires were each carrying out internal reforms. Among them, the Wind Elves and Fanzan were at the forefront. The Cruz Empire and the Silver Queen were currently trying to create a highly centralized empire. Lenoret was also ambitious, but for the time being, these huge empires still relied on the local nobles to maintain their operations. The revenge of the Elves of Saint Tassol was initiated by the commander and lord of the Perkins Legion. Although it was in fact tacitly approved by the Elven court, the counterattack launched by the Cruz Empire's Red Legion was in fact initiated by the Silver Queen, but it was also tacitly approved by the Supreme One. Even the Holy Cathedral of Fire did not object. The trick was that both sides had the intention to continue the war, but both sides were not fully prepared. Therefore, it was predictable that the Wind Elves would suddenly pause after launching their attack. However, the Liamon's movements were very strange. Tokunin was a tribal kingdom. This kingdom consisted of the Lion Men and the Dwarves, as well as some orcs and were creatures. The Lion Men, Dwarves, orcs and were creatures formed clans and tribes of various sizes scattered across the plains and the mountains in the north. They had a king, who was the great chieftain of all the clans and tribes in name. They also had a spiritual leader, who was the high priest of the Temple of the Earth, or the prophet. In theory, under the call of the chieftain and the prophet, these tribal people gathered together and decided to launch a holy war. This meant that the Golden Kingdom was ready for the war. However, the current situation was that the Lion Men, Dwarves, orcs and were creatures had gathered together to form an army. However, this army was hesitant to move forward. This situation was promoted by the Empire as the Wuxia Highlands and the Broken Sword Mountains fortress group were not good at sieges. Therefore, these barbarians were unable to launch an effective attack on the Empire. They could only look at the walls and sigh. When winter was over, they would naturally be unable to hold on and return. Most of the nobles who brought this information to Brando believed this. The Empire's walls were high and the city was strong. Unless it was an opponent of the same level as Saint Tossol, how could they possibly break through the Empire's fortress group? However, Brando really wanted to remind these blindly optimistic nobles that one of the Empire's fortresses had been breached not long ago, and the one who did it was the Count of a small country at the border. Now that the Count was right in front of them, shouldn't they think twice before acting so arrogantly? But in the end, he shook his head. The arrogance of the Empire's people was a tradition. It was as if it had become a deep-rooted concept. Once such a concept was formed, it was basically no different from superstition. They would not listen to different opinions. However, he and Maynard knew very well that the Golden Mane Lion Mane Beastmen of Tokunin were not good at sieges, but there were also the mountain dwarves in the army. The mountain dwarves were a tribe of dwarves that lived in the mountains of Wonde. In fact, they only existed in the Temple of the Earth, in the Broken Sword Mountains north of the White Plains. They had been living there since the Dark Age. They dug through the mountains, dug tunnels, and were good at building underground palaces and halls. They had considerable knowledge in architecture and mechanics. They were both craftsmen and warriors. They were the best at sieges, especially digging tunnels. The crew's people seemed to have neglected the craftsmen and warriors who were best at sieges. As for another popular rumor, it was said that the Tokunin army was stagnant because of the winter supply line. In fact, it was nonsense. Nomads and clansmen never needed a supply line. Their habit was to plunder along the way and raise their own supplies. For such an army, it would be strange if they suddenly stopped. Brando looked at the map again and again, but in the end, he still could not figure it out. But he was thinking about something else. In history, when the Holy War began, the Lion Mane Beastmen attacked fiercely. They once broke through the Wuxia Highlands and the Broken Sword Mountains. At the most critical moment, they even threatened the war of the Red Army in the wilderness of 4 territories. But at that time, the Empire's players were too fierce. They used their bodies to delay the Lion Mane Beastmen's advance to the north. It was said that it was the first time the players changed the course of history in the game. The average level of the players in that era was not higher than level 35, and the Tokunin side also had a large army of players. That battle could only be attributed to the unity and strength of the players on the Empire's side. Since then, the Lion Mane Beastmen could only look at the Broken Sword Mountains and the northern plains that were divided into 2 by Anzaruda. Brando was now wondering if history would repeat itself. Of course, he was not talking about the history of the Lion Mane Beastmen being defeated by the players, but the history of the Lion Mane Beastmen breaking through the Wuxia Highlands and the Broken Sword Mountains. As far as he knew, in the battle between the Lion Mane Beastmen and the Broken Sword Mountains, the role of the Tokunin players was limited. This was because the main force of the siege was the dwarves, and the dwarves were one of the races with the least number of players. After all, the Lion Mane Beastmen were tall and mighty, so the dwarves were not. Not to mention, even the female dwarves had to grow beards. A race that could not attract female players certainly could not attract male players. This was the iron law of history. And the significance of this news to Brando was that if history was not disturbed, then the wound in this world would be more likely to repeat itself. But when he asked Maynard about this possibility, she denied it. Now, the Holy War is 3 years ahead of the one I saw in my dream, Brando. The female knight looked at his face and replied. This is because of us. You should know this. The situation now is completely different from that time. Brando did not see it that way. The Holy War was ahead of schedule, but this was not necessarily a bad thing for Tokunin. The Lion Mane Beastmen mobilized quickly for war, and they did not have to prepare logistical support. Besides, they were very mobile in the grasslands, but for the Empire, this meant that they had less time to prepare. So the current situation seemed to be more advantageous for the Lion Mane Beastmen than in history. He mentioned this to Maynard, but the female knight shook her head. It seems so, but the lion-mane beastmen's actions are very unusual. They have not behaved like this in previous wars. In that dream, it was even more so. The battle where they took down the Rokizi Highland and the Broken Sword Mountains was not very clean, but the whole process was very active, which is completely different from the current situation. Brando could not help but frown when he heard this. He knew that Allium Japonicum was better than him when it came to the details of the game's history in the year of Spring Dawn. His knowledge of that history came from the forums and the memoirs of some later players, but for Allium Japonicum, most of it was her own experience. There was a key difference. Before level 30, the game content and story that players came into contact with were very low level, and Allium Japonicum was one of the few players above level 30 in that era. After listening to Maynard's description, Howren could not help but purse his lips, wondering where the difference came from. Maynard saw him thinking and reminded him, "You're thinking about the lion-mane beast men in Tokunen?" Brando nodded. He did not hide anything from Maynard. These days, he had gotten used to discussing such matters with the female knight. It was as if he had returned to the past, and he was looking forward to it. In history, cruise players. Cruise adventurers, you know, people like us, delayed the Tokunen army until July, until the White Legion joined the battle. The war started in May, but that was between spring and summer. In winter, the White Legion would be further south in Lieru, and their reaction time might be faster. We just need to find a way to delay the lion-mane beastman's pace, and we will succeed. He paused for a moment before continuing, "You should have seen my plan. I need a certain amount of prestige. My grandfather's identity is a great advantage, but Brando is too young, so young that it is almost impossible for him to inherit Darius's position in the Imperial Army. But fortunately, his starting point is high enough. People are always willing to believe in some superstitions. If I can do the right thing and confirm some of their visions, then I still have a good chance of gaining a higher position in the army in the future." According to Veronica, the situation in the Empire is very turbulent, and history is completely different from what you and I have seen in our dreams. Whether it is the Queen, the Prince, Duke Ludwig, Bankel's military forces, the Holy Cathedral, or us, if we want to gain the upper hand in this game of chess, we have to be able to determine our own destiny. The only way is to be a chess player, not a chess piece. I was a little hesitant at first, but Scarlett's experience finally made me decide to take this path. I was too naive in the past, thinking that Erwin could settle down in a corner and find his own path in the Black Forest. But in fact, when the tide comes, no one can escape. You and I have both witnessed this, so there are some things that I have to do now, and I have no choice but to do them. Brando replied in a deep voice, "Teaching the nobles in the south a lesson is just the beginning. I need them as a stepping stone to let the Empire know of Erwin's existence. But the only thing that can really connect Brando and Darius is the Holy War. But currently, we are very weak, and it is impossible for us to find trouble with the Wind Elves in Saint Tossol. Our only chance is in Tokunen." Maynard was silent for a while after listening to Brando's words. "You did all this just to save a mountain girl?" she suddenly asked. "From a personal point of view, yes," Brando replied. "It's just like how you planned to save us from Madara in the Bunasan. You lacked rationality, but it was natural for you to do so. You saved us because you were our leader, and you promised to protect every member of your team. I saved Scarlett for the same reason. I promised to give her freedom and hope for the future, so I had to do it. This is an obsession." Maynard listened to Brando's words, and her mouth moved as if she was trying to think of a way to refute him. She knew that he was referring to another part of her experience, but instinctively, the female knight did not acknowledge that it was her. She thought that it was just a dream of hers. But this time, she didn't refute him. Instead, she replied as such. "This obsession is the driving force behind my return to this world," Brando replied. "I don't want to give up a second time, Senior." "I'm not." Maynard finally sighed. "Well, I have to tell you one thing, Brando. You rely too much on everything you've seen in your dreams. I don't know why you always believe in that dream so much, as if it had really happened before. But a dream is a dream after all. For me, the greatest benefit of it is that it gave me a different life experience, allowing me to mature quickly and stand out from my peers. But I never thought of confirming anything from this dream, because if I did, this world would seem too illusory to me. And in you, I seem to see another version of myself. You always act with great foresight, but the more you rely on that dream, the more you can't free yourself from it. For you, for a lord, for a count of the empire, the female knight looked into Brando's eyes, paused, and then said word by word, "It's too childish." Brando was completely stunned. He never thought that Maynard would say such a thing to him, but her tone was completely like the person who taught him how to be a qualified commander. "But," he replied. Maynard seemed to have expected what he was going to say. She shook her head and said, "Actually, you already know what to do, Sophie." Brando froze as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at the female knight as if he was possessed. "It's because of your dependence on that dream that you can't trust your own judgment." Maynard shook her head and changed back to the way she addressed him. "Do you understand now?" Brando was stunned for a long while before he seemed to understand what the female knight meant. He looked at her deeply and said, "You mean, should analyze what the lion people in Tokunin will do? Didn't you analyze it well just now? I've taught you how to analyze the mission and how to plan the mission. Today, at least I can see that you've learned very well." Maynard smiled. "If I were your allium japonicum, I would be very pleased, but unfortunately, I'm not. And you are not Sophie, Brando. You have more knowledge than even Sophie has. You are the Count of Erewhon, you should understand this." Brando took a deep breath. He shifted his gaze back to the map. "Well, I understand," he replied softly. "All in all, we still have to prioritize the mission. Since the guests have arrived first, as the host, we naturally can't neglect our guests. This is the demeanor of the nobles of Erewhon." Maynard nodded. "Exactly. In the last 10 days of the month of Dongqing, the eyes of the entire empire were focused on a war that was both unexpected and expected. On this day, the army gathered by Count Jean and Count Alcorn finally arrived at Floating Cloud Hill. Chapter 9:16. The vast starry sky hung diagonally above the highlands. The starlight shone on the gray-brown rocks, the sparse withered grass, and the bare branches of the trees. It was as if this picture had never changed since the age of chaos. For thousands of years, the old constellations in the ancient starry sky dimmed, but they would burn brightly again. The new and the old kept replacing each other until the gods left the world. But the starry sky was still as bright as before. The cold wind howled from the highlands, and the grass and trees drooped. The sound of horse hooves came from afar. Soon, they could see the knight on the horse. He was wearing a gray battle robe, and a magic light ball was floating not far from his shoulder. These border fortress cavalry were not uncommon in this area. Since the Tokunin lion beastmen's invasion, routine patrols had become more frequent. But on the Rokizi Highlands side of the Broken Sword Mountain Range Fortress Group, such patrols were more or less overstaffed. The knight let the magic light ball fly around the road and then returned to his side. The light ball swept across the grassland and there was nothing unusual. It was unlikely that there would be anything unusual. This was the Empire's territory, and the lion beast men were far away on the other side of the Broken Sword Mountain Range. Nothing unusual. Nothing on my side either. Well, to be honest, I still don't understand the purpose of our work. Those stinking lions are still far away from here. Why do we have to brave the cold to look at these rocks? In this godforsaken place, there are only rocks and rocks. Sometimes I even wonder if even a lizard would want to stay under these damn rocks. Rock lizards will build their nests under these rocks, brother. So the enemy of the Empire is those rock lizards? The knight chuckled. Enough, you idiot, the captain of the knights scolded. Don't ask a question you already know the answer to. Our main mission is to guard against the bandits and cultists within our borders. Don't be greedy. I heard that the Rogerians couldn't even defeat the Awin's people, and were chased away by a bumpkin from the south. The knight burst into a roar of laughter, which gradually faded away into nothingness. As the light of the magic gradually faded away, a pair of shining eyes appeared under the shadow of the rock. It was a pair of prismatic pupils, like a cat's eyes in amber. The owner of the eyes stood motionless beside the weathered rock, staring at the direction where the Imperial Knight disappeared. Its scaly skin was almost the same color as the grayish-brown soil. It waited until the Imperial Knight was far away before it moved slightly, revealing a triangular head. This strange creature was wearing simple leather armor. There were some metal pieces on the leather armor, but the surface had been specially treated, as if it could blend in with its skin. It carried a longbow on its back, which was obviously its main weapon. It made a hissing sound as it turned around and walked behind the rock. After crossing a large grassland, a cliff appeared. It stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. Below the cliff, on a steep narrow path, there was a creature that was almost the same as it, looking in this direction vigilantly. It immediately raised its hand to the other party and hissed a strange word. The latter immediately turned its head and used the same voice to pass down the cliff. Then, 3 or 4 of the same words were answered in the canyon. After a while, 1, 2, 3, and 4 similar creatures separated the fog in the canyon and appeared from the bottom of the cliff. Behind them, there was a long tail. It was obviously an army, which was almost entirely composed of these lizard creatures. They were well trained and silent. When they received the command, they immediately began to climb up the cliff. At first, there were only a few of them, but soon, dense black spots covered the entire cliff. A few more black spots quickly rose from the bottom of the canyon. They were a kind of monster with a human face and a bird's body. They were flying through the fog, flapping their wings and flying out of the fog. These harpies whistled over the lizardmen's heads. The lizardmen standing beside the cliff turned around, and the moment it turned back, countless harpies were flying out of the fog, one after another towards the southern sky. It seemed that in an instant, these monsters covered the entire night sky. The lizardmen began to climb up the cliff, and soon, more strange creatures appeared behind them. Cavemen, minotaurs, nest lords, manticores, cave giants, and finally, a Medusa wearing a white linen robe with snake hair and a human face. Medusa came to the lizardman's side and said something with a strange accent. The lizard man turned around to look at her, nodded, and said something in the same language. Medusa smiled and spoke again, but this time, she spoke in the ancient Tokunin language, "Praise the Holy Earth, praise Martha." At this moment, beside the two of them, an army that was hidden in the darkness, hidden from all history and legends, and hidden from everyone's expectations was stepping onto the stage of this era. They all had a common name, Jorgendi Ridge. The night was quiet in the hills, and in the valley surrounded by mountains, the diplomatic group's camp was divided into 2. Most of the tents and carriages were the captives of the nobles of the empire. Brando did not have to worry about the tents and carriages because they were prepared by the nobles of the empire. These nobles who were once arrogant but now became hostages were not mistreated in any way. Other than not being able to freely enter and leave the camp, Brando allowed them to buy all kinds of luxuries, except for women, of course. On the other hand, the diplomatic group's camp was much smaller in comparison. The carriages surrounded only a few tents, and the largest and most luxurious one was Nun Princess Magadal's tent, followed by Dilferi's tent, which was specially prepared by Brando for the daughter of Count Yenbao. As for the little Prince Haru's tent, it was not very eye-catching, and was even slightly inferior to Avrum's, which was in line with his sister's teachings. But at this moment, the little prince's tent was brightly lit, and there were even sounds of dispute from time to time. "Your Highness," Baron Lutney's voice was not loud, but it was very powerful. He was an envoy from the kingdom, an envoy sent to the diplomatic corps. It sounded very strange and unreasonable, but it also showed the royal faction's helplessness in a way. What Brando did was too shocking. Of course, Makarov and Oberway could not guess how the Emperor of the Cruz Empire would view this matter. But if they were to look at it from the worst perspective, the only way they could think of was to send an envoy to find a way to make the Count control his actions. The Baron in front of them represented Makarov, but he was not Makarov's trusted aide, but a more fanatical member of the royal faction. Before he came, he had already made up his mind that he would not be able to convince the unruly count. But he did not forget that there was a crown prince in the diplomatic group. If the prince supported him, and the other nobles' descendants stood on his side, Brando would not be able to do it alone, right? He had already planned it out, so when he arrived at the diplomatic group, he went to find the prince in the middle of the night. He picked a time when most of the others were present, and when Brando and Maynold left to investigate the battlefield. He looked at Haruz and continued, "These days, are you just going to watch the situation develop like this?" Haruz looked at her in confusion. "Mr. Envoy, I don't understand what you're saying." "I'm saying that since the Ebon Rampart, you have not expressed any opinions. What is going on right now, Your Highness? Can't you see it at all?" Haruz lowered his long eyelashes and thought for a moment. "I think I understand," he said, "but I don't think my teacher has done anything wrong." Baron Lutny looked at the future crown prince in astonishment, as if he had heard wrongly. For a moment, he almost wanted to go up and pull the prince's face to see if the young prince had been secretly swapped by his crazy teacher, or if he had been fed some kind of magic potion by that guy. "Your Highness." He could not help but say with a dry mouth, "Do you know how dangerous what he wants to do is? He is gambling with the fate of the kingdom and the fate of millions of people." Baron Lutny, at this moment, Dilferi finally couldn't help but speak. Although she still looked a little sickly and her complexion didn't look too good under the candlelight, she still frowned and replied weakly, "When you said that, did you really think about the fate of millions of people? Do you really think that it matters to you?" Baron Lutny's face did not turn red, and his heart did not skip a beat as he replied, "All right, I admit that it was just an excuse, but you can't let him do as he pleases. I think the Count knows what he is doing, he is not such a selfish person." Dilferi thought for a moment and replied. "You," the Baron from Ampere Seal looked at these people, and for a moment, he could not help but feel a little confused. Are these people still nobles? Where do they stand? Helpless, he could only ask for help from an outsider. "Princess Magadal, what do you think? I am not Erewhon's people, and it is not appropriate for me to interfere in your affairs. However, at the Black Sword Rampart, it was indeed the Empire's fault. When this matter reaches the Holy Cathedral, I will also stand on the side of justice." The nun princess smiled gently. "Besides, I still owe the Count a favor, so it is reasonable for me to help him." Baron Lutny was speechless for a moment. Now, only that damn fatty Avram was on his side. At first, he thought that there was also the Duke's daughter who looked more rational, but Miss Eugenie bit her lip, and with a bitter look on her face, she refused to speak. He could not help but look at Enaid, who lowered her head and looked at her toes, not saying a word in this situation. As for that guy from Lantern Island, needless to say, he was firmly on Brando's side. Ever since that guy saved those refugees at the Black Sword Rampart, he had stepped on the same boat as the Count. As for that officer from Yanalasu, Baron Lutny felt that a mere officer might not be qualified to participate in this meeting, so he could not be bothered with him. But in this way, he suddenly found that he could not persuade anyone, and this was quite different from his original plan. He stood there for a long time, and finally Haruz said to him thoughtfully, "Mr. Envoy, I think I understand what you mean. I will persuade the teacher a little. It is late, you should go and rest." Baron Lutny looked at the little prince, speechless. He did not want a little persuasion, which sounded unreliable. If that lunatic could listen to advice, he would not have done such a heinous thing. When he walked out of the tent in a daze, he could not figure out what the problem was for a while, but he had a strange thought in his mind. It seemed that the little prince was a little different than before. In the past, this prince would not have dared to ask him to leave so tactfully. After everyone left one by one, a graceful figure quietly sneaked into the little prince's tent. The newcomer was dressed in a white robe and sat down next to Haruz with a smile. She looked at the little prince with her slanted eyes and said, "They verbally support your teacher, but they may not think so in their hearts." Haruz replied with some embarrassment, "Because no one knows what the teacher is thinking. After all, Erewhon can't bear the thunderous anger of the Empire." "Sister Lasmika, what do you think?" Realistically speaking, Medusa smiled mysteriously, the reason he chose is very naive. The empire can have dignity, but small countries don't. In the eyes of the nobles, the reason for war should be more practical things: land, population, power, and money. But from an ideal point of view, for your kingdom, it does need a flag that can gather people's hearts and beliefs. But Lasmika looked at the little prince playfully, as if she found it very interesting. Legitimacy and orthodoxy, these sacred words, what do they mean to account? Why are those who support you and your sister so frightened and exasperated? You and your sister are really a pair of naive little cuties, and that count is also ridiculously naive. I'm really curious that the fate of a kingdom is in your hands. Yes, this may be fate's arrangement. It's always so wonderful. Haruz looked at Medusa in a daze. Sister Lasmika, but you know, I've never been interested in this. Teacher is very good to me. He is an upright person, and I like him very much. This is where you are naive, little cutie. Medusa approached the little prince, held his face with her hands, and breathed on his face like orchids. What belongs to you will always be yours. This is the meaning of orthodoxy. As long as you are still in this world, he can never be His Majesty the King of Erewhon. People gather around him because of justice, and they will leave him because of injustice. One day, I really want to see what he will choose in the end. But, the little prince shook his head seriously, I don't think teacher is that kind of person. She giggled. Maybe he'll surprise us all. Lasmika let go of Haruz and said to him with a smile, you just asked me what I think. What about you, Your Majesty the future king, what do you think? Haruz frowned slightly. I think, he said, I think my master is right in what he says. Ideals are of value to men. But my sister, Monsieur Makarov, Lord Oberwell, they have taught me the importance of ideals and convictions. Why, when it comes to matters as they are, do men always favor practical interests? Ideals can't be eaten, Your Highness. After Lasmika said this, she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes flashed slightly, and she patted Haruz's shoulder gently. But maybe this is just a way for the weak to comfort themselves. Little prince, if you really want to know what your teacher thinks, you might as well let me see him. Sister Lasmika, if you want to see teacher, can't you do it at any time? No one in the camp will stop you? Haruz asked, puzzled. Lasmika smiled mysteriously and looked at the little prince silently, as if the latter had said something stupid. Haruz was slightly startled, as if he understood something, and replied, I see. Then please go and see teacher, Sister Lasmika. Little cutie, Lasmika gently kissed the little prince on the forehead, let me tell you a secret. What? The magic that your teacher taught you is an ancient magic that has been lost for a long time. Even I have only seen a few records of it on some remnant stone tablets. I still don't understand the meaning behind his actions. I know, Haruz replied, teacher told me that my talent is better suited to learn this kind of magic. Medusa looked at him with her prismatic pupils. Then he must not have told you the other thing. Haruz looked at her, puzzled. Ancient magic, through the hands of two men, was only taught to 4 people. Their names were the Sage of Earth and Tolerance, Elanta. The Sage of Light and Justice, Fanzan. The Sage of Flame and Courage, Flame King Gretel. The Sage of Flowing Wind and Wisdom, Saint Tossel the Wind Empress. They were the kings of kings, the ancient sages, the pioneers of the history of black iron. Since them, no one has systematically mastered ancient magic. The little prince opened his mouth slightly and sat there in a daze. Brando and Maynard rode side by side on the rolling hills. The starry night was gradually fading, and the sky in the east was pale blue. They could vaguely see the flashes of light on the horizon of Antres. It was the evergreen walkway, the most prosperous area between the floating cloud hills and the flower leaf territory. Count Gideon chose a good battlefield. Brando looked into the distance at the continuous forest on the rolling hills and suddenly spoke. Maynard looked back at him. The players of the Empire once wrote the most inspiring stories here and changed a part of history. Today we are going to do the same here. The stories that happened in this land are always so similar. Brando's vision suddenly reflected a sea of spears. The army of the Anzaruda nobles was entering the battlefield they had already booked. He took a breath, patted his mount, and said to Maynard beside him, "Let's go back, we have seen enough." The knight nodded silently. Chapter 9:17. The secret letter from Hillet Manor was sealed in a thick envelope and sent to the Queen's desk overnight. The flame-shaped emblem on the surface of the envelope indicated that it was a secret letter related to the military, but 7 layers of flame patterns indicated that it was not very important. Constance asked the maid to open the envelope, then took a look at the letter and handed it to Prime Minister Naidevan Jr. Hillet Manor was one of the royal family's secret informants in the floating Cloud Hill area. The secret magic letter from there was naturally related to the Earl of Erewhon. Prime Minister Naidevan Jr. looked at it and shook his head gently. There's no end to it. But the Queen herself did not seem to care too much. She replied, "Darius' grandson forced them, but this is what they deserve." On the letter was written in Kurlut's language, "Your Majesty, the nobles have already prepared their troops to meet the Count from the Kingdom of Awin. The commander of this army is Earl Jean. They are now resting in Hemlock Town, Valgus Town, or the nearby areas. It is reported that there are 3 other earls and dozens of knights who have responded to the call. When this letter was sent, they should be on their way. This message was sent a day ago." Floating Cloud Hill. The sky in the east was turning white, and the stars were fading away, marking the dawn of a new day. In the red pine forest bathed in the morning light, the Count was anxiously looking at the western horizon. It was as if what Her Majesty had said was true. He was beginning to feel that he had been caught in a trap of his own making. For the 3rd time the Earl of Gideon, in a state of agitation, the scout asked, "You went to the east, west, and north. Are you sure you didn't see anyone from the Moore and Cooper families or the Walker family?" "Not a single person." The scouts were a few experienced knights. Most of them came from various legions and left the army because of fights, injuries, old age, or other problems. They were very experienced. After leaving the army, they either joined a mercenary group or became a retainer of a noble. But at this moment, these old soldiers looked at each other and shook their heads. "Sir, no." They said, "Sir, no." "Yes, we didn't see anyone." "Damn it. Have you ever been to Ironwood Town?" Count Jean clenched his teeth, almost crumpling his gloves into a ball. "Sir, we've been there as well, but the place is peaceful. The local residents don't know what's going on." The riders immediately replied. "Then, did you see any signals from the Moore and Cooper families, or the Walker family?" "No, sir." The riders shook their heads in unison. Earl Jean sucked in a breath of cold air. "Only one flag?" Brendel and Maynard returned to the encampment after a simple investigation of the battlefield. In the war theories of the empires and the neighboring kingdoms, the task of scouting the battlefield was mostly left to the cavalry, and the commander would overlook the entire battlefield from a high vantage point. In a small-scale battle, the entire battlefield would not be more than 10 miles wide, so it was easy for them to scout it. It was easy to have a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. However, Brando and Maynard chose to use the player's method. Even if they used aerial units to map the battlefield and make a sand table, as the commander, they only needed to have an intuitive understanding of the entire battlefield. The advantage of this method was that it was more conducive to hiding one's intentions, especially the direction of one's troops entering the battlefield. In the Second Dark War of the Second Dark War, Madara was the first to use this method, but it was carried forward by the players. In this era, it was an extremely advanced tactical idea. However, the news that the gargoyle brought back gave him a huge shock. In the direction where he and Maynard had previously discovered the movement of the aristocratic private army of the Crew's people, they quickly found the army hidden between the red pine forest from the air. Its main body was composed of aristocratic spearmen and some crossbowmen, and they also found a small number of cavalry. These aristocratic private armies were very well equipped, especially the way the spears in the hands of the spearmen reflected light. Basically, all of them were equipped with iron. Even the standard imperial spears with steel tips were very popular in the army, almost reaching more than 80% of them. In addition to the crossbowmen, even the spearmen were equipped with chain mail. The knight was almost all in full armor. This level of equipment was not inferior to Erewhon's frontline legions such as the White Lion Legion and the Black Blade Squad. As for the aristocratic private army, even if it was not common in the Empire, it was not uncommon. Even in the Empire, they were not common. They were most likely the personal guards of the great lords. And here, those who could be called great lords were either Earl Alcorn or Earl Jean. After all, this was the south, not the bank area near the center of the empire, or the northern area controlled by military aristocrats like Ludwig. But what made Brando feel very strange was that there was only one army in the forest. He repeatedly asked the gargoyle to confirm the emblem on the flag, but it could only distinguish one kind. That emblem is the emblem of Earl Jean. He came here himself, then what about the others? Are they lying in ambush? Brando couldn't help but look at the female knight beside him with some disbelief. Maynard shook her head gently. It was basically impossible to ambush. The gargoyle's vision was very wide. When they swept across the sky, they could almost see the whole surrounding hills. After the Battle of the Black Sword Fortress, the Cruz people understood the existence of gargoyles in their army. Although the aristocrats of the empire were arrogant, they were not stupid. On the contrary, it was impossible for them not to have heard of the gargoyle's ability. Therefore, it was unlikely that they would let their army lie in ambush in vain. Unless they were lying in ambush on the periphery of the battlefield, but in that case, they would not be able to support in time. If they were to lie in ambush so blatantly, wouldn't they be treated as fools? Would Earl Jean bring 1,000 men to fight them to the death? It was impossible even if one used their knees to think. Although the summer solstice knight regiment that was defeated by them at that time was about the same number of knights, but as a local knight regiment of the empire, they were much more powerful than the private army of the aristocrats. Because the female knight instinctively thought that there was no such possibility. Brando naturally knew this point. The only remaining possibility was that the enemy's army was covered by magic. Such a case only appeared in history after the Third War of the Black Rose. The first to use it was the Fanzon, and then it gradually spread. If the Earl really came up with such a brilliant idea in this era, he could be considered an outstanding tactical talent. However, the prerequisite for this was to have an independent and centralized wizard group. The size of this wizard group was far beyond the wizards under Brendel's command. Not to mention whether the Kurlutz people could assemble such a wizard group in such a short time. Even if they did, their hidden army was a little too much. He patted his forehead, and for a moment, he was confused. What are Cruz's people trying to do? Maynard also shook her head in confusion. She had never seen such a battle in her dream, and the military knowledge and tactical skills she had learned in this life did not seem to be able to explain what Cruz's people were trying to do at this moment. Unable to detect the enemy's movements, Brando did not dare to act rashly. Although he knew that he had overwhelming power in his hands, he did not want to cause unnecessary losses in a small fight with the nobles of the empire. Secondly, he did not want to use some of his trump cards in such a low-level conflict. He thought about it for a moment and decided to let the White Lion Guard stand by. In the ground, he arranged for the iron puppets provided by the Buga wizards to be back up on both sides. He had not used these secret weapons in previous battles, but the current situation was a bit strange, and he had to be careful. Fortunately, the only advantage he had now was that he had discovered the enemy, but the enemy had not yet discovered them. He had time to wait for the Earl's next move to see if the other party would reveal any flaws. Time passed by slowly, and the morning fog gradually faded from the hilly area. At first, it was the open hills, and then the light in the forest gradually became brighter. The sun moved a little bit to the middle of the sky, and the visibility in the hilly area was getting better and better. Brando stood behind the bush and gradually could see the outside of the forest with his naked eyes. There were a few flags scattered in the forest, but what made him very confused was, almost 2 or 3 hours had passed, and the enemy still did not move. Did they discover us? Brando thought for a while, but he could not explain what was happening at the moment. This was the only way to the Evergreen Corridor, so it was reasonable for the Earl to stay here, but the problem was that he had not seen the other party send any scouts in this direction. Earl Jean seemed to have gone crazy. The army was holed up in the forest, and it did not look like an ambush, but more like they were simply hiding. But the problem was, if the other party wanted to hide, wouldn't it be better if he did not leave his castle? Why did he have to come to the wilderness to suffer? Brando was puzzled, but at this time, Earl Jean was actually more anxious than him. The Earl of the Empire was really going crazy. The feud between the southern nobles and the country bumpkin from Erewhon had attracted the attention of the entire empire. From the nobles of the kingdom to the commoners, even the people who really held the highest power in the empire moved their eyes away from the two ongoing and temporarily silent holy wars to watch the show. It was precisely because of this reason that no matter who it was, he, or Earl Alcorn, absolutely could not retreat half a step. Otherwise, they would become the laughingstock of countless people. Behind them was the Pallet family, and Duke Pallet would also lose a lot of prestige and face because of this. This account would naturally be counted on them in the end. Therefore, he made an agreement with Earl Alcorn that they must stop the Earl from Erewhon in the Floating Cloud Hills. They did not expect to completely defeat the other party. They still had self-awareness and understood that the combat strength of their troops was not as good as the Empire's Border Legion. They were not even a match for the Solstice Knight Regiment. But at least they had to make the other party feel troubled. If they could save the noble hostages in their hands, then it would be a happy ending. For this reason, they gathered almost all the local nobles in the Southern Territory who stood on the side of the Pallet family, including 4 long-established families and countless lords and knights of all sizes. Although this army was mixed, there were at least tens of thousands of people gathered together. In their opinion, it should be more than enough to deal with an envoy group of only a few hundred people. There was more than enough. However, at the last moment when everything was ready and only the east wind was missing, on this morning, he encountered an unexpected problem. Earl Jean seemed to have suddenly lost contact with all his other allies. These allies should have been stationed near the various settlements or towns in this area. He had even sent people to contact them one by one the day before. But now, these people seemed to have evaporated into thin air and disappeared for no reason. The Earl's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The first thought that popped into his mind was whether he had been betrayed by those damned bastards. But this thought only existed instinctively for a split second before it was rejected by him. He understood that anyone else could go back on their word against him, but it was absolutely impossible for Earl Alcorn to do so. The two of them were on the same boat. However, if he accidentally capsized, then he would definitely not be the only one who would have to face Duke Pallet's thunderous anger. Then the only possibility was that his allies had been unknowingly killed off by the terrifying Aween man in front of him. Originally, this idea was very absurd. It sounded like a fantasy for an envoy group of a few hundred people to quietly get rid of tens of thousands of nobles' private armies within a radius of dozens of miles without alerting each other. But now, the more the Earl thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He had not really had any dealings with Brando before, although Brando had captured some of his subordinates. He had many nobles under his command, and one of them was even his nephew, but the previous conflicts were actually private conflicts between these local nobles and Brando. If not for Brando's insistence on holding these hostages and slapping him in Earl Alcorn's face, and even slapping the face of the big shot behind them, he would not have wanted to deal with such a lunatic. But although he had never met the Earl of the Kingdom, he had heard a lot of rumors about Brando. The most clear one was the part where he attacked the Imperial fortress. It was an entire legion that was completely subdued by him. They were neither defeated nor defeated, but were completely captured and forced to do as he wished. Do things. Earl Jean suddenly realized that he might have done something stupid. He actually thought that he could defeat such a terrifying person. Even if he had tens of thousands of men under his command, how could he compare to the Rogerian Border Legion? At this time, the Earl's mind was full of nonsense. He sent his men to continue to the direction of his allies' camp to find out what happened. If he could not meet them on the road, then at least go to their previous camp. If they were not there, or if they found traces of the battle, Earl Jean thought for a moment. How could he arrange a safe escape route for himself? But not long after, the scouts he sent out finally came back on horseback. Although these riders looked travel-worn and exhausted, there were no bloodstains on their bodies, and no one showed any signs of injury. This meant that they were not intercepted. This discovery made Earl Jean a little relieved. He quickly asked, "What about Moore, Walker, and the Cooper family? And what about Count Alcorn? Did you find them?" He asked the questions in his heart like a machine gun, but before he said 2 sentences, he suddenly stopped. Because he saw that his men were looking at him with a very strange look, which made his hair stand on end. What's going on? He subconsciously felt that the problem might be a little serious, even beyond his expectations. The oldest of the scouts licked his lips and could not help but answer with a somewhat dry voice, "My lord, Earl Alcorn and the others, what's wrong with them? Can you not look like you've seen a ghost? Well, even if there are really undead, it's not like you haven't dealt with those things before." Earl Jean frowned and looked at his subordinates with great dissatisfaction. The reason why he took them in was because of the experience of these veterans, but these people had never behaved like this in the past. Even when they climbed out of a pile of corpses, they did not behave like this. But at this time, suddenly, a messenger ran back from the front, trembling. His face was pale, and he ran while shouting, "My lord, it's Erwin's people, they're here." Earl Jean was shocked. This was what he was most afraid of now. He quickly turned around and looked at the guy. "What did you say? Erwin's people are here? Is it Erwin's envoy group?" But the messenger kept shaking his head. "No, it's those dragons. Blue, green, so many of them, they're all over the sky. Come and take a look, my lord." The guy's voice was almost wailing. After waiting for another long hour, Brando finally found that the strange noble army in front of him did not seem to intend to move, but at this time, he finally lost his last bit of patience. Although he had already imagined all kinds of possible situations, this was obviously an exception. Obviously, he could not endlessly waste time here with the Earl. If the Earl did this to provoke him to take the initiative to attack, he had to admit that he did it. Fortunately, this was not a particularly complicated problem for Brando. Although it was not up to him to attack or not, the choice of how to attack was in his hands. Of course, he could not expose his intentions to the other side first. Since the other side wanted to see what he had, the best way was to let the Shire command the ether dragons to test the waters. And so, he did. But the final result was far beyond his expectations. In fact, it was also beyond the expectations of Maynard, the Shire, and even the little Princess Medisha. The Shire had just let the ether dragons enter the battlefield when a person ran out from Earl Jean's army. Brando was sure that if he was not mistaken, that person was holding a white flag in his hand. At that moment, even he could not help but be deeply confused. Could it be that the Earl came here to surrender to him? Is this how the people of Cruz fight? Chapter 9:18. Great Glacier. This was a world of ice and snow. The glaciers crisscrossed like stacked glass, forming a crystal-clear world. The biting cold wind carried snow all year round, like a sharp blade, carving deep scars on the smooth ice surface. Day after day, it formed the rugged and strange landscape of this place. However, in such a harsh and dangerous environment, there were still outsiders. An old sorcerer in a silver robe was struggling to sneak through the snow. He held an ivory staff in one hand and a pointy sorcerer's hat that looked like it could be blown away at any time. His snow-white beard fluttered wildly in the bone-chilling icy wind as he stepped into the knee-high snow. The staff in his hand was called Tyr, which meant knowledge. It was owned by the Bugas. It was the 3 keys to the truth, knowledge, wisdom, and reason. However, this divine artifact was now used as a walking stick. The old sorcerer moved slowly along the valley, as small as an ant. He crossed the blue ice and came to an open space and stopped. This was a huge valley. Black rocks protruded from the snow, forming steep peaks around. Between the peaks, the wind and snow were much lighter. The old sorcerer looked around. There was a man-made building in the valley. It was supposed to be a tower suspended in midair. It was a bit like a beautiful obelisk. It was snow-white and hundreds of feet high. However, it had already collapsed. Part of its wreckage had been buried under the snow. The surface that was originally covered with mysterious patterns was also frozen. It was obvious that the destruction was not recent. The third one. The old sorcerer shook his head and said to himself. As if in response to his words, a disdainful snort came from the cold wind. It was a woman's voice. It was low and hoarse, but it was full of majesty and power. William, I told you that you would come back here. How about it? You should have noticed that the boundary of order is rapidly fading, and the fragile laws are collapsing day by day. Everything is as described in the prophecy. But your laughable efforts were in vain. This time, there will be no idiot to save you, the old sorcerer, or perhaps one of the most powerful beings in this world, one of the 12 silver rings, the master of Canage, the lord of time and space, did not even flinch. My esteemed Lady Fuchsia Cath, or should I call you the 7 dragons, or should I call you the evil dragon Fuchsia, or Daoist, the daughter of the dragon lord of storms and time? Son. Humph. This cold snort seemed to transform into a storm, causing icy winds to blow in the valley. The woman replied coldly, If you really respect me so much, why would you imprison me in this place? My eyes have seen through 3,000 years. Ever since you chose to betray me, I have been waiting here, waiting for you to taste your own medicine. Now that you have returned here, tell me. She said coldly, I have been waiting for you to taste your own medicine. What are you thinking about right now? Lady Fuchsia Cath, no one has ever regretted their actions. William replied in a clear voice as he faced the biting snow and wind. Do you see the waves on the Sea of Mana, William? Why don't you take a guess? What is brewing beneath the calm surface? The voice sneered. William raised his eyebrows slightly. I know you know, Lady Fuchsia Cath. I'm here today to ask you something. What do you see happening in the east? We can feel that the laws of Tiamat are changing at a speed that has not been seen for thousands of years. We don't understand what is happening. The tide of mana is rising day after day. The moon is reflecting the turbulence on the surface of the sea in another world, but we can't find the reason behind it. What do you see? Fuchsia Cath asked. In just one short month, we have lost 30 observation points. Just as you said, the borders of order are rapidly disappearing. We have lost 3 sacred towers in the Great Glacier alone. The woman laughed contemptuously. I saw the flame seed being extinguished with my own eyes. I knew you would come here. Then tell me, what else did you see? During the harvest moon, our wizards saw the black moon, Fuchsia Cath chuckled. The 13th moon, she has finally appeared. Isn't it beautiful? She destroyed Calida, and the people who were there that day saw a strange scene. What kind of strange? The tower, as if it was immersed in the darkness of the night. William answered. Babel's reflection, Fuchsia Cath replied. But that is not the reason why you are here. William raised his head and stared at the mountains around the valley. Then he replied, I feel that all the observation points in the eastern region have shifted at the same time. You suspect that I'm behind this? William did not answer. Ridiculous, Fuchsia Cath sneered. Let me give you a piece of advice, William. The moon has lost, even though it was winter, the temperature on this day was abnormally high. The sun was far away in the sky, but after crossing the median line, it shone brightly on the ground, causing everyone to become a little impatient as they waited. Count Jean and his army had surrendered for a while. Brando thought it was a trap at first, but after some probing, he realized that it was a trap. However, he found that the other side was sincere. Although he didn't know what these Kurlutz nobles were up to, he still successfully took down their weapons and temporarily detained the noble army in the Red Pine Forest. He now only wanted Dragon to know one thing, what was wrong with the Count on the opposite side. The Count did not want to meet him personally, so he had to ask Princess Magadal and the Shire to do it for him. He waited for a while until the Shire finally came back from the red pine forest. The first thing the young wizard said was, "My lord, we have found out what happened." Brando looked at him calmly. He was not in a hurry to speak, even though this was the answer he had wanted for a long time. The Shire then replied, "The Moor, Cooper, Walker, and Count Alcorn are not lying in ambush around here. In fact, since this morning, no, since last night, Count Jean has not been able to contact them." "What do you mean?" Brando did not understand the answer for a while. He frowned slightly and asked, "I'm not sure." Count Jean did not explain it clearly either. According to his description, those people seemed to have disappeared. He thought it was us who did it, so he was forced to surrender to us. The Shire replied with some amusement. The Count seemed to be scared out of his wits. Disappeared? Brando was stunned for a moment before he asked, "What does that mean?" The Shire replied, "It means that the Moor and Cooper armies were stationed in Hemlock Town 3 days ago until yesterday. The Walker army was stationed in Vargas Town, and Count Alcorn was stationed near the Boulevard of Leaves. But now, these armies have all disappeared. At least, Count Jean could not contact them." "Is that possible?" Brando felt that it was simply unbelievable. "Are you sure this is not a trap? Did our gargoyles search the surrounding area carefully?" His question was actually nonsense. Long before this, they had already searched the surrounding area several times. After confirming that there were no traces of the enemy, they dared to come out and accept Count Jean's surrender. Moreover, even if this was a trap, the Count would have thought of a way to at least make up a lie that was consistent with common sense. He would not have made up such a ridiculous story. The more ridiculous the Count's description of the matter was, the more reliable his words were. The Shire shook his head gently. "It seems that he is not lying. You did not see the Count's face. He seemed to be really scared. He did not want to see you. Most likely, he was afraid that you would harm him." Brando shook his head in disbelief. "Did you send gargoyles and scouts to Hemlock Town, Vargas Town, and the Boulevard of Leaves? You have to ask Medisha and Maynard about this." "My lord, I am not responsible for this," the Shire replied. Brando finally remembered. He could not help but pat his head, thinking that he was completely confused by the strange situation. So he hurried to find Medisha. The latter was arranging for the crew's captives to be settled. This batch of captives was the largest batch they had taken in along the way. There were no less than 1,000 people, and many of them were not nobles. There were also mercenaries, farmers, craftsmen, and soldiers. These people were more troublesome to deal with than the nobles because they had to provide them with food. According to the Shire's words, these people might as well be released. Brando was tempted by this proposal, but he knew that he could not be so hasty because his intentions would be too obvious. When he found Medisa, he asked about the scouts and the gargoyles. The Silver Elf Princess seemed to have expected that he would come looking for her, and immediately replied, "My lord, Vargas Town and the Forest Avenue are quite far from here, but the gargoyles that were sent to Hemlock Town have returned once." Just like what the Count said, there was not a single person in the area, and there was no one there. There were no traces of battle. No traces of battle? Medisha nodded. Or did Count Alcons get wind of this beforehand and abandoned Count Jean and ran away by himself? Brendel thought to himself. Or did Count Alcons get wind of this beforehand? But this reason sounded a bit ridiculous. If he ran alone, then there was no need to bring Moore, Cooper, and the Walker family's knight and lord. But if he had the ability to inform others to run together, then he might not have left Count Jean behind. Even if he wanted to sell his teammates, his first choice should be those powerless nobles. Brando really didn't see the need for the other party to fall out with the Jean family. But if it was any other possibility, it would be even stranger because there was no reason at all. He asked Charles to ask the Count a few more times, but the answer he got was the same. This made him confused for a while. Although it was a rare thing to be able to win without bloodshed, it was still a good thing. However, the problem was that the current situation made one's hair stand on end. An army of thousands of people, in an area of dozens of kilometers, had actually been destroyed in a single night. Suddenly disappeared into thin air. What kind of situation was this? In desperation, Brando could only let the envoy group stop and wait for the gargoyles and scouts to return from town of Valgus and the Boulevard of Leaves. From Count Jean's description, he faintly felt that something was wrong. It was like an instinctive premonition of danger. He had experienced all kinds of abnormal situations in the game, and these experiences provided him with rich experience to deal with all kinds of situations. It was a sudden situation. At 1:00 in the afternoon, the gargoyles still hadn't returned from town of Valgus and the Boulevard of Leaves. However, at this time, Maynard finally returned to the White Lion Guards from the envoy group. Her main task was to send the young prince and the others in the envoy group, including the noble captives of the crew's people, to join the main force here. Brando felt that there was something wrong with this battle. That was why he sent this female knight, who was more reliable, to handle this matter. Under normal circumstances, Roman and Dilfery were in charge of this matter. After Maynard returned to the White Lion Guards and heard the description of the others, she immediately frowned. How far is this place from Rokizi, the fortress group of the Broken Sword Mountains? Brendel immediately understood what she was thinking. They had worked together for a long time, and sometimes they could understand each other with just a glance or a word. He immediately shook his head. This place is not far from Rokizi, the closest fortress in the Broken Sword Mountain range, but it's very far from Tokunin. This is the Floating Cloud Hills, and according to the nearest map, it's not far from here. The Lion Beast men of Tokunin are still in the south of the Anzaruda Mountains. Even if they break through the fortress at the same time we receive the news, it is impossible for them to reach here. Not to mention that they are still biding their time there, the Shire added. Brando nodded, but then said, but we can't rule out the possibility that the nobles are providing us with false information. What's in it for them, my lord? The Shire asked. There's no benefit, Brendel replied. The Kurlet's nobles can't possibly side with the Lion Beast men, so there's no point in them lying to us about this. But the problem is, what if the information they received is not accurate? But this time, Medisha shook her head. My lord, we have been collecting similar information from the captives according to Maynard's instructions, but the rumors we received were similar. Unless the Lion Beast men are deliberately deceiving the Empire, what the nobles said should be true. Unless the Lion Beast men are deliberately deceiving the Empire? Brando suddenly caught this sentence. He glanced at Maynard. According to their earlier analysis, the Lion Beast men were biding their time in the south of Rokizi, the Broken Sword Mountains. Unless there was some internal conflict, or they were deliberately deceiving the Empire's border army. The possibility of the former was very small. The Lion Beast men were a clan kingdom under the leadership of the Great Chief and the High Priest. Under the leadership of the Great Chief and the High Priest, if there was no conflict between the two, then it was almost impossible for there to be any internal conflict within the army. Perhaps there would be some small conflicts between the tribes, but it would not affect the overall situation. As for the relationship between the Great Chief and the High Priest, the possibility of there being any problems was even smaller. The leader of Tokunin in this era was the Lion King or, a famous monarch. He was the student of the High Priest of this generation, and there were no rumors of any unhappiness between the two. But if it was not the former, then it could only be the latter. But before this, Brando did not have enough information, so he could only put aside the movements of the Lion Beast men for the time being. But now, when Medisha reminded him, he immediately remembered and asked, Senior, is there a tunnel under Anzaruda left by the ancient dwarves? In a moment of desperation, he accidentally called out the name of Allium Japonicum when he was in the other world. But fortunately, the others did not seem to notice this detail. Only Maynard looked at him indifferently and shook her head. There are indeed dwarven attacks under Anzaruda, but it is unlikely that the Lion Beast men of Tokunin will use them. Why? Brando was slightly startled and asked. Chapter 9:19. There was an ancient kingdom of dwarves under the Anzaruda Mountains. They were a branch of the Broken Sword Mountains. When the kingdom was digging underground, they accidentally dug through the beehive. After that, the underground was filled with monsters. The kingdom was destroyed, and the remaining dwarves migrated westward. The map of the underground kingdom was lost. Right now, that dark maze is full of danger. Passing through it requires unimaginable risk. Even if we ignore these difficulties, it's not something that can be done in a month or two if the dwarves want to dig out a passage from the hard rock layer and connect the lost tunnels. Maynard replied. That's right, Norton said. After Maynard reminded him, Brando also remembered this matter. After all, he was not as familiar with Cruz as he was with Erwin. That was why he asked. After hearing about the strange incident that happened to Count Jean, Hao Ren's first thought was that the nobles were up to something. But then he remembered that the lion beast men of Toquinen had played a trick and bypassed Rokizi. He had a hunch that the Broken Sword Mountains had attacked the Empire, just like in history. But now, after some discussion, he found that it was not likely. His train of thought, which had finally cleared up, was now in a state of chaos again. He had to stop and wait for further information. 20 minutes later, the first batch of gargoyles that went to Vargos came back. Medisha came to him with the imaging crystal that she had taken from the gargoyles. She hesitated and said, "My lord, what's wrong?" Medisha shook her head slightly. Unlike the Shire's frivolity, the Silver Elf Princess never boasted or made promises. She just handed the imaging crystal to Brando and said, "My lord, please take a look at it yourself." Brando took the imaging crystal. This kind of recording crystal was not rare in Wonde, but it was not ordinary either. It could record a few 3 to 5 minute sound clips and preserve them for years to decades. The fact that the Bugas dared to put it on every gargoyle was enough to prove the magician's wealth. He infused it with magic, and the crystal glowed. Then it showed the images that the gargoyles saw when they were flying high in the sky. In the image, the forest was like a thick carpet, and there were some plots of land of different shades at the edge. Those were farmland, dotted with red roofs, barns, windmills, and other buildings. No one spoke. Maynard and Brando had already recognized that this was the outskirts of Vargos. It was an Empire-style idyllic scene. But then they saw a strange scene. The gargoyles flew over the town, and the red roofs began to become denser. Several roads like veins went through the bustling market. But in such a big town, there were no pedestrians on the streets, and there were no flocks of birds flying in the dense shade of the trees. It was like a ghost town. After that, they found some strange things in Vargas's square. They looked like grains of sand scattered all over the place. Brendel took a closer look and realized that they were either humans or similar creatures, but they stood still in the square like statues. What's going on? The Shire was stunned. Could it be that there was a sudden monster attack near Vargos, and the whole area was attacked by either the death-eyed wyverns or the petrifying lizards? Brando shook his head. Death-eyed wyverns were not social creatures, and they mostly moved alone outside of mating season. The petrifying lizards were even more territorial creatures and would not rashly come to the human world. These two monsters were unlikely to turn a human town into a ghost town. The only possibility was that this was an organized attack. He already had a candidate in mind. He looked back at Maynard and saw the same guess in her dark eyes. It's the people of the Snake Queen, the cursed for all eternity. Medusa. The Shire was speechless. Aren't they underground in Georgandy Ridge? How could they come to the surface so easily? The denizens of the underground would not easily go to the surface world. They had to go from Georgandy Ridge through the huge beehive above the dome, and then through the underground cavities of the shallow surface and the rivers that seeped into the underground. It was a long and dangerous journey. Tajiv and its tribesmen had once walked this path. During that migration, countless subterranean dwellers died along the way. They died from disappearances, attacks from monsters, and the most terrible of all, diseases and starvation. However, it was proven that if necessary, they would still dare to try. This was the unique tenacity of the subterranean dwellers. I remember, Brando muttered. The denizens of Georgandy Ridge also believe in the goddess of earth, right? That's impossible. The Shire was a little surprised. The denizens of the underground believe in the goddess above, and the denizens of the surface believe in the goddess below. Although their beliefs came from the same source, that was 1,000 years ago. Since the Great Schism, the dwarves and lion men on the surface no longer have any contact with the denizens of the underground. How could they come together, and how could they have contacted each other in such a short period of time? Before the Great Schism, the denizens of the surface and the denizens of the underground did believe in the same goddess. But since the War of the Holy Saints, due to the loss of faith and other problems, the Temple of the Earth was no longer the same as it used to be. Even the 3 sacred relics of the Temple of the Earth in Broken Sword Mountains had disappeared one by one. Since then, many sects that believed in the goddess of Earth had been in conflict. The 2 largest sects, Tokunin and Georgandy Ridge, had long gone their separate ways. It had been 1,000 years since then. Brando of course knew that, but at that moment, he had a gloomy thought in his mind. What were the lion men waiting for on the other side of Rokiki, the fortress of Broken Sword Mountains? He looked at Maynard. The knight frowned and nodded slightly at him. How sure are you? He asked pointedly. If the attackers are indeed from Georgandy Ridge, then the strange behavior of the lion men is most likely related to them, the knight replied calmly. Everyone was silent. They were wondering if the line of defense could hold if the Golden Mane lion men of Tokunin and the denizens of Georgandy Ridge attacked Rokiki, the fortress of Broken Sword Mountains. Rokiki, the fortress of Broken Sword Mountains, might be in danger. Even the Shire himself was shocked when he said this. Although he claimed to be knowledgeable, knowledge made him silent. In his eyes, the strength of the empire was based on detailed data, analysis, and rational thinking. It was like the mighty crew's golden eagle, which was made up of feathers, but its sharp claws and beak showed how powerful it was. Rokiki, the fortress of Broken Sword Mountains, was the empire's long-established line of defense. It was located between the mountains. The frost and snow of the highlands formed its sturdiness, and the rugged rocks were its blades. The harsh weather all year round told of its ruthlessness and indifference. It was an insurmountable moat. Even if the lion men could take down 1 or 2 of the fortresses, it would be a frivolous joke to say that they could defeat the entire line of defense. However, Brando and Maynard were extremely calm when they heard this. This was something that they had expected. The shock brought by the first and the second time was completely different. They had witnessed the fall of the invincible line of defense in history, so they were very calm now. Although it's just a speculation, we have to prepare for the worst. If everything is true, where is the army of Georgandy Ridge now? How big is their scale? Rokiki, the loss of the fortress of Broken Sword Mountains, we have to reevaluate everything. The key is whether the threat close at hand, the army of Georgandy Ridge that annihilated Count Alcon's army, has learned of our existence. We have to first confirm the danger around us. Brando thought for a moment and replied. Maynard looked at him and nodded in agreement. The Shire also looked at his feudal lord in surprise. Martha above, my feudal lord, I almost thought that you also graduated from the Royal Knight Academy. This is the knowledge of the mercenaries. My lord, when did you learn this from Yuta? This flattery was just right. Brando couldn't help but feel a little funny and replied, there are still many things that you don't know. Of course. Otherwise, why would you be the feudal lord, and I'm just a little follower? The Shire smiled and teased without a care. Medisha also covered her mouth and laughed, then asked, my feudal lord, what should we do next? Let's call the others first. This is a big matter. We have to let them know first. Otherwise, the Duchess will say that you don't respect them again. Medisha replied with a smile, arbitrary and opinionated. Yes, I'm annoyed to death by her. Brando sighed and pretended to reply helplessly. The little princess couldn't help but giggle. "Get the hell down, damn bastard." Rogers roared and stabbed the troglodyte in the chest. He then lifted his leather boot and kicked it down the stairs. But because he used too much force, he couldn't even pull out his sword. He could only watch the troglodyte roll down the dark corridor with the disgusting creature. But in an instant, he saw one or two flashes of light in the darkness. His heart trembled, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Bang! Bang! 2 spears were inserted into the door frame above his head. The tails of the spears were still trembling slightly. He was startled, and no longer cared about snatching back his sword. He hurriedly took a step back and closed the door. Then, he dragged the cabinet and bed next to him to block the door with all his might. A moment later, the sound of 2 heavy objects hitting the door came from the door, followed by a squeaking scream. Rogers breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around covered in blood and looked at the 4 people left in the empty room with a wry smile. Out of the 12 people, only a few of them were left. Since the beginning of the Nedwin era, the royal family of Cruz had placed spies and eyes all over the empire. And they were the knight of the imperial court stationed in the Hillet Villa. Their task was not to participate in local defense. These monsters came out of nowhere and entangled them. There were so many of them that they suffered heavy losses overnight. They had no choice but to escape to this farm for self-protection. But in fact, all the remaining people understood that the so-called self-protection would not last long. A tall man with curly hair was leaving the window. He put down the curtains, and the light in the room immediately dimmed. He shrugged and said to the others, "They have surrounded the outside. It seems like they want to teach us a lesson. Rogers, you killed a lot of these things. I don't think they want to let you go. Do you have any last words? Maybe if I'm lucky enough to survive, I can carve them on your epitaph. Master Rogers, Sikuin is dying." In the corner of the room, a female knight who was holding her companion who was covered in blood looked up and said sadly. The knight in her arms had a deep wound on his chest, but it was not a fatal wound. The fatal wound was on the back of his head. The female knight was holding one of her hands there. Blood flowed down her hand like a stream. "Pray for him, Nasha." Rogers sighed. The only person in the room who did not speak was a young man in a long robe. He was concentrating on putting the parchment in his hand into the fire in the middle of the room. He lowered his head, and only the bright light of the fire was reflected in his dark eyes. It was as if this was an incomparably sacred task for him. Rogers looked at the young man and shook his head. He then asked the others, "What was that? Did you see it clearly? Have you heard of it?" "I think it was a meteor." "Huh, too bad I didn't have time to make a wish at the time," the tall man continued, "but we ran into these subterranean dwellers on the way here. I suspect that there's some sort of connection between the two. Normally, these things wouldn't come to the surface." Rogers was silent for a moment before he said with certainty, "I don't think it's that simple. We have to find a way to inform His Majesty." The female knight silently prayed for her companion. The young man who was burning the parchment looked up at the others and said concisely, "I can't do it." "Can't do it?" Rogers stared at his companion in confusion. Ka was the most outstanding wizard in their group. No matter what the situation was, he could always send out a magic message. The young man did not speak. He only stretched out his 5 fingers. Everyone saw a flicker of flame between his fingertips, but it disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a few faint golden red lines. "What's going on?" The tall man could not help but widen his eyes. "Your tricks didn't work?" "That's impossible, Ka. You're the best." The young man looked at them and said, "Magic is out of order." "What do you mean?" Rogers frowned. "Something is interfering with the law." "What is it?" "A more powerful spell, a divine artifact, or some unknown existence." The young man replied. Rogers' face became serious. If all the coincidences come together, then it's probably not a coincidence. Nasha, Trevor, I think we may have encountered the worst-case scenario." "What could be worse than this?" the tall man asked. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud crashing sound from outside the door. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, a crack appeared on the wooden door. He looked in that direction, dumbfounded, while the others looked at him unhappily. The latter could only helplessly spread out his hands. "Well, I'm a jinx. Pretend I didn't say anything." Rogers took the sword from the severely injured knight and said to the others, "We have to try to break out. His Majesty is still waiting for our news." As he spoke, he pulled out his sword. Brando began to issue orders one by one. The outer perimeter of the diplomatic group was first expanded. Gargoyles were constantly flying in the sky, guarding against the possible existence of Jorgandi Ridge's army. However, there was nothing unusual in the open hills and forest around the diplomatic group. Brando further expanded the search area and sent the young sentinel cavalry belonging to the White Lion Guards to Vargas and Linea Avenue. His efforts were not in vain. Soon these sentinel cavalry found valuable information. The cavalry avoided the main road and entered the area of Vargas and Linea Avenue along the small roads in the floating Cloud Hill area. They did not encounter any Jorgandi Ridge troops along the way, but when they passed by a village called Tuya near Vargas, they happened to encounter a small group of cavemen besieging a nearby farm. The captain of the sentinel cavalry was a student who graduated from the Royal Knight Academy. He immediately determined that there might be survivors in the manor, so he immediately led his men to kill the cavemen and rescue the people inside. Brando soon saw these people. It was a group of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. When they were brought to Brando by the sentinel cavalry, they were more or less in a sorry state. These people were dressed like the children of the most common country gentry in the empire. They wore thick wool coats, feathered hats, and deerskin boots. However, their faces were very determined. Although they were covered in blood and mud, and 2 of them were seriously injured, they did not look afraid or lost. They just looked a little tired. Brando then noticed that these people were all wearing long swords. Although the style of the swords was different and there were all kinds of swords, the way they held the swords was very standard. They did not look like aristocrats, nor did they look like soldiers of the empire. Instead, they looked like knights of the inner court. Brando pondered for a moment and understood the identity of these people. He could not help but think that his sentinel cavalry was quite lucky to have brought back a few spies from the royal family of Cruz. However, he then felt a little relieved. Only the inner court knights with extraordinary martial arts could survive this sudden attack and survive until now. While Brando was sizing up the inner court knights, he was also sizing up the count. To be honest, it was not that he did not know him. On the contrary, he was very clear about his identity and origin. He even knew everything that had happened from the Black Sword Fortress to his arrival. In fact, the news of the arrival of the Erewhon envoy was personally sealed in the envelope with the 7-fold flame pattern insignia. Then, he stamped it with the seal of the Hillet Villa and sent it to the White Rose Garden. In the previous battle, he thought that he was going to die, but he did not expect to be saved by the Cruz cavalry scouts at the last moment. The moment he saw the strangely dressed cavalry, he immediately knew who they were. But he had only heard of the Count's name from rumors before he met him in person. Even he did not expect the leader of the Erewhon envoy to be so young. He was so young that he could not help but have some doubts. How could the Erewhon people be assured to let such a young man be the leader of the envoy? He suddenly understood the reason why the Count had caused a series of troubles before. With this thought in mind, Rogers and a few of his colleagues bowed slightly to Brendel. This was a knight's salute, and it had nothing to do with seniority. It was just to thank Aween for lending them a helping hand. Chapter 920. What is going on here, Count Tonagel? Just as Rogers saluted, Duke Viro's daughter hurried over and stopped when she saw Rogers and the others, apparently recognizing them as Kurlutzians. A puzzled look appeared in her eyes. Although these people were injured, they didn't look like the Count's captives. Brando did not allow them to participate in the battle, so they had been waiting for news from the back. They did not expect for Lara to be the last one to arrive. The wild elf did not tell them whether they won or lost. She only told them that the count wanted them to go over. Along the way, Eugenie noticed that there were no signs of battle. She did not see any Cruz's army, and the White Lion Guards did not look like they were involved in a battle. Brando saw the others behind the Duke's daughter. Romaine winked at him to show that she was fine, Avram who looked reluctant, Iko who was standing with Count Janelace's men, the little girl from the Grenoir's family, Kiera who was staring at the hands of the Cruz's men, and Miss Enid who was beside her. Lastly, Dilfari, Magadal, and Haruz. The Baron, who had just arrived, followed behind everyone, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too close. He looked at Brendel with a vigilant gaze. Brando did not pay attention to him. Although he knew who the Baron was, he nodded to Ferlera when he saw that all the envoys had arrived. As for Eugenie's question, Brando looked at Rogers and said, "Sir, you have heard the lady's question. You must have guessed that we are Erewhon's envoys. As guests of the Empire, we would like to know what happened. Perhaps you can tell us a thing or two." Rogers' eyes swept across the envoys one by one. He was slightly surprised and said, My lord, we were suddenly attacked by those monsters. We have not figured out what happened." Brando smiled. "Are you locals?" "Yes," replied Rogers at once. "I am Rogers of the House of Warren, and this is Sir Fergus's son," pointing to his tall, curly-haired companion, and introducing the knight. "This is Sir Turner's daughter, and he is Mr. Locke's pupil." Lastly, he introduced the young man in the robe. Brando didn't need to listen to him to understand that these were all imaginary identities, but he didn't rush to expose them. Instead, he asked a few more questions about the local area, and Rogers answered them one by one without any doubts. The Duke's daughter looked at them suspiciously. She didn't understand why Brando was interested in these people. She thought they were Earl Jean's people, but she didn't expect them to be the descendants of the local gentry. After listening to Rogers' answer, Brando smiled. "You answered well." "That's right." Rogers wanted to say more, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't understand what the other party meant. For a moment, the second half of the sentence was stuck in his throat. Brando replied, "Since Mr. Rogers is so familiar with this place, you must be a knight of the inner court stationed here. Or should I call you Mr. or Madam Spies?" Rogers' eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously put his hand on the hilt of his sword. The man and woman behind him did the same. Only the young man in a long robe, with jet black hair and pitch black eyes, remained indifferent. Rogers' hand was just about to touch the hilt of his sword, but he suddenly realized something and slowly let go. He raised his head and smiled bitterly at Brendel. "Count Brendel, you have good eyesight. You recognized us long ago, right?" "You're welcome," Brando replied. These spies were undoubtedly the best gift from Martha. These people were the most important eyes and ears of the royal family of Cruz. Sometimes, they even knew the movements of everyone in an area better than the local lords. Moreover, most of the people who were selected to become inner court knights were smart. At this time, if they wanted to find someone to find out what happened in Floating Cloud Hill overnight, it could be said that no one was more suitable than them. This time, his Sentinel cavalry obviously couldn't have done a better job. He continued, "Mr. Rogers, since you are an inner court knight stationed here, then I won't beat around the bush. You are more familiar with this place than I am. I think you should have more or less guessed what happened to you." Rogers exchanged glances with his companions. Then, he looked at Brando and asked tentatively, "I will only admit part of it, but we are not sure yet." The Duke's daughter was curious when she heard that these people were inner court knights of the royal family of Cruz. She couldn't help but look at them curiously. But Brando and this person's riddle was still unbearable. She opened her mouth and said, "Maybe I can ask what you are talking about." "What happened?" "Miss Eugenie, if the Count is not wrong, the creatures under Jorgendy Ridge may have invaded the Empire." Medisha at this time received Brando's signal and replied softly. Then, she repeated Count Jean's experience and some clues they found. This information was not confidential. One could understand it by going to Vargos in person. Jorgendy Ridge. Eugenie was shocked. The Duke's daughter was stunned for a moment before she realized what she was talking about. It was obvious that this term had never appeared in her mind, not even in her wildest imagination. The people of the underground and the people of the surface were isolated from each other. They had not interfered with each other for thousands of years. Why would they suddenly invade the surface? Her first reaction was that the Count was bluffing again. But when her eyes fell on Rogers and the others who did not refute, she realized that all of this might be true. She could not help but blurt out, "What are they doing here?" She had just finished her words when she realized what was going on. She could not help but cover her mouth and said, "Lion people. Oh my God, don't tell me they have reunited with the Temple of the Earth after 1,000 years?" Roger's face was a little dark. "Count, how confident are you?" "You all know how confident I am. Why ask me?" Brando replied. At this time, Enide carefully asked the little girl beside her, "Kiara, what are they talking about? Is the Empire in trouble?" "Big trouble." The little girl, who was still wearing her huge scholar's hat today, smiled gloatingly. "If that guy didn't lie, Luo Keki, the fortress cluster and Broken Sword Mountain range will not be in the hands of the Empire for long." Rogers obviously also realized this. When Kuei told him that the communication magic was interfered with, he had a faint premonition in his heart. He knew very well what it was. It was a kind of interception magic on the battlefield. The subterranean dwellers wouldn't have used such spells if it were just a simple attack from monsters. They would only be facing an organized army, and it went without saying who was behind the subterranean dwellers. His expression changed for a moment, and he finally made a decision. He first glanced at his companions, and then said to Brando, "If Jorgendi Ridge has indeed attacked the Empire, then this area should have fallen into their hands now. This should be a problem for the Count. Of course, I think the subterranean dwellers can't tell the difference between the Cruz and Erewhon." Brando replied. "What does the Count plan to do?" "I have a simple plan. That is to find out where these underground creatures are and find a place to break out of their encirclement," Brendel replied. "Their first target is Anzaruta's defensive line, and their second target is the Empire's army. It should be easy for my small group to break out of their encirclement. But I have a more perfect idea. If we can stop these uninvited guests, maybe the situation in the south of the Empire will not become as bad as imagined." Rogers and the three people behind him looked at Brando in surprise and said in a trembling voice, "What did you say, Count?" "Why, is it difficult to understand what I said?" "No, but," Brendel looked at the flabbergasted internal court knights and could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction from his successful prank. Even the insufferably arrogant people of the Empire had moments when they were confused. This meant that they had all been fooled. On the other hand, the young lady beside Yenid was looking at this scene with a malicious smile. She snorted from time to time. It was unknown who she was mocking for being stupid and shallow. The Duke's daughter suddenly realized something after Kiara's words. She couldn't help but take a deep look at the head envoy. Brando then said, "I understand. You think that from my standpoint, I should be on the opposing side of the Empire, or at least remain neutral?" Rogers did not answer, but the expression on his face was undoubtedly so. The tall man behind him shrugged and looked helpless. The female knight behind them looked a little nervous and her hand was always on the hilt of her sword. Only the last young man did not say a word from beginning to end. His face was calm. Brando looked at the young man again and then said, "You have misunderstood something. I am still on the opposite side of some of you, but in this holy war, Erewhon's people are still allies of Cruz's people. This will not change." Rogers looked at the Count with a little surprise. He thought that the rumors said that the Count was eccentric, but he did not expect the rumors to be true. In the Count's words, the Empire was the Empire, and the nobles were the nobles. It was as if they were two separate concepts. He faintly felt that Brando was implying something, but he did not have time to think about it. He replied with gratitude in his heart, "Count, I admire your integrity very much. Now I believe that what you did in the Black Sword Fortress was as the rumors said. I apologize to you on behalf of the Empire. When Xiara heard this, she quickly pulled Enid and turned around. Her actions startled the latter. She could not help but ask in a low voice, "What's wrong, Xiara? Are you not feeling well?" The little girl from Cypher's family had a terrible stomachache. She held back her laughter and replied, "It's nothing. Enid, I'm afraid I'll laugh out loud. Help me block it. I can't stand it anymore." Pfft. The daughter of the Count of Grey Mountain looked at her companion inexplicably. But Rogers was really grateful at the moment. There were very few people in the world who could separate their love and hate from their principles of conduct. The enmity between Brando and the nobles of the Empire was well known, not to mention that they were preparing for a war before today. But the other party was able to decisively put down his hatred and prejudice at the critical moment. This alone was enough to make him admire him. And this admiration came from the gratitude he had as a soldier of the Empire. He watched the Empire fall into danger and could not do anything. Of course, he was more skeptical about Brando's words, but he did not show it on his face. Brando took in everyone's expression, then shook his head and replied, "What I need now is not an apology. Even if there is an apology, it's not from you, but from some arrogant guy. What we need now is to figure out what happened. What we said before is nothing more than speculation based on the existing information, but we still need a more detailed plan. Mr. Rogers, I believe you understand why I want to see you. If I want to know what happened before last night, no one here knows better than you." This was what Brando and Maynard were most concerned about at the moment. Hemlock Town was empty and there were no signs of battle. Only a few residents of Boulevard of Leaves and Vargas were attacked. All signs indicated that the army of Count Alcorn and the other nobles did not retreat because of the attack on Georgandy Ridge. Or at least, they might have escaped before that. But what Brando could not figure out was why Count Jean was left alone in this place. In fact, the Count was still cursing his heartless colleagues. Coincidentally, according to the cavalry captain's judgment, the Curlut's inner knights weren't the owners of the farm where the Sentinel cavalry rescued Rogers and the others. In other words, they probably encountered the cavemen halfway and had to retreat to the nearby farm to defend. As for why they left their secret base at that time, it might be a coincidence, but Brando was more inclined to another guess. Rogers was slightly surprised at this moment. Apparently, the Count was very clear about the jurisdiction of the knight, but he was a little puzzled as to why the other party knew so much about them. Even among the upper echelons of the Empire, the Knight of the Imperial Court was only a semi-public existence. Some secrets were only in the hands of the royal family from the beginning to the end. Regarding this point, even the young man in the robe raised his head for the first time. He looked at Brando and lowered his head again. This thought only flashed in Roger's mind and then disappeared. But then, a more surprising thought rose in his mind. He could not help but raise his head and look at Brando in confusion. "Count Jean, didn't you see?" "See what?" Brando asked inexplicably. After saying this, he immediately frowned again, instinctively realizing that he and Count Jean might have missed something. Of course, it was also possible that the other party was playing some kind of trick, but when he saw Rogers exchange glances with his colleagues in shock, he knew that the other party was not lying. Rogers seemed to take a while to digest the news. His Adam's apple rolled before he replied dryly, "Count Jean, please forgive my offense. Can I confirm again that you and your delegation did not see that beam of light last night?" His tone was so careful that he unconsciously used honorifics when addressing Brando. Beam of light? Brando was really stunned this time. He and Maynard did not sleep all night, but they did not see any beam of light at all. "What are you talking about? Is there a magic resonance somewhere? Is it a trick of the crypt creatures in Georgandy Ridge?" "It's not a magic resonance," the female knight, who had been silent all this time, blurted out. "It's the resonance of a divine artifact. How could you not see it?" Near Vargas and Linea Avenue, half the sky was illuminated. Almost everyone saw a meteor falling to the ground, and the northern sky seemed to be burning. The two finished speaking at the same time and then fell silent at the same time. Everyone looked at each other. What are you talking about? There's no such thing. The Duke's daughter frowned and retorted. Meteor falling to the ground? Is there such a fun thing? Roman's eyes lit up. He hurriedly looked at Medisha, but the latter frowned as if thinking about something. You said the meteor fell to the ground, and the northern sky seemed to be burning? Brando asked as if he had heard a fairy tale. The female knight did not understand what she had said wrong. She looked at her companions, but Roger's and Trevor's faces were very gloomy. What's going on? Rogers asked in a deep voice. My lord, you didn't see this scene? Brando did not answer. He only exchanged a glance with Maynard. The latter nodded silently at him and mouthed a word to him. Brando turned around and seemed to understand something. He said to the White Lion guards beside him, Go and ask Count Jean if he saw what Mr. Rogers and the others said. In order to avoid going down the same path as Kanan, no matter how difficult it was, he would continue to update and persevere until the end of the game. Chapter 921. Just as Brando expected, Earl Jean and his army entered the area one night in advance. They did not see any meteors or flames in the sky, nor did they see the resonance of the divine artifact. What he saw was no different from what Brando and Maynard saw last night. There was only a river of stars in the sky and a starry sky in the winter night. Now, why was the Earl left here alone? It was as if the truth had been revealed. Whether it was Earl Alcon, the Moore family, the Walker family, or the Cooper family, the nobles of Cruz who gathered here reacted the moment they saw the divine artifact. Compared to the divine artifact, what was a mere Earl Erwin? Therefore, they rushed to the north at the first opportunity, hoping to be the first to reach the place where the meteors fell. Even if they could not take the divine artifact for themselves, as the discoverer, they would be the first to offer it to the supreme existence of the Empire, or the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Then, they and the families behind them would share this unimaginable glory. It was not impossible for them to rise to the top in one step. The knight of the inner court who belonged to the royal family was no exception. As the supervisor of Floating Cloud Hills, it was impossible for them to ignore such a big thing happening in this land. In fact, Rogers was very clear about the importance of the divine artifact. Therefore, he brought all the inner court knight in Hillet Villa to prevent the nobles from doing anything irrational. But the problem was, Earl Jean did not see it. He did not know what was happening less than 20 miles away in the area of Valgus and Forest Leaf Avenue. He was scouting the battlefield with his subordinates under the night sky and occupied the advantageous terrain. So, everything that happened after that night could be explained. Roger's face was a little ugly. He was sure that the strange scene last night should be clearly visible at least 100 miles away, not to mention the hilly area close to Forest Leaf Avenue and Valgus. Could it be, the female knight seemed to have realized something? This is a trap set by Jorgendy Ridge? A large-scale illusion. That was the first thing that came to Roger's mind. But when he and Frater looked back at the black-haired young man, the latter shook his head with certainty. That's the resonance of the divine artifact. The young man answered affirmatively, and then said no more, as if it was none of his business whether you believed it or not. Kuei, this doesn't make sense. Trevor said, well, I know you're the best, but the problem is that you're still young. You have to admit that there are a lot of old guys in this world who are much stronger than you. It's not a big deal to lose to them. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the young man glancing at him indifferently, causing the latter half of his sentence to be stuck in his throat. He could only spread out his hands and say, all right, pretend I didn't say anything. Before Trevor could finish speaking, he heard a soft sneer. How pitiful. Stupid people who don't know themselves. The internal court knight's expression changed abruptly. He raised his head and looked in that direction, only to find a short little girl looking at him contemptuously with her chin raised. Trevor was almost angered to death. He wanted to flare up, but then he remembered that as an imperial knight, it seemed undignified to scare a little girl. He could only pout and say, forget it. I'm not going to argue with an uneducated little girl. But what he did not expect was that the little girl dared to snort softly and replied with disdain, "Shut up. Brainless people have no right to speak. The law of the divine artifact is the superior law, and the law of magic is the inferior law. The superior law can simulate the power of the inferior law, but this process is irreversible. This is also the basic principle of the Tiamat canon. Otherwise, what's the difference between the resonance of magic and the reaction of the divine artifact? You don't even know this. You're not fit to be a human." Xianxia shook her head in disappointment. This little lady from House Cipher had a childish voice, but her words were clear and logical, giving people a strange feeling of contrast. But to Trevor, it sounded like slaps to the left and right of his face, making it swell. Even though he did not understand most of it. In the end, the little lady concluded crisply, "Apologize to your companions. Because you've insulted knowledge, if I have any sense of shame, I'll choose to kill myself by slamming my head against that red pine tree over there. Do you know why?" She snorted softly. "Because the red pine tree is called the Tree of Fools by the mountain people. This title was prepared for your excellency thousands of years later." Trevor was dumbfounded, but even his companions behind him could not help but snicker. If Erewhon's people were to provoke them verbally, they would naturally defend their companions. But the problem was that the one who spoke was just a child. Who would argue with a little girl? The black-haired young man could not help but look at Kiara a few more times. The female knight patted the tall companion's shoulder sympathetically. Trevor, back in Anor, who was the one who said that as long as one passed the swordsmanship class, one could graduate. The internal court knight's face was bitter. He regretted it so much that his intestines were turning green. Of course, what he regretted was not what he said back then, but that he should not have provoked this sharp-tongued little lady. Brando knew how terrifying this sister of the king's eldest son was. He only found out later that her mentor was Zazian. That guy was an old friend of Tuman's, the master of ancient Erewhon linguistics in this era, and an important storyline NPC during the Slate War. He had seen the kind-looking little old man before, but he had never seen Xianxia before. He didn't know how the old man had pampered the genius girl of House Cipher to the point that she had developed the personality of a little witch. He did not want to provoke Kiara because he knew that the other party was still thinking about his knowledge of the Bugas. So he changed the topic. "Mr. Rogers, let me ask you a question. Before the resonance of the divine artifact occurred, did anything unusual happen in Vargas, Linnea Avenue, and even Ironwood Town?" Rogers glanced at Brando and instinctively felt that the other party did not seem to want to mention the meteor fall. But he quickly put this vague premonition behind him and thought carefully. The resonance of the divine artifact occurred after 9 o'clock. Before that, it was very calm. Most of the nobles did not leave their stations, except for Count Jean, who set off from Linnea Avenue in advance and went to this place. He looked at Brando's eyes and continued to answer. "In fact, until our spies sent the last message before evening, it should have been relatively normal." "Did your spies contact you after that? You should be using magic to communicate, right?" Brando knew that these internal knights were mainly in charge, but they should have a lot of spies outside. "My lord, the magic communication in the entire area has been interfered with by someone using magic," Rogers replied. Brando was slightly stunned, but then he understood. Dimensional anchor and suppression spells were not rare in Wonde, and the underground army of Jorgendi Ridge obviously had the ability to cast these spells to cover the entire area. The Nest Lords and the Blind Shamans were very good spellcasters. He wanted to ask more, but he saw that the female knight wanted to say something but stopped. Then she whispered something to Rogers, and the latter nodded. She then plucked up the courage to answer. "My lord, there's one more thing." "Please go ahead." Before the resonance of the divine artifact occurred, there was a very long period of time where the entire Vargas region could hear very ear-piercing vibrations. "The sound should have come from above the clouds," the female knight replied. Brando slapped his forehead. He had never heard this sound before. He thought for a moment and asked, "Does it sound like the sound of a fleet passing through the clouds?" The officer from Yanalasu raised his head sharply and looked at Brando curiously. The floating ship was still a new weapon in this era, and not many people were familiar with it. However, the female knight shook her head. That sounds more like thunder. It's rumbling. Brando exchanged glances with Maynard again, and then continued to ask, "You met the caveman halfway, right? When was that?" Early in the morning, Rogers replied with certainty. Brando pondered for a moment. Well, let's assume that all of this is a conspiracy of the Georgiandy Ridge people. Mr. Rogers, do you know of any natural entrances to the underground in this area? I know of one near Hemlock Town. The tall knight replied. I wanted to explore it once. It's terrifyingly big, but unfortunately, I didn't go very deep. Is it very dark inside, Mr. Knight? A crisp voice asked. The inner court knight looked over and found that it was another little loli asking him a question. He quickly shut his mouth and did not say a word, as if the little lolas from Aween were all demons with horns on their heads. The one who spoke to him was naturally the daughter of the Grand Duke of Grenoires, but the little loli did not expect Trevor to quickly put on a straight face when he heard her speak. He even glared at her, scaring the little girl to tears. There's also one near Forest Leaf Avenue, Rogers replied. Brando thought for a moment. It was almost the same as what he remembered. He then looked at Maynard, and the latter nodded. That means that when you encountered the subterranean dwellers, it was less than an hour before Georgiandy Ridge launched their attack. He thought for a moment and replied. Then he turned to Medisha and said, "Bring us our map." Medisha smiled and nodded. The Underdark dwellers are cunning, especially the Minotaurs and Harpies. They rarely fight unprepared battles, and they must have figured out your deployment before launching a surprise attack. Other than Count Jean, we have not found any other noble's army, and that's why we have not found any traces of the other noble's army. That's very telling. Your stronghold in Hillet Mountain Manor is no secret. They must have been watching you for a long time. From the underground exit of Leaf Avenue to the farm where you encountered them, according to the speed of the subterranean dwellers, it's almost an hour's journey. Rogers and the others were knights of the inner court. Their task was to monitor the movements of the local nobles, not to be in charge of defense, so it was not surprising that they did not understand these things. That was why Brando patiently explained. If the Knight of the Folded Sword Knight Regiment could not even see these things here, then Brando would most likely think that this guy was a liar who deceived the world. Then what should we do now, Count? After listening to Brando's analysis, Rogers seemed to have some confidence in the Count of Erewhon, so he asked. Brando did not answer him directly. Instead, he waited for Medisha to bring the map. Rogers and the others could understand the map, but they were clueless about how to infer the movements of an army. And most of Brando's tactical knowledge was inherited from the original memory of this soul. The militia would teach him some superficial knowledge of the map. In his previous life, he had been the leader of a player's adventurer group and mercenary group, presiding over local defense, so he barely understood some scraps of military knowledge. In addition, in this life, he had commanded several large and small battles, so he could barely judge the intention of Georgiandy Ridge's attack. But the most professional of all was obviously Maynard. The female knight was a graduate of the Royal Knight Academy, a standard academic. She glanced at the map and said to Brando, "The nearest place to Floating Cloud Hill is too far away from Rokizi Broken Sword Mountain Fortress. There are more than 2 entrances to the underground world from here. If they want to attack the fortress from behind, there is no need for them to enter the surface world from here. That is to say, if Georgiandy Ridge has indeed formed an alliance with Toquinen, then the army in front of us is probably not the main force?" Chiara asked at this time. "This is a harassment force," Brando replied while looking at the map. "Their goal is to prevent the Imperial army from gathering in the hinterland behind the fortress." His eyes looked across Hemlock Town, Vargas, and Linia Avenue. To achieve this goal, they must attack the most critical points. Both his and Maynard's eyes fell on a town at the same time. Azaf. North of Anzaruda, between the mountains and the dotted towns, it was undoubtedly the most dazzling star. This city was called the White City of Cruz. Compared with the White City of Fanzan, except that both cities were built with the same white stone walls, another thing in common was that they were important land transportation hubs. Azaf was the southern terminus of the Evergreen Corridor, which was connected to the central region of the empire. To the north was the Flower Leaf Ridge, to the east was the wilderness of the Four Territories, and to the west was the heartland of the empire, the plains north of Violet Valley. Once this city fell, it meant that the entire southern part of the empire, from Rokizi to Anzaruta, and then to the wilderness of the Four Territories, would collapse. Although Rogers and the others did not understand the strategic intentions of the army of Georgandy Ridge, they still understood the importance of Azaf. Seeing Brando and Maynard's eyes fall on this point on the map, several Imperial Knights' faces turned pale. Obviously, they knew what kind of situation the Empire would face if the rats from the underground succeeded. But Brendel was not that nervous. First of all, it had nothing to do with him, and second of all, he knew that the situation was not that bad. The eagle above the Kurlutz Highlands was an eagle after all. How could it be defeated by a sneak attack? Azaf's geographical location was so important that there were powerful local legions in all four directions, not to mention the Imperial Navy stationed in the west of Rokizi. If the harassment force of Georgandy Ridge could take down Azaf, then they would not just be a harassment force, but the main force. The intention of this force was obviously to attract the attention of these local legions so that they would not have time to rescue Rokizi. If this rat really achieved its goal, even if it only reached the vicinity of Azaf, it would basically announce the end of the Empire's line of defense in Anzaruta. Just such a blow was absolutely unacceptable to the Empire. Brando's eyes moved back and fell on the north of Vargas and Linya Avenue. Ironwood Town, crossing Vargas and Linya Avenue is not their goal. They should have crossed these places earlier today, Maynard replied. Brendel nodded in agreement, and the results of the investigation also confirmed this judgment. He stared at the map in silence, but several of the Kurlutz knights seemed a little anxious, as if they were one step slower and the Empire would fall into an irrecoverable situation in the blink of an eye. Brando seemed to be aware of the obvious anxiety of the knights. He deliberately looked at them. Rogers finally could not help but ask, "Count, I wonder if what you said before is true or false." "What?" Brando pretended to be ignorant and asked in return. Chiara looked at the conversation between the two with interest. Rogers licked his lips and then replied, "My lord, you said that there is a more perfect idea. If we can stop these uninvited guests, maybe the situation in the south of the Empire will not become as bad as imagined." Brando seemed to remember this sentence. He nodded and said, "My army is here. If the Georgandy Ridge's harassment force is a whole legion, then do you think we can defeat them?" Rogers thought for a moment and shook his head. "Then if all of us here fight to the death, at the cost of everyone's life, we can delay the Georgandy Ridge's pace. Do you think we can do that?" Brando asked again. Rogers showed a hesitant look on his face, then shook his head a little heavily. "Count, although you are an ally of the Empire has no right to ask you to make such a sacrifice." Brando looked at this guy in surprise, thinking that this guy actually had some knight spirit, but he did not know if he was forced to say so. He shook his head and replied, "Then if I tell you that I may have a way to do what I said above, would you believe me?" Rogers had no hope at all. His only hope now was to break out with the Count and then send a message to His Majesty in the shortest time possible. But when he heard Brando's question, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. He looked up in disbelief and asked, "Count, what did you say?" "Why, is it difficult to understand what I said?" Brando replied with the original sentence. "No, but," Rogers still wanted to say something, but Brando interrupted him. "This is not a question of yes or no. I only have one request, and that is to follow my orders. You also know that it is impossible for us to shake the army of Georgandy Ridge, so I must get your help. Of course, if you are unwilling to accept the command of an Erewhon, then we will choose the first option." Rogers and his companions looked at each other, and the internal knight immediately nodded. "I understand, Count. What do you want us to do?" Brando glanced at the red pine forest. It's very simple. You first go and persuade Count Jean to join us. He has more than 1,000 men under him. We can't just let them disband on the spot, right? Chapter 922. The news of Georgandy Ridge's invasion of the Empire was a little too shocking, and everyone needed some time to digest it. After the 4 knights of the internal court left, the others also dispersed. Medisha, the Shire, and the others had to prepare for the battle that they might face next. The other members of the diplomatic group each had their own thoughts, and they were all persuaded by Brando to go back. In the end, only Yuta stayed by his side. The female mercenary captain was the nominal commander of the White Lion Guards that accompanied the diplomatic group, and she needed to stay and wait for Brando's orders. But other than that, there were also 2 uninvited guests. Chiara did not treat them as outsiders and still stayed by the side with interest. The Duke's daughter also did not seem to have any intention of leaving. After everyone left, Chiara asked, "Hey, what are you planning?" Brando glanced at the little girl. "What are you staying here for?" "Why can't I stay here?" Chiara said, "You haven't answered my question yet." "Of course it's to solve the problem. Didn't I say so earlier?" I can guess even if you don't say it," the little girl replied proudly, "but are you really going to stand on the side of the Cruz people?" She looked at Brando curiously. Because of her rare Cruz blood, her eyes were a natural light blue and transparent like glass. "Now that we have common interests, why can't I?" Brando replied. "That's true, but it's a little inconsistent with your style of doing things." Brando found it funny and could not help but deliberately tease her. "Miss Chiara, I've only been with you for less than a month, and I spent most of my time hiding in the carriage. How do you know my style of doing things so well?" Chiara glanced at the Duke's daughter, arbitrary and self-opinionated. "Stop." Brando saw the Duke's daughter's mouth moving as if she wanted to say something, so he quickly stopped her. He was already having a headache. Chiara giggled. "What's wrong?" "Although I don't know why, I always feel that you hate the people of the Empire." "At least you won't say those righteous words. Loyal allies of the Empire, this kind of thing is just talk among the other nobles." "I don't believe your nonsense." Brendel looked at the little girl from House Cipher in surprise. She was not much older than Duke Grenoir's daughter, but one of them looked like an adult while the other looked like a real loli. Of course, Chiara still had the childishness of a young girl, but compared to Cipher, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. He did not expect that she had been observing him all this time, and even accurately described his state of mind. If the person who spoke was someone familiar with him, or someone with keen observation skills like his senior sister, he would not be surprised at all. But the person who spoke was a little girl. "What's wrong? Scared?" Chiara looked at him. "Actually, it's not a big deal. Your shrewdness is written all over your face. It's not difficult at all. In fact, I know a lot of things. How about it, do you want to make a deal with me?" She looked at Brando and replied confidently, "You definitely didn't come to the Empire for the Holy War, at least not only that. You don't have to lie to me, I won't believe you. In short, what you're going to do is going to be very troublesome, and although you have a good judgment of the general trend, your brain is too slow. When playing chess, the layout and the ending are equally important, and the latter is often the deciding factor of success or failure. If you ask me, maybe I'll be kind enough to help you." Brando looked at the egomaniac. "Then I really have to thank you." "Actually, you don't have to. I can see that you're very stubborn. You definitely can't bring yourself to beg me," Chiara said again, "but we can make a deal. Why don't you tell me the inheritance of the Buga's knowledge, and I'll help you come up with a plan." Brando looked at the little loli revealing her fox tail and could not help but shake his head. This was not the first time. It seemed that she was determined to get his illusory knowledge of the Bugas. But now he was not in the mood to tell this little girl bedtime stories, so he just replied casually, "The knowledge of the Bugas can't be explained in a short time. Their knowledge is recorded in the scrolls and can fill the White Tower." I'm afraid that when we leave the Empire, I won't even finish telling you the beginning. A deal is about fairness, and I won't do an unfair deal. It doesn't matter. Chiara blurted out, anyway, I'm going to stay at your place for a long time. Huh? Brando looked at the little girl inexplicably. The little loli patted her cheek gently and quickly corrected herself. I mean, I can stay at your place for a while. Why, don't you welcome a lady as a guest? Brando looked at the little girl from head to toe, but he could not see how this egomaniac was related to a lady. At this time, a real lady, the daughter of the Grand Duke Viro, finally got the chance to interrupt the meaningless conversation between the two and asked, Count, did you already know about Georgandy Ridge? What is it? Brando noticed the suspicious look in the Duke's daughter's eyes and was slightly taken aback. Everything that's happening right now, did you already know about it? The Duke's daughter stared at Brando. She had been wanting to ask this question since the beginning. When Brando, Rogers, and the others said those words, she remembered Brando's promise. Although he had a bad relationship with Cruz before, if he could really save the situation at this time, what he had done before would not bring him any trouble. Instead, it would become his glorious emblem. A noble who would neither yield to the power of the empire nor abandon justice because of personal grudges, and who could distinguish right from wrong, coupled with his performance in this war, one could imagine how high his prestige and reputation would be in both the empire and the kingdom. But what made the Duke's daughter feel a little scared was, how did he guess all this? How did he expect the attack of Georgandy Ridge? How did he expect the empire to be in trouble? If this was a prearranged arrangement, then it would be a little too scary. Brando glanced at Eugenie, as if he knew what she was thinking. He nodded and said, Yes, Miss Eugenie. In fact, I contacted Georgandy Ridge and asked the people of the Underdark to form an alliance with the Lion Men of Tokunin, and then ordered them to attack the Empire. You know, I have a Halran Gaia. Although it's broken, it can still be used. I've seen them in the loop of trade winds before. They cried and asked me to be their chieftain, and they even said that they wanted to marry their saintess to me. But I refused righteously because of the principle that different species should not intermarry. By the way, have you seen their saintess? The Duke's daughter stared at the Count with her eyes wide open, but the more she listened, the more ridiculous it became. Finally, she realized that he was just teasing her. You. She could only snort, knowing that this guy would never tell her the truth. When Yida heard Brando talking about the saintess of the Lion Men, she finally could not help but laugh. She thought that her lord was too playful. If those words were to reach the ears of the Lion Men, Tokunin's enemy tomorrow would not be the Empire, but Erwin's new leader of the diplomatic corps. Her laughter attracted Brando's attention. He had never seen his beautiful mercenary commander like this before. Yida almost immediately realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly composed herself and lowered her head to complain to her lord. Although Brando's words were absurd, he did not deny Eugenie's doubts. The Duke's daughter thought for a moment and understood the meaning behind it. She had been in fear these days, and although the current situation seemed to be getting worse, she more or less saw a glimmer of hope. At least it seemed that their leader was not so unreliable. Many people said that he was crazy, but how many people expected this day to come? She was silent for a moment, and seemed to have gained a little confidence. Count, what you said to the people of Cruz, is it true? I said a lot to them, and it's inevitable that there are some lies, Brando replied. But which part are you asking about? The Duke's daughter rolled her eyes at him. You said that you can save the situation. Aren't you kidding? Not all of it, Brando replied. Miss Eugenie, this is the beginning of a great war. In this war, there are very few things that we can control. Seriously speaking, at least until now, with or without us, the outcome of this war will not change much. The Duke's daughter widened her eyes again. She knew diplomatic etiquette, but she knew nothing about military matters. But you still said that to them? Chiara listened to the conversation between the two and could not help but laugh. Miss Eugenie, she replied. This is the cunning part of this guy. In a war, any factor will have an impact on the outcome of the war, but the key is the extent of the impact. Of course, he can save the situation, but the key is to what extent. This is not easy to say. No one is a god in heaven who can guarantee this kind of thing. So you are lying to them? The Duke's daughter felt that she had to take back her previous thoughts. They were the knight of the inner court of the empire, the secret agent of the royal family. What was the difference between lying in front of the supreme of the empire? You can't say that I am lying. We can indeed leave. I just thought of a way to give them a little confidence. After all, it is their duty to protect the empire, not ours. We stayed to help them. We have done our best. Brando replied. Don't worry. No one knows how bad the situation will be in the end, or how good it will be in the end. We do not need to defeat Georgandy Ridge, but we just need to do better than others. As for what will happen when the time comes, it depends on what we say. The Duke's daughter finally had a clue. This seemed to be no different from diplomatic affairs because they were all equally shameless. My lord, what do you plan to do next? Will the diplomatic group be in danger? She asked the Duke's daughter. Brando shook his head this time. He could not answer this question. As Maynard said, history had pulled everyone back to the same starting line. The participation of Georgandy Ridge had completely changed the history he knew. Georgandy Ridge was not a country in the true sense. Perhaps it could only be called a country. It was a general term for the underworld. In the dark underworld, there were only lords, castellans, patriarchs, and different ethnic groups gathered together to form scattered forces of various sizes. He still did not know which lord or lords had contacted the Toquinen lion beast men, but Brando had a vague hunch that this invasion was not simple. The power structure of Georgandy Ridge had determined that its lords rarely launched large-scale military operations, but if the current situation was as he expected, then it was a rare move in the underground world. It was very likely that it did not only include the actions of a few lords, but Brendel felt that this idea was a little too ridiculous, and even he could not accept it. There was a thick fog in front of him that was waiting for him to clear up. His knowledge of history was quietly disintegrating, and all that was left for him was the experience of 2 lifetimes. I have a vague idea, but I need to confirm it first. Before that, we need to minimize our conflicts with them, but we still need to focus on breaking through their encirclement. If we accidentally fall into their encirclement, we won't be able to do anything. Brendel replied in a low voice. Break out? The Duke's daughter asked. Which direction should we break out in? It's best to break out in the direction of the inland sea. The inland sea? Brando nodded. The snow on the mountains of Anzaruda melted and formed rivers. These rivers flowed westward through many duchies and into the Sea of the Dying Moon. They flowed southward into Erewhon and finally into the Shining Sea. The rivers flowed northward into the inland rivers. These rivers flowed north of Anzaruda and gradually washed out a hilly area, which was today's Floating Cloud Hills. One of the most famous rivers was the Surging Silver River. The Surging Silver River crossed Anzaruda and opened up the Surging Silver Valley. The southern part of the valley was called the Vargas region, which included Vargas, Hemlock Town and other towns of various sizes. North of the valley was the Bear Lake region. The river formed a lake on the hills and then turned eastward under the obstruction of the short main mountains and entered a huge inland lake. This lake was the inland sea that Brando mentioned, the Empire's Inland Sea. The Empire's Inland Sea was also known as the Sublime Inland Sea. It was a huge inland lake, but it spanned across dozens of regions. The lake water was also very salty, so it was not an exaggeration to call it a sea. The Sublime Inland Sea started from the Cape Bay in the west, the Metz region in the north, the short main mountains in the east, close to the Evergreen Corridor, and the end of the Rokisi Plateau in the south, a rich alluvial plain. The entire Sublime Inland Sea almost divided the empire from east to west and from south to north, but it gave birth to the most glorious civilization of the Cruz people. Countless ports and cities were located along the coast, closely connecting this huge empire for the past 1,000 years. In the long river of time, the entire sublime inland sea had become the most prosperous and elite region of the empire. The continuous southern plains, the prosperous Cape Bay, the hometown of shipbuilding, and the heartland of the empire, the Violet Valley. It could even be said that if the entire empire was a sophisticated magical machine, the sublime inland sea would be the magic core of this machine. It provided the empire with an endless supply of power and energy, materials, manpower, and money. Even the orders from the central government of the empire were transmitted through the sublime inland sea to every corner of the empire. The sublime inland sea, on the west of floating cloud hills, revealed a corner of the estuary of the surging Milky Way. Brando knew that there was a port called Lone there. This port was not famous, but it was north and south of Asgard on the south of the Evergreen Corridor. If Asgard fell, then this port would be the last springboard for the Empire to counterattack Enslova in the future. Of course, Jorgendi Ridge would not let go of this port, but the problem was that Brando was sure that the enemy's attack focus would definitely be on Asgard and not Lone. This was because there were many local legions stationed in the Violet Valley on the west of the Evergreen Corridor and the Flower Ridge on the north, not to mention the Red Legion in the Wilderness of Four Realms. If they could not take down Asgard in the shortest time possible, then even if the Golden Mane Lion Mane Beast Men of Tokunin captured the Rokizi Broken Sword Mountain defense line, they would be blocked by the Empire's legions from all directions. By then, if they wanted to take down Asgard, they would have to pay a terrible price. On the other hand, after taking down Asgard, attacking the small port of Lone would be like catching a turtle in a jar. By then, even if crews reacted, it would be impossible for the Violet Valley's army to swim across the sublime inland sea to support Lone, right? When Lone fell, the Empire's navy would lose its landing point, and the center of the war could only return to Asgard. The Empire would have to break through by land, which was obviously what the people of Jorgendi Ridge wanted to see the most. The Duke's daughter seemed to understand Brando's thoughts, but her eyes fell on the map. From Vargos to Lone, there were at least 3 regions in between. This journey would obviously not be too smooth, and they did not have to go through any kind of breakout. This road is not easy to take. Unlike the Duke's daughter who was silent, Chiara asked directly, Jorgendi Ridge is already ahead of us. Are you confident that you can break through their blockade? Brando shook his head gently. Confidence was based on confirmed information, but at this moment, all they could do was wait. He believed that soon, the exact news would be sent back. From Vargos to the Bear Lake area, where the army of Jorgendi Ridge had advanced in a day, whether the Imperial army stationed there, especially the private armies of the nobles, had resisted, or even if they had escaped, where had they escaped to? This was all the information he needed. Chapter 923. The 4 knights were still trying to persuade Count Jean. Count Jean obviously didn't believe in the invasion of Jorgendi Ridge, just like how Rogers and the others wouldn't believe that the underground army of Jorgendi Ridge would suddenly appear on the surface if they didn't see it with their own eyes. The world under the beehive was too far away for them after all. The cavemen and the minotaurs in the labyrinth were all terrifying creatures in bedtime stories. Although he couldn't explain the disappearance of his allies, he could only assume that it was Brando's private conspiracy, but he couldn't see through it. However, whether he was willing or not, Brando's so-called persuasion was more of a threat than a suggestion. In the end, he had no choice but to hand over the command unwillingly. The setting sun slowly sank into the mountains to the west. The entire hilly region seemed to have sunk into a strange silence. The lights of Valgus could no longer be seen in the silver gushing valley to the north. The horizon was pitch black. After the hilly region quieted down, the silence made one's hair stand on end. The 4 knights walked silently on the edge of the red pine forest. After walking for a while, the female knight Nasha finally couldn't help but say, maybe Count Jean is right. The situation isn't that bad. Maybe it's just a group of bandits from Jorgendi Ridge on the surface. Things like this happen often, don't they? Rogers frowned and didn't answer. Then how do you explain the strange light beams and meteors we saw last night? Also, 'cause communication magic was disrupted. This was a premeditated attack. Trevor shook his head. Count Jean is just unwilling to bow down to Erewhon. You and I both know that the nobles in these places have always been stubborn and prideful. Nasha was silent for a moment as if she wanted to find a reason to refute but couldn't convince herself. In the end, she asked worriedly, if Georgandy Ridge really invades us, how bad will it be for the Empire? It depends on the scale of Georgandy Ridge's invasion, Rogers answered in a deep voice. How big do you think this invasion will be? Can they really threaten the southern defense line of the Empire? Nasha asked in disbelief. No one seemed to be able to answer this question. They more or less felt that Brando was being an alarmist, but Rogers and Trevor were not familiar with the Forgotten Kingdom underground. In fact, it was rare for the average person to even recognize the entire subterranean ethnic group. Rogers and Trevor suddenly thought of something and turned their eyes to the black-haired youth in a robe. Kuei replied calmly, Georgandy Ridge is slightly different from us. They don't have a unified kingdom. There are only lords of various sizes in the dark underground. The only exception is the Dark Elves. Kuei, how strong is the strongest overlord? Nasha asked. It's roughly equivalent to a mid-tier kingdom on the surface. Are there many lords like this? Kuei shook his head. Other than the 3 black dragons that were exiled by the Dragon Clan, there are also the famous Minotaur King Geralt and Medusa's Queen Pertana. They are known as the kings of the underground world. If we're talking about threatening the southern defense line of the Empire, is a lord like this strong enough? Nasha asked again. If they go all out, it might be enough. However, the war in the underground world rarely goes all out because they have to guard against enemies in the dark. It's a reasonable guess that 2 overlords are working together, but these overlords are second to none in Georgandy Ridge. They rarely come to the surface, which is also unknown to them. If it's not for these kings of the underground, it would take 10 or even 20 overlords to launch a war of this scale. Kuei, how likely do you think it is? Trevor turned back and asked. It's hard to say. The underground world is a world that believes in the laws of darkness. Deception is the norm in the dark. They rarely trust each other, let alone form an alliance. Kuei replied. Nasha looked at her companion with some admiration. Then, is it possible for them to form an alliance under special circumstances? Maybe, Kuei replied. But I'm not sure. The Tonajal Count might know more about the people of the underground world. Why do you say that? Maybe he's just being an alarmist? The female knight was obviously not happy to hear that. The black-haired youth replied, he and the female knight beside him are fast and confident in their judgment of the movements of Georgandy Ridge's army. I can't do that. Trevor felt that his companion's words were a little exaggerated. He shook his head. Although Kuei had a genius mind, he was slightly worse when it came to dealing with people. He knew very well that the Erewhon people could be faking it. When he heard Nasha's question, his heart was a little shaken. Could Georgandy Ridge really pull out an army of a dozen overlords to cause trouble for the Empire? The Empire was indestructible in the hearts of its people. It might be unlucky for a while, but it was impossible for it to coincidentally encounter the worst situation. Trevor couldn't even imagine that Rokizi, the Broken Sword Mountain Range, would be threatened. It wasn't just 1 or 2 fortresses, but a well-equipped defense line that was nearly 100 miles deep. He vaguely agreed with the female knight's statement. Perhaps the enemy in front of them was just an army of bandits that came from the underground world to the surface world. They might be formed by the army of 1 or 2 overlords who were bribed by the Lion Beast men. They came to the Empire to cause trouble, distract the attention of the Empire's army, and take the opportunity to plunder. Just as he was thinking about this, Rogers suddenly asked, Kuei, how strong would the power of the entire Georgandy Ridge be if they were to join forces? The black-haired youth suddenly raised his head and looked at his companion who had been frowning. For the first time, there was an inexplicable expression on his face. That's impossible, he replied. Although Trevor and Nasha both hoped that Georgandy Ridge's invasion of the Empire was just a private action of 1 or 2 overlords, what was happening in the south of Ruzaf, at the end of the Rokizi Highland, was obviously going against their wishes. There was once a majestic fortress at the mountain pass, but now, only rubble and debris were left. The whole fortress seemed to have been hit by a terrible force from the front. The originally intact wall had a huge gap in it. The gap was bathed in the moonlight, and the whole section looked like it had been burned by fire. Even the bricks were carbonized black, and the gravel was sparkling. It was the crystallized gravel. Such scenes were scattered all over the fortress. In addition to the lifeless dead objects, there were also charred and twisted corpses of animals, cows, horses, donkeys, and even a huge drake that was almost burned into a skeleton. It leaned empty against the side of a house on the street that was also burned into a frame structure. There was no sign of it struggling. It reminded people of the moment when death came, when the extremely high temperature instantly turned this behemoth into ashes from its body to its soul. But it was not just animals. Human corpses were also everywhere. Some of them were wearing armor, but now they had melted and solidified into a metal solution. Some of them were just civilians, but whether it was the elderly or children, men or women, they were all turned into unrecognizable charcoal. Such corpses were scattered all over the street. Their positions indicated that they were hiding from something when they were alive. But time stopped at the last moment. The entire fortress seemed to have been plowed through from the middle. The streets and buildings in these areas were in shambles, but the other districts were still intact. However, the streets and the hillsides on both sides were filled with sharp wooden stakes. Countless human corpses were impaled on these stakes. The corpses stared blankly at the dark sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and their eyes had long lost their vitality. The broken fortress became a dead city. There were no Crew's people, and there were no enemies. It was as if the Grim Reaper had passed by and quietly took away all the lives. This scene was not the only one in the entire Wuxia Highland, east of Broken Sword Mountains. It was happening in many places at the same time. This was Fort Persilian, the Empire's Wuxia. Although the Broken Sword Mountains consisted of thousands of forts, checkpoints, and fortresses, only Emerald Claw Fort, Fort Elno, and Fort Persilian were the real core of the defensive line. The other fortresses were built around them to protect them. Fort Persilian was the last checkpoint of the defensive line in the direction of the Empire. In thousands of years of history, it had never been breached or even attacked. But today, an army that the Crew's people had never encountered before had changed the course of history. When Ferris woke up from the ruins, he still could not forget the most unforgettable scene of his life. He remembered that the fortress was attacked by a group of harpies. The highest commander of the fortress believed that it was a monster attack. Perhaps there was a new nest somewhere near the fortress. Such things often happened in the border areas. The desolate Wuxia Highland was originally a place where monsters roamed. The Imperial soldiers were not surprised to join the battle. As an Imperial crossbowman, Ferris naturally had to participate in the battle, but he was relatively safe in the shooting room with the others. Although the noise on the city wall was somewhat unbearable, and the creaking sound of the heavy weapons being pushed to the back of the battlements by the militiamen was also unbearable, at that time, he used the winch of the heavy crossbow to draw the string, put the bolt in, and then walked to the shooting hole to observe the situation outside. Then, at that moment, he seemed to hear a shrill scream coming from the wall. The sound seemed to fall from the sky, but it also sounded like the cry of a ghost in the middle of the night. The shrill scream made his hair stand on end. Then, he saw a huge, cold, emotionless eye through the shooting room. That eye, with just one look, made him feel as if he had fallen into the abyss. A bone-chilling chill seemed to rise from the bottom of his feet, freezing him there. Although he opened his mouth to scream, no sound came out. He vaguely heard the terrified screams of his colleagues on the wall. The screams merged into a buzzing sound as if they were describing a monster that terrified them. But before Ferris could hear what it was, the ground shook. He saw the walls of the shooting room collapse toward him. After the ground beneath his feet disappeared, the world fell into darkness. When Ferris woke up again, he realized that it was the collapsed bricks that saved his life. He lay in the darkness for an unknown amount of time before he regained a little strength. Then, ignoring the soreness all over his body, he gritted his teeth and opened a path through the rubble. As if miraculously, he found that he was not seriously injured. Other than the dull pain when he breathed, which made him suspect that he had broken 1 or 2 ribs, his hands and feet were very nimble. There were only abrasions. He used his hands and feet to climb out of the rubble. The next moment, the miserable scene in the fortress reflected in his eyes. Ferris instantly clenched his teeth. Everything in front of him seemed to have appeared in his dreams. Although he had expected it, he still could not help but tremble. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the mountain pass. That was the direction where the monster army had disappeared. From there was the mountain path leading to Emerald Claw Fortress. Behind it was Luo Keki, the heart of the Broken Sword Mountain Ranges fortress group. His heart was cold. He had realized that this was not a monster attack at all, but a premeditated surprise attack. Ferris trembled as he recalled the scene he had seen. He seemed to want to convince himself that it was just an illusion, but the real fear lurking in his heart reminded him what it was. That was a dragon, a black dragon. There was a saying in the Cruz Empire, every day in the Empire is calm, but every day in the Empire is treacherous. This sentence may not be appropriate to describe the entire Cruz Empire, but it was most appropriate to describe the imperial city of Rushta. Since 3 days ago, the White Rose Garden was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. The sacred cantilever palace was lifeless, as if everyone who walked in would be tainted with bad luck. In the past, this usually meant that Her Majesty's mood had changed again. Generally speaking, there were many factors that caused Her Majesty to be angry. For example, a certain noble caused her displeasure, or disappointed her. For example, the Holy Cathedral of Fire and Her Majesty often offended each other. This was a fact that everyone knew. But in addition to the above 2 main reasons, there were also some minor side events. For example, the mountain people, Anzaruda, or other barbarians killed the tax collector of the empire. Or, several Grand Dukes who were married to the royal family sent people to one of Her Majesty's banquets. The relationship between the Silver Queen and these relatives of the empire was extremely bad. This was recognized by the whole empire. In fact, there were some new names recently. For example, a certain count from Erewhon was said to have become a thorn in Her Majesty's side. There were also rumors about the female mountain people countess. It was said that every time Her Majesty summoned her, Her Majesty's mood would become very bad. But this time, there were no nobles causing trouble, and the Holy Cathedral of Fire was well behaved. Although the 7th prince's carriage accidentally fell off a cliff on the way back to the imperial city at the Latch of Tiles and was seriously injured, the mountain people were very obedient. They even sent a delegation to explain the matter. This delegation was about to arrive at the imperial city. This attitude showed that they had completely surrendered to Her Majesty. It seemed that there was no need for Her Majesty to be furious about this matter. On the other hand, there seemed to be no news from Flowerleaf and Ludwig. The rumors about the Tonagel Countess also seemed to have disappeared in the past few days. According to Her Majesty's maidservants, Her Majesty also did not summon a female countess recently. The only news that could be considered as news was that a few days ago, Bankel, Violet Valley and other regions reported a rare divine artifact reaction. However, these divine artifact resonances only occurred independently in a very small number of regions, and no one in the wider region observed it. The warlocks of the Tower of Stars and Moon had yet to conclude whether this was an illusion or reality. But in fact, in the entire circle of high-ranking nobles of the empire, only a few well-informed people knew that since that day, the empire had lost all news of the regions south of Anclova. The news here referred to the secret report of the Knight of the Imperial Court belonging to the royal family. Originally, there was a report every day, but since 3 days ago, from Vargos to the Bear Lake region to Ruzov, and even the entire region south of the Rakoki stronghold complex, it was as if they had disappeared from the map. If it was a normal day, a delay of 1 or 2 days would not be a big deal. But before this, almost the entire empire's attention was focused on this region. The nobles of the empire were still waiting for the results of the final battle between Brando and the nobles of Anzaruta, but suddenly, there was no news of this region. Whether it was private or secret agents sent by the royal family, it was as if they had disappeared from the face of the earth. Everyone immediately thought that this was the doing of the Tanajil Countess. But the news that came later made the entire empire fall into a dead silence. In the early morning of the third day, Constance summoned her 2 knight commanders into the White Rose Garden. At this moment, the commander of the Royal Knight Regiment, Mr. Travis, and the commander of the Imperial Dragoons, Mr. Kevin, were wiping the cold sweat off their foreheads with a handkerchief. One of them came from the House of Pallet, while the other came from a noble family that the Queen trusted. On the surface, they were the leaders of the 2 imperial guards under Constance, but anyone who had lived in Rushta for a period of time would know that these 2 gentlemen were secretly in charge of the external affairs of the Imperial Court Knight Regiment. Chapter 924. Logically speaking, the 2 of them were the trusted aides of the Silver Queen. Even the slightest mishap wouldn't be enough to make them so nervous. However, 2 days ago, or to be more precise, 2 nights ago, the Empire suddenly lost contact with Fort Persilian. Anyone with half a brain would know what that meant. Bad premonitions were often the most accurate. In the next 24 hours, bad news floated in like snowflakes. First, the Pegasus Knight of Asgard's garrison detected the movements of a large legion in the Bear Lake area. Then, another scout cavalry detected another legion in the Silver Spring Valley further south. 27 hours later, Vargos, Hemlock Town, and Forest Avenue were confirmed to have fallen. 29 hours later, Nephil and Taris of Gemini Town in the north of the Bear Lake area reported that traces of an unfamiliar army were found in the outskirts of Greystone Town in the lower reaches of the Silver Spring Valley. 34 hours later, the southern town of Gemini Town was lost. 2 hours later, the northern town was lost. 37 hours later, an imperial military outpost at the edge of the Long Boot Forest received some remnants from the south. Among them, Baron Pyrrhus of the Cooper family was found. 44 hours later, Greystone Town was surrounded. Half an hour later, the cavalry of Emerald Claw Fort finally brought back accurate news that Fort Persilian had fallen. A large army of Jorgandi Ridge was attacking along the eastern branch of Broken Sword Mountains in the direction of Fort Elno. The Empire's Fort Legion was losing ground. 15 minutes ago, Rizuf was confirmed to have fallen. The Pegasus Knight flew over the city and observed that the city was bombarded by spells that exceeded the 12th circle. None of the residents in the city survived. Jorgandi Ridge had launched an invasion of the Empire. Most of Enzlova had fallen. The Evergreen Corridor was in danger, and Rokiki, the Broken Sword Mountains, had become a star in the distant sky. It was as if in an instant, terrible news spread from the White Rose Garden to the entire imperial capital like a plague. The news followed the night out of St. Cantilever Palace and into the mansions of the dukes, counts, imperial guards, knight orders, and important figures of the Holy Cathedral. It was as if a spark had been splashed into a pool of oil, setting the manors ablaze. Under the arched windows, in the attics, and in the private rooms of the nobles, candles were lit. Then, people in plain clothes with their faces covered walked out from the back door, passed through the streets, and entered the houses of the nobles. Then came the servants. They hurriedly left their masters' mansions, drove carriages, or walked to thousands of unknown corners of the city. The news was whispered by word of mouth, passed from one person to the next, and the next person boarded a carriage and went along the streets to the 22 city gates of Rushta. Before dawn, countless carriages left the city and went in every direction of the empire. Some of them went to the countryside, some to the castles, and some to the docks. The news of the war rode the wind and broke the waves, spreading across the empire's territory. This was what happened in the 48 hours before Mr. Travis Burney and the captain of the dragoons, Mr. Kevin de Sanvaria, entered the White Rose. At this moment, in front of Constance, the captain of the dragoons appeared to be a little more rational, but Mr. Travis was almost trembling. The former was in charge of the evaluation of the internal knight's promotion, while he was mainly in charge of intelligence gathering and monitoring. Obviously, he was the one responsible for the current situation. The captain of the night was trembling. He wanted to explain himself to the Empire's most powerful person, but Constance didn't need an explanation. She wanted an answer. The two of them weren't the only ones in the Queen's study. All the important figures of the Empire had already gathered together. Standing at the front was the captain of the White Legion, Marquis Nigel, Count Bendron, Donnas, Little Netherwin, the head of the Cecil family, the current captain of the Azure Legion, Count Rodney, and Grand Duke Helix. Behind them were some nobles from other families, most of whom were close to Her Majesty. In addition, there were the envoys from the Holy Cathedral of Fire. These people were roughly divided into 3 camps. The nobles close to the Palutes were obviously gloomy, while the nobles from the Cecil family and the military were mostly smiling at this scene. The last group of people, led by Grand Duke Helix and Chancellor Little Netherwin, had a straight face and no expression could be seen on their faces. As for Her Majesty herself, her expression was normal. There wasn't a trace of anger in her eyes, and of course, there wasn't a trace of leniency. But anyone who knew the Empire's most powerful person would understand that she was often the most terrifying when she was in this state. After a while, Constance finally spoke. She glanced at the two of them. Although Her Majesty still had the appearance of a young girl, her calm eyes showed that she was a shrewd woman. She spoke coldly, "This is the second time. My dear House of Palate, and the nobles of the South, your recent performance is not worthy of your status. Mr. Commander, whether it is you or your brother, you have disappointed me. Why are you not saying a word? Are you waiting for me to speak?" Hearing this, the nobles of the Cecil family rejoiced in the misfortune of the Cecil family, while the soldiers looked as if they were waiting for a good show. Only Nidwin frowned. In his memory, the Queen rarely expressed her attitude so clearly, but this was already the 3rd time in recent times. Whether it was the reprimand of the Cecil family in St. Canifer Palace, the reprimand of Duke Pallet in the White Rose Garden, or her current attitude, it all made him feel strange. However, to Nidwin, this was merely an oddity. On the other hand, Donna's expression had long changed. How terrifying was the thunderous fury from the throne! He could not help but tremble in fear. He clenched his teeth, not daring to speak at all. On the other hand, Travis nearly swayed. Although His Majesty had said the word dear, Travis' face nearly turned green. After hesitating for a while, he could only reply respectfully, "I dare not, Your Majesty." "Then tell me, west of Emerald Claw Fort, what about the movements of the Lion Men in Tokunen?" "Nothing, Your Majesty." Travis quickly wiped his sweat and answered. "What about the elves in the wild of the 4 realms?" This time, it was Nigel, the commander of the White Legion, who answered. The latter shook his head and said, "Nothing, but the elves should not have received the news yet. Otherwise, they would not have given up on this opportunity." "So at least Georgandy Ridge has nothing to do with the Wind Elves?" Constance asked. When she asked this question, she frowned slightly as if she was thinking about something. But there was a faint feeling that the Queen's mind was not on everything that was happening at the moment. Like Prime Minister Nidwin, Nigel seemed to have noticed this as well. But this doubt only flashed in his mind for a moment before he shook his head and said, "Probably not." "What about the Lion Men in Tokunen?" "The Lion Men should be waiting for news. As soon as the army of Georgandy Ridge arrives at Elner Castle, they will make their move." Little Nidwin looked at the Queen and finally spoke. "How big is the army of Georgandy Ridge?" Constance and the young Prime Minister looked at each other, then looked away and put pressure on Travis. The latter was sweating profusely and said, "Your Majesty, this is not clear, but they should have at least 2 legions in Enslova." The Silver Queen was silent, as if she was calculating something. Little Nidwin pondered for a moment and said, "It is very likely that the underground kings have already made their move. Otherwise, at least half of the lords of Georgandy Ridge would have to be mobilized to achieve this scale. Their target is Asgard." Constance snapped out of her daze and said, "Then, do we have any countermeasures now? Are there still troops in Enslova? We could have mobilized Anzaruda's army, but now." Little Nidwin stopped mid-sentence and looked at Donna's in the crowd. The latter's face darkened and he cursed the Prime Minister in his heart. He understood what the Prime Minister meant. Apart from the natives of Anzaruta, the local legions stationed there were mainly in the hands of Count Jean and Count Alcons. However, this part of the army had already been mobilized to replenish Fort Persilian. As for the rest of the noble army, everyone knew where it was. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Anzaruta's army has already been replenished to Rokizi, the Broken Sword Mountain Range. The remaining militia and local defense forces are useless. Even if there were any, they would have been defeated by the unruly Count Tonagel." Being fooled by an Erewhon is a glorious thing in Mr. Donna's eyes, Duke Cecil said sarcastically. The latter's face turned pale and red, but he did not dare to retort. The Prime Minister of the Empire was clearly unhappy with him. Constance's face returned to its cold expression. "Where is the nearest army?" "2 divisions of the White Legion's Pegasus Cavalry are stationed in Violet Valley, Your Majesty," Marquis Nigel replied immediately. "Can we make it in time?" Donna shook his head. "If we want to reinforce Azaf, we have to go through the Evergreen Corridor. Unless Greystone Town can hold on for at least 48 hours, we won't be able to make it in time." Constance looked at her courtiers with a mocking gaze. "In other words, we have to give up Anzaruta? Or if Rokizi, the Broken Sword Mountain Range, is lost, this is the greatest humiliation in the history of the Empire. You want me to bear it?" There was silence in the room. The Silver Queen looked at her courtiers and laughed coldly. "Donnas, go inform Duke Paluda that my bottom line is to protect Rokiki and the Broken Sword Mountain Range strongholds from being lost. If you can't even do that, it means that you don't have the right to manage this land. When that happens, let the White Legion take over the defense from Anzaruta to the Evergreen Corridor." Constance's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap in the crowd. Everyone's eyes fell on the Queen's favorite courtier in an instant. Their gazes were filled with surprise, doubt, curiosity, sympathy, fear, and schadenfreude. Almost everyone present was an old fox who had been in the center of the Empire's power for a long time. They naturally understood the weight of this sentence. Her Majesty was really angry this time. Donna's body swayed and he almost fainted. He looked at the Prime Minister of the Empire with a pale face, but he did not dare to complain. He quickly bowed and said, "I understand." Only then did he dejectedly part the crowd and walk out of the study. Only the trembling Travice was left in the study, but Constance did not even bother to look at him. With a flick of her sleeve, she left the room with her maid. When Laudney and the other nobles left the White Rose Garden, he purposely stayed a step behind to catch up with Duke Helix. The latter was about to board his carriage when he noticed the actions of the new head of House Ashrick. He turned around and asked, "Count, is there anything I can help you with?" Laudney smiled bitterly. "My apologies, Duke Helix. I'm here to ask what you think of Her Majesty's words." Hearing this, the Duke stopped in his tracks and retracted his foot. He looked at Laudney with a serious expression. "What do you think, Count Helix? Her Majesty seems to have relaxed her surveillance on the military recently, but she's been suppressing us more and more in secret. I thought she would take the opportunity to support House Parrot, but I didn't expect." Duke Helix shook his head. "Her Majesty's personality has become more and more withdrawn. House Parrot has been out of her favor for some time now." Laudney seemed to have thought of something. Ever since that incident, Duke Helix shot him a wary glance. "Shut up. This isn't something we should be discussing. Little Rodney, since your father and I are old friends, I'll give you a word of advice. While there's still a chance, go back to your dominion." Laudney was stunned. "Duke Helix, you..." The Duke nodded. "In less than a week, I will leave the royal capital and return to Flowerleaf Domain." Laudney looked at him in shock. Leaving the royal capital at this time was the same as leaving the center of the Empire's power. It was something unimaginable for nobles of their level. Duke Helix shook his head. "Little Laudney, you were still young back then, but I saw it with my own eyes. I don't want to experience it again. Alright, that's all I have to say. I'm only telling you this because of the relationship between our families. If you believe me, then believe me. If you don't, then don't spread it to anyone else. As for how to weigh the pros and cons, I'll leave it to you to figure it out yourself. After saying that, he waved at the ladder and boarded the carriage, leaving Rodney standing in the same place as he thoughtfully watched the carriage slide into the darkness. But in the end, Duke Helix smiled and shook his head. Bettina quietly slipped into the room and closed the door behind her. She then turned around and looked left and right in the dark room as if she was looking for something. At that moment, a voice called out. "Bettina, you're back." The round-faced maid was startled. She then recognized the voice as the Count's and sighed in relief. Although she couldn't find where Scarlet was in the room, she quickly nodded. After a while, there seemed to be a moment of silence before the voice asked again, "How is it? Are the rumors outside true?" "It's all true, Count Helix. It said that the Empire lost the war in the south. Now, Ansloy and Rakovich are in danger." She pondered for a moment as if she was trying to recall something. "But it's strange. This time, it's not the Lion Men or the Wind Elves of Saint Tossol. It's the army of Georgandy Ridge. I've never even heard of that place." "Georgandy Ridge?" Scarlet was slightly startled. She suddenly remembered the cave dwellers led by ABs. She was in a daze for a moment. Her longing for Erwin grew stronger. With a creak, she opened the window. Only then did Betisha discover that her lord was actually standing by the window. The other party was hugging the emerald spear and staring out of the window in a daze. His eyes reflected the starlight under the distant night sky. She could not help but frown. "Not good, the Count's illness is acting up again." After a while, Scarlet turned around. She seemed to have remembered something and called out. "Bettina, Bettina." "I'm here, Count Helix." Bettina hurriedly replied. "How far is Ansloy from the Rosif you mentioned last time?" she asked softly. Bettina opened her mouth, but her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't say anything else. Scarlet's bright eyes stared at him. "Is Count Helix there?" Of course, Bettina knew who this his lordship was, but she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. She thought to herself, why did I help this Count to gather information? So this is his true purpose. But as a maid, she didn't dare to lie, so she could only nod her head honestly. Before she could nod her head a second time, she felt her Count rush to her and grab her shoulder. He asked hurriedly, "Where is he? Where is the army of Georgandy Ridge now? Is he in danger?" Bettina was so scared that she almost screamed. She hurriedly shook her head with a pale face. How could a maid like her know about these things? Rumors about these things had spread like wildfire outside, but none of them were reliable. At most, she could only get a rough understanding of it. However, she knew that if she said that, Count Helix would probably not be able to sleep well for the next few days. She could only comfort him. Count Helix, that Tonajal lord might have left Ansloy long ago. If he takes a ship from Lone, it won't take long for him to reach Bankel. He might already be on the Sublime Sea by now. Scarlet seemed to have heard her words. She relaxed and looked at her maid. She nodded and said, "Thank you, Betisha. Count Helix, this is what I should do." As Bettina spoke, she prayed in her heart. She hoped that Martha would bless Count Helix so that he could recover quickly and stop being so mysterious. P.S. Thank you to a certain PPT netizen for creating a relationship chart for Amber. I've received it, and it's been of great help to me. Looking at these things, I can really feel everyone's deep love for Amber. I'm really touched. When I received this relationship chart, I felt full of motivation. I can continue writing Amber until the perfect ending. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 925. Brando pushed aside the trees, and the branches and leaves of the shrubs rustled as if a window had been opened in the dense, overlapping branches, revealing the scenery behind. Looking down, there were layers upon layers of terraces, and between the mountains, there was a bright mirror. This was the Brown Bear Lake. Everyone let out a long sigh of satisfaction in unison. In order to avoid encountering Georgandy Ridge, they had to trudge through the mountains and forests. It was not an easy task, especially after they abandoned their carriages. For these pampered young ladies and nobles, it was simply fatal. Brando, I think there's something over there. The Roman was the only one who did not seem to be tired. She held the hand of the Duke of Grenoise's daughter. The latter's wet nurse had to be supported by others to move forward. She peeked her head out and looked around. Soon, she shouted. Brando knew that her senses were extraordinary, so he quickly stopped and asked, "Can you see what it is?" "It looks like people." "One, two. Are they alive or dead?" Chiara asked. These days, they had seen the merchant girl's ability more than once. At first, some were doubtful, but gradually, they became envious and amazed. Because of the Roman, the envoy's guards did not even have to risk releasing gargoyles into the sky to investigate. Although the gargoyles had a wide field of vision, they were more likely to be exposed in the sky. Georgandy Ridge also had harpies and drakes as their air force. I don't know. The two of them were sitting back to back under a beech tree. Did they move? I don't think so. Then they're probably dead. Where are they? By the lake. There's a white rock over there, right under the third tree, the Roman replied. Everyone gasped. It was at least 10 miles from here to the Brown Bear Lake, and they could only see layers upon layers of tree canopies as far as the eye could see. However, the merchant girl could see the two people under the tree by the lake. What kind of eyesight was that? The Duke of Grenoise's daughter looked at the Roman holding her hand with admiration and said crisply, "Sister Roman, you're amazing." The Roman was overjoyed, but she pretended to be serious and replied, "Of course, I'm amazing." Brando looked at her. Although her face was tense, her curved eyes revealed her thoughts. He shook his head and said, "Let's go and take a look." It was impossible to continue avoiding Georgandy Ridge when they arrived at the Bear Lake area. There was a town called Greystone, which was the only exit to the west of the silver gushing valley. Brando, and he believed that the people of the Underdark. So instead of passively fighting, it was better to prepare first. The group walked down the mountain and walked to the place Roman said. Sure enough, they saw two people sitting back to back under a tree. They were two Kurlutzian soldiers who had been dead for a long time. The group parted the bushes and approached the corpses. The Roman hurriedly covered the eyes of the Duke's daughter with her hand. The others could see the gray robes on the two corpses and the star-shaped rose emblem on the robes. Brando recognized the emblem as Sauvin's emblem, which was the emblem of the Land Dragon Knight of Caronia. This proved that the two corpses were soldiers of Enslova's army. The Land Dragon Knight of Caronia. This is Sir Pfister's army. Some Cruz nobles recognized the corpses and whispered, "Has the North Mountain Outpost been lost?" "Where's the North Mountain Outpost?" Brando asked. "It's north of here, on the only way to Bulos." Rogers looked at the two corpses and replied. Brando nodded and squatted down beside the corpses. He carefully examined the wounds. The first corpse had a penetrating wound, but it was not fatal. He had died from excessive blood loss. He compared the wound to the armor under the robes and came to a conclusion. The Land Dragon Knight of Caronia was a Grade 3 unit. The one who killed him should be another Grade 3 unit from Georgandy Ridge, the Razor Boar. The Razor Boar was a tamed beast of the subterranean dwellers. Since the Razor Boar was here, there should be subterranean dwellers around. The Razor Boar's special ability was Charge and Death Strike. The ability of Charge was similar to a warrior's charge. Death Strike allowed it to generate a false life force equivalent to 10% of its total health after receiving enough damage to kill it. It would only die after the false life force was depleted or it lasted for more than 10 minutes. Brando thought of the razor boar's ability and suddenly cursed. Why was it so similar to his own ability? However, he was even more puzzled about the razor boar's ability being countered by the land dragon knight's low roar. The low roar of the land dragon knight could induce fear in most beasts except for monsters. This was the weapon used by the land dragon knights against other cavalry. It was also effective against the razor boar. Logically speaking, if the land dragon knight wanted to run away, the razor boar would not pose a real threat to them. With such doubts in mind, he checked the second corpse. The injuries on this corpse were very strange. The neck and arms were strangely bent, as if they were broken. Generally speaking, such injuries were caused by blunt force. However, there was no blunt force injury on this corpse. Brando was puzzled. Princess Magadal, accompanied by Dilferi, frowned and looked at the two corpses. She then said, "Count Brando, there is no need to be puzzled. He fell to his death." Fell to his death? Brando suddenly realized. This person must have fallen from the Coronia land dragon's back and broken his spine. He must have died on the spot. His body must have been rescued by his companion, but the latter also died from excessive blood loss. It can't be that simple. How can a well-trained land dragon knight fall from the back of a dragon? They are fixed to the saddle, Chiara replied. She squatted down beside Brando and was about to poke the two corpses with her hands. However, before she could touch them, her hands were pulled away by Brando. "Child, stay away from these things," Brando replied impatiently. "I'm not a child." Brando stopped and looked at the little one. Chiara appeared to be very unhappy. She muttered something to herself, but no one could hear it clearly. Presumably, it wasn't anything good. However, Chiara's words reminded him that the land dragon knight was thrown off the back of the land dragon. The belts on his waist and legs were all broken. Judging from the ends, it was obvious that they were torn and not cut. The Shadrian caveman obviously did not have the ability to do that. Only a land dragon could do that. However, Coronia land dragons were very docile. They rarely went berserk on the battlefield, and they were not easily frightened. They also had a deep affection for their masters. Even if their riders were killed, they would stay beside their dead riders for a long time. Brando really could not figure out why the two Coronia land dragon knights died here alone. There was no sign of their mounts nearby. It was still acceptable if a Coronia land dragon went berserk by accident, but this scene was just too bizarre. He thought for a long time, but he still could not figure it out. At this moment, the Romans suddenly shouted from behind, "Ah! What a big rat!" The Romans shouted again. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of the sound and saw a giant rat escaping from the forest. Its entire body was gray, and it had a long earthworm-like tail. There were 3 strange bone spurs on its back, and its head was larger than a normal house rat's. Its mouth was wide open, and other than the large incisors of rodents, there were 2 rows of sharp teeth. It was hiding under a rock nearby, and it did not expect to be discovered. It jumped in fright and wanted to escape into the bushes. But when Brendel saw it, he picked up the sword beside the corpse and threw it over. A silver light flashed, and the giant rat was nailed to the ground with a thud. The young daughter of the Duke of Grenoires happened to see this. She let out a low cry and hurriedly hid behind Roman. "What is this?" Chiara frowned and looked at the little creature that was struggling on the ground with disgust. "It's a demon rat from the catacombs, the hunting dog of the Shadr cavemen," Maynard answered from behind. "They used this thing to spy on us." Avram was so scared that his fat jiggled. The ball-shaped son of the Duke looked around in horror as if the forest was full of rats staring at them. "Don't tell me we've already been discovered? But this thing is very conspicuous." "As long as it gets close to us, I will notice it," the Roman replied. "Actually, it's not a big deal. Don't worry." Everyone looked at the merchant lady as if they were looking at a freak. However, her words more or less calmed everyone down. Some of them were not willing to follow Brando at first, but the experience in the past 2 days had proven his ability. He knew the underworld creatures better than anyone else. With his experience and judgment, they were able to walk out of Vargas and avoid all the battles that could be avoided. The crew's people followed Brando at first because they were captives, but now, they saw him as their savior. Over the past few days, they had passed by Hemlock Town, Valgas, and several other villages. They had witnessed the scene after the Jorgandi Ridge's army passed by. The villagers who had been turned into statues, the Empire's soldiers, and the subterranean dwellers' heads that were impaled on their spears reminded them of the current situation. Now, no one dared to doubt that they were facing an army from the underworld. Even the most stubborn Count Jean had shut his mouth. The nobles began to panic, and Brendel, who was the only one who remained calm, became their only support. After all, compared to those ferocious monsters, humans were much more amiable. The only thing that made them complain was that Brendel had converted their servants and guards into reserve troops, and confiscated their rations and changed them into uniform rations. The sudden appearance of the demonic rats in the catacombs had diverted everyone's attention. Brando did not dwell on the matter of the land dragons. He told Maynard about his suspicions, and the female knight was equally puzzled. However, she did not have an answer either. After that, the two of them stopped wasting time on it. Obviously, there was no time to bury the corpses, but Brando still asked Rogers and the other 3 to tidy up the appearance of the 2 Coronia land dragon knights after they died. Then, they arranged for them to be placed in a secluded place to ensure at least a basic level of decency. The 4 internal knights were very grateful to him. Even the nobles from Cruz had a vague feeling that the Count from Tonajol was not a rude person. The accumulated hatred between them had also been resolved. The team left the lakeside and continued north. Brando's goal was to bypass the Brown Bear Lake before dark and reach the vicinity of Greystone Town. However, when he realized that there might be Shadrins in the vicinity, he asked the team to slow down. The team moved slowly along the forest surrounded by mountains. After that, they discovered a few more corpses of the Empire's local legions. One of them was a small group of walking swordsmen, and the other was another Coronia land dragon knight. However, they did not find his mount either. After that, they began to see signs of a fierce battle and the corpses of the land dwellers. They were a type of cavemen with purple-red skin and long manes. Their bodies were scattered all over the forest filled with fallen leaves. It was obvious that an army of Jorgandi Ridge that was moving north along the Brown Bear Lake had encountered the local legions of Cruz. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle in the forest. There were even traces of magic bombardment in the forest. A streak of flame plowed through the nearby beech trees, leaving a scorched land that was dozens of feet wide and hundreds of feet long. The ashes were filled with pieces of melted metal and other things. Brando estimated that at least half a squadron of Empire soldiers had died here. However, he was a little puzzled. This kind of magic was a bit like the chain of fire thrown by the evil sorcerers. Elementalists and law-defying wizards did not have similar spells. The wild elf sister, Falerne, stood beside the scorched land for a long time, frowning and not saying a word. "It's not elemental magic," she finally answered. They crossed the broken battlefield, but more and more of such scenes appeared. It was hard to imagine what had happened in the forest. Some of the places looked like the land left behind by demons. However, Countess Yenbao was very sensitive to demons. Brando asked her a few times, but all he got was a negative answer. Rogers, Trevor, and Nasha were silent. The nobles behind them were also silent. In their minds, the Empire was difficult to defeat, but the scene in front of them had clearly shattered their fragile expectations. At this time, Brando's position in their hearts had become even more important. But among all of them, only the black-haired young man named Kue was talking to himself. Why did they attack Bulos? Are they planning to go around Greystone Town? Brando heard this sentence and looked back at Maynard. Then, both of them shook their heads gently. They arrived at the vicinity of Greystone Town a little later than expected. The sun was slowly setting below the mountains, but there were still a few rays of light in the valley. Brendel and the others stood on a nearby mountain and observed the town downstream of the Silver River. The direction of Greystone Town was dark, like a shadow in the valley. The sunset in the sky had a blood-red glow, as if it was a sign of some kind of disaster before it arrived. No one in the group spoke. Everyone obviously understood what had happened. However, there was even worse news. Brando saw a few harpies hovering in the sky, which meant that there were still underground garrisons in the town. The nobles' faces were a little ugly because this meant that their wishful thinking of easily passing through the exit of the Silver River Valley had failed. Brando had already expected this. He cautiously led the others from the mountain and slowly retreated to the forest behind. He was ready to discuss what to do, whether to wait for the garrisons of Jorgendy Ridge to leave or to pass through at night. But at this time, the Roman stretched out her small hand and patted Brando's back. She whispered, "Brando, Brando, look over there." There are a few people. Brando was shocked. He thought to himself, "Miss Roman, if you have something to say, can't you say it earlier?" But his body's reaction was faster than his brain. He almost subconsciously pulled the merchant girl to hide in the bushes. Although the others did not understand what was going on, they followed suit and found a place to hide. The Roman got up from the bushes and spat out a few mouthfuls of grass. She raised her head and wanted to continue looking around, but Brando pressed her small head down. "Where is it?" Brando looked out through the bushes and asked. "There is a row of short trees below. There are a few people hiding under there. Do you see it, Brando? They seem to want to go to the other side." "Ah, someone ran out. It's that sneaky guy." The Roman kept trying to move Brando's hand away from her head, but it was in vain. In the end, she could only answer with some frustration. Brando looked in the direction she pointed and saw a figure flash and disappear under the dense canopy of a goose-eared stalagmite. "That's Walton," Nasha suddenly whispered when she saw the figure. "Who is Walton?" Brando immediately looked at the Knight of Cruz and asked. "He is the captain of Sir Cooper's guard. I have seen him once. He is a swordsman from Ludwig." Nasha looked at him with some distrust and hesitated for a moment before replying. Brando looked back at Rogers, who quickly explained, "Nasha has a special ability. As long as she has seen someone, she will never forget them. If she thinks it is them, then it must be them." "Why are they here?" Trevor was a little puzzled. "I thought they had been killed on the north side of the Forest Leaf Avenue like the Moore family." You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.